In a world where hunters, humans granted powers by mysterious sponsors, reign supreme and treat regular humans like slaves, an orphaned boy struggles to survive. Betrayed by his mentor, who stabs him, the boy is unexpectedly sent back to the Age of Heroes. Determined to reshape the world into a better place, inspired by the legendary Demon King, he starts his journey under the name Li Jiangyong, ready to confront countless hardships. The story begins in 2020 when strange dimensional gates began appearing across the globe. Curious and desperate to understand them, nations sent in their soldiers, but none returned. Soon after, monsters poured out from the gates, using their overwhelming strength and magic to devastate humanity. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, hunters blessed by the transcendent sponsors emerged. With their extraordinary powers, humans finally fought back. As wars raged, the hunters grew stronger with continued blessings. Among them stood a figure like no other, Sun Jin-woo, the Demon King. Possessing unmatched power, including countless avatars and mastery over fire, he soared above all others. However, his growing strength frightened the 12 greatest heroes who betrayed and killed him. They then formed an organization called In, crowned hunters as the superior race, and enslaved those who couldn't awaken powers. Thus, a new world order was born, ruled by hunters, and a century slipped by. In a remote countryside village, a boy sprints, breathless and struggling. Just as he collapses for a short rest, a bald man perches above him in a tree, taunting him for giving up so soon. Gasping for air, the boy admits he's hit his limit, but the man, Siongu, scolds him, asking how he plans to catch a sponsor's attention without pushing beyond his limits. Curious, the boy asks if Siongu also had to surpass his limits to be sponsored, but Siongu bitterly admits he didn't. It had simply been luck. Angry and frustrated at the unfairness, the boy protests, but Siongu reminds him that the world itself is unfair. Hunters are hunters, and slaves remain slaves. Still, Siongu encourages him not to give up. If running won't work, they'll find another path. With that, he summons a spear from a magical inventory, a common skill among hunters, and hands it to the boy, who can't help but marvel, even though he's seen it countless times before. Siongu tells the boy not to be too amazed, promising that once he becomes a hunter, he'll have an inventory of his own. Hearing this, the boy finally opens up about his true motivation. As a child, his parents were murdered by a hunter. Left alone, he clung to the only thing they left behind, a book. Reading it, he discovered the horrors and corruption committed by hunters. Driven by the desire to change the world described in the book, he worked tirelessly to become a hunter. Still, after years of Siongu's training and no results, doubt gnaws at him. Staring at the sky, he recalls a saying from Eden, "Becoming a hunter is the will of the heavens." Frustrated by his negativity, Siongu slaps him, calling his self-pity nonsense. He assures the boy that one day he will become a hunter. Siongu then checks if the boy still has the book and is relieved to hear that he does, given its significance as a family keepsake. The book tells the story of the Demon King, the forgotten hero slain by the 12 heroes. The boy firmly believes that if the Demon King had survived, the world would be a better place. As they share this bittersweet moment, a woman appears high in the sky, cloaked in a purple glow. She declares, "I've found you," and starts preparing an attack. Though Siongu senses the faint magic in the air, it's already too late. The woman unleashes a blast aimed straight at them. Realizing he has no time to counter it, Siongu shoves the boy aside and takes the full force of the blow himself. Purple flames rip through the forest as the woman descends, landing before the horrified boy. She commands him to bow, and despite himself, his body obeys, paralyzed and trembling. More hunters soon arrive and immediately kneel before the woman, hailing her as Athena, ruler of Eden. Hearing her name, the boy's dread deepens. Athena isn't just a hunter, she's one of the founding 12 gods of Eden. As the forest burns around them, Athena orders her hunters to seize Siongu, confident he couldn't have gotten far. They rush to carry out her command, leaving Athena alone with the boy. Disappointed, Athena mutters that she barely missed her target. She turns her attention to the boy, puzzled by his conversation with Siongu, yet sensing no magic from him. Meanwhile, the boy panics internally, terrified because he still carries the Demon King's autobiography, the secret the 12 heroes buried. He prays she doesn't take any interest in him. Luckily, Athena dismisses him as nothing more than a worthless slave and walks away. Hearing her footsteps fade, the boy breathes a shaky sigh of relief, thinking he's finally safe. Slowly, he lifts his head to assess the situation, only to find his hopes crushed. Standing over him is Athena, her eye glowing fiercely and a heavy aura radiating from her. She remarks that she almost overlooked something, a faint trace of magic power coming from him. It seems the training really did mess him up. Not just that, she points out, his heartbeat is racing and his breathing is shallow. His terrified expression says it all, and Athena immediately guesses that he must be hiding something he shouldn't have. She commands him to hand it over and explain what it is. Powerless against her divine authority, his body moves against his will. His trembling hands reach into his jacket, pulling out a keepsake from his parents, fully aware that revealing it could cost him his life and possibly the lives of everyone connected to him. Worse yet, if Athena deems it necessary, she might even destroy the entire town, following Eden's brutal way of handling things. As he reluctantly exposes the book, it suddenly erupts into flames and lunges at Athena. Her protective barrier activates just in time, shielding her, but revealing the true nature of the book, the Demon King's autobiography. Shocked that a mere slave would possess such a dangerous item, Athena prepares to seize it. But just as she's about to grab it, a voice shouts her name, and she's tackled aside. It's Siongu, looking surprisingly unharmed. His sudden attack knocks her away, and he swiftly picks up the book. Seeing Siongu, the boy bursts into tears. Siongu half-jokingly asks why a grown man is crying, but quickly praises him for enduring so much. Still confused, the boy demands to know who Siongu really is, wondering how he managed to knock back one of the 12 self-proclaimed gods. Siongu brushes off the question, saying there's no time to explain, and admits he hadn't expected Athena to catch up so fast. He hands the book back to the boy and asks him again, did he truly want to change the world? Siongu reveals the ugly truth. The hunters are killing off the gods and taking control of humanity, reducing powerless people like the boy to little more than livestock. Then, he challenges the boy directly. If he had the strength to stand against the 12 sovereigns, would he use it to change the world like he once dreamed? Before the boy can answer, Athena, furious at being humiliated, charges at them with full force, screaming for Heimdall. Siongu warns the boy that he must decide now. He can't hold Athena off for much longer. Under the crushing pressure, the boy's true resolve begins to surface. The boy declares without hesitation, yes, if I had that power, I would change the world. Hearing this, Siongu gives a faint smile, then suddenly drives his sword straight into the boy's chest. Shocked and confused, the boy hears Siongu calmly tell him, if you see me there, be nice to me, as if joking about the betrayal. The sword and the boy's body begin to glow brightly, and before he can process what's happening, he starts to disintegrate, managing to utter the word Heimdall as he vanishes. Everything turns white, and a message flashes before him. The contract will be executed. According to the contract, the Sky of Apocalypse will sponsor you. In an instant, he finds himself standing unharmed on a rocky mountainside. Staring down at his chest, he realizes there's no injury where the sword pierced him. Not only that, his body feels different, stronger, charged with a new kind of power. Remembering the sponsorship and the voice, he wonders if he's become a hunter. The unfamiliar place has a magical aura that matches the energy inside him, making him suspect he's inside a gate dungeon. His thoughts are interrupted by approaching footsteps. Instinctively, he hides behind a rock to see what's coming. To his alarm, he spots a goblin, confirming his suspicion. He's definitely inside a dungeon. Though goblins are considered low-ranking monsters, they're deadly to beginners because of their sharp senses, teamwork, and aggression. Knowing he can't beat one in a fair fight, he tries to stay hidden. Unfortunately, the goblin picks up his scent and starts tracking him. With no other choice, the boy decides to act. Remembering the skills Siongu taught him, he picks up a stone and hurls it at the goblin, briefly throwing it off balance. Seizing the opportunity, he charges in, grabs the goblin's weapon arm, and delivers a powerful karate chop, slicing the creature's head clean off. Staring in disbelief at the decapitated goblin, he realizes he only meant to disarm it, not kill it so easily. His strength shocks him, leading him to wonder again if he truly has become a hunter. Just then, another message appears. The Sky of Apocalypse is paying attention to you. The boy stiffens, remembering that this was the same being who once backed the Demon King. Before he can think further, a horde of goblins, armed to the teeth and bloodthirsty, charges toward him. The back of the pack looms the goblin chieftain, the dungeon boss. Facing the overwhelming odds, panic grips him, and he mutters that it's hopeless. Even though I just awakened as a hunter, there's no way I can beat them. But before despair can take him, he remembers something. The promise he made back in his hometown, the trust Siongu placed in him. That memory steals his heart. He clenches his fists, determined to survive. Grinding his teeth, he confirms it. He refuses to die like this, not before changing the corrupt world. Bracing himself, He powers up and takes a battle stance, declaring that the Sky of Apocalypse is watching, and this is his one shot to prove his worth to a potential sponsor. Suddenly, a message appears: the Sky of Apocalypse, your spirit. With new determination, he charges headfirst into his enemies, cutting them down rapidly. In mere moments, bodies start piling up. Witnessing his ferocity, the monster army also joins the fray, but they too fall quickly before his skilled swordsmanship. He soon levels up, recalling a memory of Siongu, the bald old man, praising him as a genius during a past trade. As the battle reaches its peak, he levels up again after slaying countless enemies. Although seriously wounded, he refuses to fall. Only the goblin chieftain remains. However, the chieftain doesn't give him a moment to breathe, attacking with full force. He barely blocks the blow, acknowledging that while it's just a goblin, it's still a boss monster, normally needing at least a C-rank hunter to defeat. Fresh hunters, however, are usually only F or E rank. Doubt creeps in. Could he really win like this? Then something catches his eye: a spear. Grabbing it, he declares he's putting his life on the line. Moved by his resolve, another message appears. The Sky of Apocalypse applauds and grants him the authority to rule over fire. The spear ignites, boosting his strength even more. The spear is not only the weapon favored by the Demon King, but also the one he's most skilled with. Now fueled by newfound power, he and the Goblin Chieftain charge at each other. His blazing spear strikes true, punching a massive hole through the monster's body, killing it and leveling up again, though the weapon shatters in the process. Exhausted but victorious, he mutters, "At least I made it," before collapsing from sheer fatigue. Later, a group of hunters arrive, stunned to find a mountain of goblin corpses, including the body of a goblin chieftain. As they explore further, they find the boy, barely clinging to life. As they rush to save him, another message flashes: the Sky of Apocalypse pays attention to you. The scene shifts back to the hospital, where the boy awakens, connected to a ventilator and IVs full of healing potions, realizing it was all very real. He was truly attacked by Athena, the ruler of Eden, and stabbed by his mentor, Siongu. When he came to, he found himself inside a gate dungeon, forced to battle through a goblin army and defeat a goblin boss. Afterward, he woke up again, unsure if a hunter had come to close the gate and save him. A nurse appeared, telling him not to move and asking how he felt. She explained that hunters from the Lee Guild had found him and brought him to the hospital. Without them, he wouldn't have survived. As she spoke, she blushed slightly at the sight of him, clearly flustered. Still, something felt off. Hearing Lee Guild made him frown in confusion. The nurse confirmed it again, saying his injuries had been serious and that someone from the association would be coming to see him soon. She left the room, thinking how she needed to inform others that Ahari had appeared at the hospital. The poor guy had barely escaped death, but his mind was racing. Just before she left, he asked one more question: "What year is it?" The nurse, assuming his memory was scrambled, calmly answered, "It's 2022. The boy froze, stunned. 2022? He repeated, shocked. That was 100 years before he was even born. In his memory, 2020 marked the beginning of the gate's appearance, and 2022 was when hunters first began to rise, the dawn of the Age of Heroes. He remembered his last talk with Gu, where he was warned that hunters would soon see themselves as gods, treating ordinary people like livestock. Realizing this, he suddenly tore off the medical equipment attached to him and stood up. This wasn't like the days when he needed Eden's selection to become a hunter. Now was the era when sponsors were actively creating new players. The nurse pleaded with him to rest, but he insisted he was fine and asked for the bathroom. She, flustered by how tall he now appeared, directed him to it. Inside, he stared at his reflection. His body was taller, his muscles better defined. Though some facial features stayed the same, he looked almost like a new person. Not a bad change, really. Just then, a voice called out to him. It was Kim Soo-yun from the association. They sat down together, and Kim explained he needed to gather the facts about what had happened. During their conversation, it was revealed that after being hospitalized, the association had searched for any information on him, but found nothing, because he wasn't from this world. He claimed to have memory loss, which was believable since the nurse had already mentioned his mental confusion. All he gave them was his age, 23, and a name, Lee Jong-yun. It wasn't his real name, though. For some reason, he instinctively combined his own name with that of the Demon King. Even though he didn't really have a reason, he still felt compelled to do it. Beyond that, he confessed he couldn't remember anything else. This prompted Kim to ask what had happened inside the gate. Lee Jong-yun replied that he heard a voice, which caught Kim off guard. "I will sponsor you. the voice had said, according to Lee Jong-yeon. Kim, hearing this, suggested that Lee Jong-yeon had likely become a hunter and asked if he knew anything about hunters. Lee Jong-yeon admitted he only knew that they were individuals selected by beings from beyond. Kim thanked him for sharing and mentioned that the association would contact him again. He bowed respectfully and told Lee Jong-yeon that, confusing as it might be, he was now someone important to the world. Kim also asked for his future cooperation before leaving. Alone in his hospital room, Lee Jong-yeon opened his status window. He reflected that this was a unique ability linked to the Demon King, a power that had made the Demon King so much stronger than other hunters, and the reason the 12 heroes had tried to wipe out every trace of him in Eden. The Demon King wasn't just a hunter, he was a player, someone who grew stronger through their own efforts. Now, Lee Jong-yeon realized he too had become a player. Later, a nurse came by to congratulate him on becoming a hunter. While he thanked her, he questioned if it was really such a big deal. The nurse eagerly confirmed it was, comparing it to winning the lottery. Even the lowest-ranked hunters could achieve wealth beyond an ordinary person's dreams, and there were many career paths besides monster fighting, like crafting weapons or working as bodyguards. Lee Jong-yeon, however, was already aware that being chosen created deep inequality, leaving the unchosen stripped of even basic rights. Still, he forced a smile and played along with the celebration. The nurse then handed him a bag, saying Kim had left it for him because his clothes were in tatters. She wished him well on his discharge, and he stepped outside to explore the city. So this is the era of heroes, he said to himself. In his previous life, he, powerless and ordinary, hadn't even been allowed into a place like this. The city seemed bright and full of life. While he took it all in, Kim Soo-young appeared and called out to him. He told Lee Jong-yeon that they needed to go to the association so he could get registered and assigned housing, since cases like his were rare. Kim also congratulated him on his C-rank result, pointing out that very few in Korea started hunting at that level. He urged him to get in the car, promising to explain more after registration. Lee Jong-yeon shrugged. Sure, why not just hop into a stranger's car? Seems safe enough. Disclaimer, this is a joke. Kids, stay safe. The guy in question has already taken down a monster boss and can definitely handle a regular human. Now, onto the Hunter Association. When someone awakens as a hunter, they're usually ranked E or F, but those who show exceptional potential get a special status and are given extra attention. Lee Jong-yeon falls into that category. After all the formalities, Kim escorts him to his new place. As soon as the door swings open, Lee Jong-yeon is left speechless at the sight of the beautiful home with an amazing view. Overwhelmed, he starts crying tears of happiness. Kim asks if he likes it, and Jong-yeon, through his tears, says he loves it. Today is unforgettable. I made my move, became a hunter, and now it feels like I finally own my first real home, he thinks to himself. But just then, Kim interrupts his moment. Someone wants to meet him. Jong-yeon freezes. Who could possibly want to see him? He clutches Kim and frantically demands to know who it is. Kim, startled by his reaction, explains it's the person who saved him, the guildmaster of the Lee Guild. He reassures Jong-yeon that he can refuse the meeting if he's uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Jong-yeon agrees. Soon after, he meets the guildmaster, revealed to be none other than Siongu, still bald even back then. Poor guy had a tough fate. Instinctively, Jong-yeon's eyes are drawn to the man's gleaming bald head, shining like a beacon. Jong-yeon is taken aback. He never thought he'd encounter someone who truly cared about him this early on. Siongu studies his face, feeling a sense of familiarity, and asks if they've met before. Jong-yeon, keeping up his cover, claims memory loss due to the awakening process. Bowing low, he sincerely thanks Siongu for saving him. It turns out Siongu is far from an ordinary person. He's a legendary hero destined to close countless gates and save humanity, a hero who had been believed dead in Jong-yeon's original timeline. Heimdall, Siongu. Later that night, Jong-yeon lies in bed, getting used to his new body. Is this real? He wonders. Yet something feels off. Though his body has changed, it still bears the same marks and scars he once had. He opens his status window and reads, "The Forgotten Hero, the strongest and most unique hunter, the Demon King, a player." Confused, he wonders how he obtained this ability. In this world, a player is someone backed by the sky of apocalypse. Now that he's the chosen one, what becomes of the original Demon King? Jong-yeon doesn't know. There's too much he still doesn't understand. What he does know is simple. He's been sent back to the past, and he's gained the power to change the world. A few days later, at a Hunter Association tutorial class for new hunters, Jong-yeon is spotted casually dozing off in a corner. Suddenly, a man in a black suit strides into the room. He introduces himself as Bei Sang-soo and announces that he will be the one overseeing the tutorial. The entire class goes into an uproar. Bei Sang-soo, the B-rank hunter himself? Everyone is stunned, wondering why such a major figure from the Hunter Association would personally oversee a beginner's tutorial. Whispers start spreading. Maybe someone extraordinary caught the association's eye. That someone is obviously Lee Jong-yeon. But instead of realizing that, the new hunters all start fantasizing that they might be the special one. Wishful thinking at its finest. They believe this could be their chance to show off, maybe even get scouted by a top guild or the association. Meanwhile, Bei Sang-soo outlines the schedule. A seminar on hunters, followed by a physical combat test where each hunter will pick their weapon. He kicks off the seminar by asking how hunters are created. One newbie answers that hunters are born when they get sponsorship from a transcendent being. Bei Sang-soo praises the reply. He then explains that a hunter's unique trait is determined at the moment of awakening and cannot be changed, though they can still become stronger. Next, he asks how hunters strengthen themselves. A female hunter stands and says hunters can earn powerful items or skills through their sponsors by either closing gates or impressing their patrons. Bei Sang-soo commends her as well, remarking how sharp everyone seems. But then he turns serious, posing a heavier question. What do sponsors really want? The room falls into a tense silence. Nell, a student eager to answer before, stays quiet. Bei Sang-soo isn't surprised. No one dares speak. It's a mystery all hunters are curious about, but none truly understand. Scanning the room, he notices one student completely zoned out, staring peacefully out the window. It's none other than Lee Jong-yeon, detached from the frenzy around him. Seizing the moment, Bei Sang-soo calls him out, asking for his thoughts. He tells Jong-yeon not to worry about getting it right, just to say what he really thinks. Jong-yeon, without hesitation, answers, entertainment. His reply shocks the room and even leaves Bei Sang-soo a bit speechless. Pressed for an explanation, Jong-yeon elaborates. Sponsors treat hunters like characters in a video game. They raise them, send them to fight monsters, and watch them grow stronger, all for their amusement. He was brutally honest. Bei Sang-soo is floored by how different and sharp the answer is. But what no one realizes is that Jong-yeon's view isn't random. It's the perspective of the Demon King himself, who was betrayed and killed despite his overwhelming power. Maybe this is the sponsor's darkest secret. The seminar moves on, leading to the combat test. A female hunter steps onto the stage, having chosen a sword. She approaches Bei Sang-soo, ready for the challenge. He informs her that she'll soon face a goblin star, a powerful creature, but reassures her that even if she can't win, he'll be the one deciding if she passes. He asks if she's ready. Without hesitation, she responds, "I do." Bei Sang-soo reassures her not to worry too much, explaining that the monster has been magically brainwashed to prevent it from causing fatal harm or serious injuries. With that, the battle kicks off. As soon as the monster is released, it charges wildly at its opponent. The girl meets the attack head-on, delivering a heavy blow. However, the goblin, with its crazy speed, dodges her strike and counterattacks, forcing her down on one knee. Not stopping there, it leaps from above to land another blow. Even Bei Sang-soo starts to get concerned, but the woman, refusing to surrender, manages to regain her footing and defeat the monster, despite her injuries and exhaustion. Impressed, Bei Sang-soo praises her efforts and declares her the winner of the round, allowing her to advance. Next up is the final participant, Lee Jong-yeon. Armed with a spear and shield, he steps into the arena with confidence. Bei Sang-soo finds his weapon choice intriguing. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-yeon reminds himself of his need to pass this exam so he can take the graduation test the following day, knowing that good results would bring him greater benefits. Just as he steels himself, Bei Sang-soo announces a problem. All the goblins have been killed. As a result, the exam will proceed with a different monster, and the rules will slightly change. Again, the objective isn't necessarily to kill the monster. Bei Sang-soo will determine if he passes, and the monster has been brainwashed to avoid inflicting fatal wounds. Plus, with a B-rank hunter supervising, there's no real danger. Asked if he's ready, Lee Jong-yeon agrees, thinking the new monster will be something like a kobold, not much different from a goblin. However, he's in for a shock. As he enters the arena, Bei Sang-soo mentions that he found Lee Jong-yeon's views on sponsors quite interesting and expresses hope that he won't disappoint. The monster is revealed, a giant green orc. Facing an orc is a serious matter, as they have double the strength of an adult male and extraordinary vitality. Typically, only C-rank hunters or higher are expected to battle them. Watching from the back, the other participants react in fear. An orc had never been used in a tutorial before, but Bei Sang-soo corrects them. Once before, a hunter, who awakened as a B rank from the start, fought an orc during a tutorial. That hunter later rose to become one of the world's top hunters. Bei Sang-soo points out that Lee Jong-yun, a C-rank hunter who had soloed a D-rank goblin chieftain, is also exceptional. The association cannot afford to lose someone with such potential. Just as the battle is about to begin, a message appears. The sky of apocalypse pays attention to you. Sensing the seriousness of the moment, Lee Jong-yun powers up. As the massive orc charges toward him at full speed, Lee Jong-yun stands firm, refusing to back down. Instead of backing off, Lee Jong-yun chooses to go on the offensive, skillfully driving his spear into the orc's shoulder and causing real damage. Feeling a surge of confidence, he assumes the orc's strange behavior is due to the brainwashing, making it an easy target. But as he tries to pull his spear out, the orc clamps down on it, refusing to let go, and counters by swinging punches at him with its free hand. Thankfully, Lee Jong-yun uses his shield to block the heavy blows, though each strike sends shockwaves through him. Watching from the sidelines, the other participants start to panic, believing the battle has gotten too dangerous and that the instructor should step in. Bei Sang-soo shares the same concern. Even though Lee Jong-yun's stab was sharp and precise, he had clearly underestimated his opponent, and Bei Sang-soo prepares to intervene. But just before he steps in, he notices something. Lee Jong-yun releases his spear and dodges the orc's attacks, repositioning himself. Taking advantage of the opening, he lands a clean hook kick to the orc's head, staggering the monster and buying himself precious time. Seizing the moment, Lee Jong-yun activates his fire authority, setting his shield ablaze. With a fiery charge, he slams his shield into the orc's head, crushing its skull in one powerful blow. The spectators are left speechless. Was he really just a rookie? They couldn't believe their eyes. In that instant, Lee Jong-yun earns their respect, his feet echoing across the arena. Even Bei Sang-soo is stunned. He wonders whether what he just witnessed was a skill, but skills typically need a chant to activate, and none was used. Moreover, new hunters normally don't awaken abilities so soon. It makes Bei Sang-soo suspect that Lee Jong-yun might possess a high-level skill or something even greater. Meanwhile, Lee's shield, like his spear during the goblin fight, breaks down from the intense power he unleashed. As he retrieves his spear, a series of messages flash before him. He has leveled up, and his authority, rule over fire, has advanced to level 2. Realizing the incredible potential before him, Bei Sang-soo decides he can't let Lee Jong-yun slip away. He moves quickly, praising Lee's performance and officially passing him with top marks. Lee Jong-yun simply nods and thanks him, though his mind is elsewhere. He reflects on his power. Rule over fire isn't just a skill, it's an authority, the Demon King's basic power combined with his unique player trait. Unlike normal skills, authorities can grow stronger through sponsorship and personal development. However, no matter how powerful the authority, it's meaningless without a weapon tough enough to withstand it. With that in mind, Lee Jong-yun sets out on a new mission, to find a metal that can survive the fury of his fire. Good luck with that, dude. Later that night after the exam, Lee Jong-yun invites Siongu and Kim over to his new place for a small housewarming party. They are the only people he's close to in this world. Siongu feels a little uncomfortable, unsure if he should even be at the association's dorms, but Lee Jong-yun reassures him it's fine, since they're just celebrating. The three of them casually chat over some delivery food, talking about the tutorial and the final exam. During the conversation, Siongu and Kim inform Lee Jong-yun that Kim will officially be his agent for the time being. It's also revealed, surprisingly, that Kim is a girl. As they continue talking, Siongu asks Lee Jong-yun to reconsider his earlier offer, saying he has a gut feeling that letting him go would be a mistake. Kim backs him up, pointing out that this could be a big opportunity for Lee Jong-yun. Still, Jong-yun turns them down. Siongu is visibly frustrated and asks why. Lee Jong-yun explains that he doesn't want to tie himself to any group for now, but promises to lend a hand if Siongu ever needs it. Secretly, however, Jong-yun knows there's more to it. To carry out his plan to improve the world, getting involved with Siongu would only put him at risk. Siongu accepts his decision, but says he'll remember his promise. They end the night sharing a sincere, brotherly moment while Kim watches, puzzled over how a new hunter like Jong-yun could possibly help the famous A-rank guild master from the Lee Guild. The story then shifts to the present, the day of the tutorial graduation exam. The survivors from the last round are gathered to enter a dungeon through a gate. Before they head in, Bei Sang-soo steps up to speak. He assures them that he'll be joining them inside the gate for safety. To prove his strength, he releases a bit of his aura, sending shivers through the group, but also giving them confidence. Lee Jongyun notes how overwhelming Bei Sang-soo's magic is compared to everyone else's. Bei Sang-soo announces that the exam will start once the soldiers receive their supplies. Soon after, the beginners set foot into the dungeon. Inside, Lee Jongyun immediately notices the air feels off. Bei Sang-soo explains that it's because of the heavy concentration of magical particles. Once everyone is inside, the test officially begins. Bei Sang-soo instructs them to follow his commands in case of an enemy encounter. As they move forward, they come across a group of goblins who quickly spot them. Sang-soo orders 2 beginners to attack first. They manage to kill the goblins cleanly. He then calls for another 2, who also deal with the monsters easily. Finally, he calls on Lee Jongyun, who dashes forward with incredible speed. Even his fellow hunters can't hide their amazement, calling out how incredibly fast Lee Jongyun is. Without wasting a second, he closes in and tears through multiple goblins at once, striking them down at a speed too quick for the eye to follow. Just like the dungeon he previously conquered, goblin corpses quickly pile up around him. Within seconds, he wipes out the entire group, leaving everyone speechless. Some participants even start to doubt whether Lee Jongyun is truly a rookie hunter, questioning why he's even part of a tutorial. Meanwhile, Bei Sang-soo notes that Lee Jongyun's sword skills are extraordinary, good enough to rival a B-rank hunter like himself. Determined not to lose this opportunity, Bei Sang-soo vows to recruit Lee Jongyun at any cost. After the battle, Lee Jongyun levels up again. The group presses forward, eventually reaching the final boss's chamber. Before they enter, Bei Sang-soo gathers everyone and warns them that the enemy ahead is far more dangerous than the goblins they had been facing. He instructs them to be cautious, check their weapons and armor, and drink their potions to prepare. The group follows his advice carefully, double-checking their gear, while Lee Jongyun stands quietly, deep in thought. He reflects on the Demon King's fate, how, before he could even grow into his power, he was defeated by the 12 heroes. Lee Jongyun concludes that if the Demon King had grown stronger faster, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. Strengthening his resolve, he promises himself to use all the knowledge he possesses to surpass Eden's 12 heroes at a faster pace than anyone else. As he makes this dark vow, he briefly glances at his fire authority but quickly hides it before anyone notices. Soon after, the hunters are ready. Bei Sang-soo leads them into the boss room. But as soon as they step inside, a massive surge of magic assaults them, filling the air with dread and causing panic among the group. Realizing the danger, Bei Sang-soo shouts for everyone to retreat back to the gate. However, the lurking monster isn't about to let them go so easily. It fires a barrage of fireballs at the fleeing hunters. Caught between the deadly spells and the beginners he swore to protect, Bei Sang-soo faces a split-second decision. If he dodges, the fireballs will hit the rookies. Proving why he's one of the top hunters, he firmly plants himself and unleashes his special move, Viper's Fangs. With precise control, he deflects the incoming attack, shielding both himself and the others from harm. As the smoke from the explosion clears, Bei Sang-soo stands amidst the chaos, gripping his daggers. He notes the sheer power of the blast, admitting he couldn't completely deflect it. He quickly turns to check on the other hunters and feels relieved when he sees Lee Jongyun had stepped in to block the rest of the attack. Bei praises him, but Lee humbly credits Bei for absorbing most of the impact. Just then, a new alert appears. The Sky of Apocalypse requests you to eliminate the Goblin Archmage. A goblin sorcerer hovers into view, eyes glowing blood red, causing panic among the rookie hunters. They recognize it instantly. A Goblin Archmage, a creature comparable to a B-rank hunter. Realizing the gate's difficulty was underestimated, they decide the only sensible option is to flee. Bei Sang-soo agrees, knowing even a B-rank hunter would struggle against such a foe. He orders everyone to evacuate and alert the association. However, Lee Jongyun steps forward, insisting he wants to challenge the Archmage himself, shocking everyone. Bei tries to stop him, warning him not to get overconfident. He reminds Lee that this monster is vastly different from the goblins and orcs they've faced so far. Its magic can rival even veteran hunters. But Lee Jongyun, fully aware of the Archmage's abilities, remains confident, pointing out that monsters in the tutorial are meant for new hunters. His determination leaves Bei Sang-soo no choice but to allow it, although he can't help but wonder where Lee's sudden confidence comes from. The battle begins immediately. The Archmage launches a volley of fireballs, but Lee Jongyun easily handles them. The spectators are stunned, wondering how he neutralized the attack. Bei explains that Lee didn't block the fireballs, he absorbed them, leaving him even more baffled. As the fight continues, Lee Jongyun charges forward, but the Archmage erects a massive wall of fire to keep him at bay. Observers comment on how impossible it seems for Li to close the distance, recognizing the goblin's tactic of keeping enemies at a safe range. Yet the Archmage underestimates him, as the fearsome beast watches his enemy from afar, with a sinister grin on his face. Li Jongyun, utilizing his authority, rule over fire, dispels the wall of flames and commands it to split apart. As soon as he gives the order, the wall parts to form a path. Bei Sang-su is left stunned, unable to believe what he's witnessing. While the audience watches in amazement, Li Jongyun moves in for the final blow. With his overwhelming mastery over fire, he swiftly closes the distance. The Archmage tries one last time to defend itself by throwing up a barrier, but it's no use. Li Jongyun's sheer power smashes through it, breaking it apart and finishing off the Archmage with a flurry of attacks. The battle ends, leaving the spectators frozen in shock, unsure if they can believe what they just saw. Slowly, they come to grips with it and start hailing him as a super rookie. Right after, a message appears. The Sky Apocalypse is impressed by your performance. For succeeding in the mission, the Sky Apocalypse has sponsored you. Li Jongyun is caught off guard by this, but the message continues. You have earned the right to summon an avatar. Relieved, Li Jongyun lets out a breath and exclaims, "Finally, I got it," referring to the very ability that had once helped the Demon King become so powerful. Later, at the Hunter Association, Bei Sang-su meets with the president, an old man with an eye patch. The president asks if Bai called the meeting because of a certain incident, and Bai confirms it. He then tells him that Li Jongyun's abilities might even surpass Chi Wu's, a character who hasn't been introduced yet. Hearing such high praise, the president grows curious about Li Jongyun's potential and asks Bai how far he thinks the rookie could go. Bai suggests that Li Jongyun might help the president realize his ambitions, which greatly pleases the old man. Gazing up at the moon, the president murmurs, "I want to meet him soon." Earlier that same day, after exiting the dungeon, Li Jongyun reunites with Siongu and Kim. Kim mentions that she had been worried when the dungeon gate's rank jumped from E to B, but notes that Li Jongyun seems completely fine. Siongu then asks if he's accepted the association's recruitment offer. Li Jongyun simply nods. A flashback reveals that while they were still in the dungeon, Bei Sang-su had invited him to join the association. The other rookies were shocked by the offer. However, Li Jongyun politely declined, saying he had no plans to join any group for now. Though Bei Sang-su was confused, he respected the decision. Internally, Li Jongyun reasons that while joining Bei's group would make him stronger, it would also expose his secrets. Plus, there's someone important within the association that he must avoid at all costs. The president's image flashes through his mind. Returning to the present, Siongu asks if there's any food Li Jongyun likes. Unsure, he blurts out, "Cup ramen." Siongu then jokes about meat, a suggestion that instantly makes Li Jongyun drool. Without hesitation, Siongu grabs him and takes him out for a proper meat feast. Later that night, after the celebration, Li Jongyun returns to his room and takes a long shower, sorting through everything that happened. As the water runs over him, he reflects on his progress, realizing he's getting stronger faster than he ever imagined. He checks his stats window and sees he's already reached level 11. On top of that, he's been granted a rare privilege by the Sky of Apocalypse, the ability to summon an avatar. This isn't something just any hunter can do. Among the 12 legendary heroes, only a handful had this power. Thanks to inheriting the Demon King's skill, he now has the potential to summon powerful monsters like the Bone Dragon, the Balrog, or even a Cerberus. He wonders whether his summons will mirror the former Demon King's, since so far, everything else has. Without hesitation, he decides to go through with it. The system asks if he wants to claim this one-time chance granted by the Sky of Apocalypse, but his mind is already made up. "Summon," he commands, and his body glows blue as his eyes flare red. The following morning, Kim pays him a visit to congratulate him. She shows him a news article praising a new super rookie who awakened as a C rank and cleared a B rank dungeon boss solo. Though the article doesn't name him, Li Jongyun knows the higher-ups will likely figure out it was him. Kim asks why he kept this from her and Siongu, mentioning how hunters are more famous than celebrities now, yet Li Jongyun seems indifferent. Staying true to that attitude, he brushes off the question and instead makes a request. "I want to start doing dungeon raids." Soon after, we see him back in action, slicing through goblins with ease. It's almost unfair, like he's picking on the weak. Even the goblin bosses are no match, falling one after another as he racks up levels. He clears the dungeon, but something feels off. There's no response after defeating the boss. Frustrated, he yells out, "How am I supposed to use this?" We finally get a glimpse of what he summoned, a skeletal being meant to collect souls. But right now, it's useless. It has no soul to function. Avatars are supposed to wield devastating and unique powers, but they need souls to come alive. He had assumed he just needed to find one, but that's proving harder than expected. After leaving the dungeon, Kim is waiting to greet him, congratulating him on his 4th successful raid. He asks if he wants to sell any loot, and tells him to hand over anything he wants appraised. Lee Jong-yun pulls out a handful of swords from his inventory. Kim assures him he'll get the money once everything is sold. Lee Jong-yun then asks if the next dungeon has been scheduled, but Kim tells him no suitable gates are currently available. Kim reveals that a certain guild has been hoarding low-level dungeons, over 20 at once, leading to a sudden shortage. This shocks Lee Jong-yun, but Kim goes on, explaining that the association normally wouldn't approve such a move, except this time they made an exception because the gates had already been cleared. Then, it clicks for Lee Jong-yun. In a panic, he grabs Kim and demands to know if the guild master is Choi Young-sung. Kim confirms it, saying Choi leads the North Army Guild and used to be the top rookie, until Lee Jong-yun took that title. This sends a shiver down Lee's spine. He knows exactly what's coming. The man behind the guild will rise to fame under the 12 heroes, only to become a ruthless tyrant, War King Gunther. Lee's eyes go cold. The time to meet him is approaching, and he mutters, "So we'll finally meet." A flashback cuts in. It's raining. Gunther stands atop a cliff, looking down at angry protesters. One of his men says the demonstrations are getting out of hand, but Gunther doesn't care. To him, these non-hunter humans are nothing more than ants, worthless pests who can find new homes if he destroys theirs. "Why should we care about ants?" he scoffs. These insects don't even appreciate the fact that he lets them live. Drunk on power, he charges up an attack, drawing on both his sword and electric magic to summon a lightning storm, striking the crowd below without mercy. Back in the present, Lee remembers this nightmare vividly. That very attack wiped out half the population of his village. The memory is chilling. As he walks through the city lost in thought, a sudden scream pulls him back. He rushes toward the noise and finds 2 punks harassing an old man, kicking over his cart as he begs for help. Lee Jong-yun steps in, and the punks, trying to act tough, tell him to mind his own business, leaking some of their aura in an attempt to scare him off. Big mistake. Lee doesn't flinch. He releases his own aura. He's a hunter too. Calmly, he asks what's going on. The 2 claim the old man hit them with his cart and that they're just seeking payback. But the old man insists that's a lie. They attacked him unprovoked. Lee asks why they would do such a thing, but the thugs refuse to back down. One of them arrogantly claims that anyone who hits a hunter is fair game and warns Lee to watch himself. He might decide he's being attacked too. Lee isn't amused. He warns them to walk away now, saying he'll overlook things since they haven't actually laid hands on the old man. But the thugs aren't intimidated. One charges at Lee, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Lee shuts him down instantly, taking him out with a single, effortless move. Seeing this, the other guy pulls out a dagger and lunges at his opponent. He also declares that, unlike Lee Jong-yun, he's not some nobody who hasn't even joined a guild. He's a super rookie. He mocks the unconscious thugs, accusing them of hiding behind their guilt like it's some overprotective mother. With that, the confrontation ends. Later, Lee Jong-yun calls out to Kim, and the thugs are arrested. Kim praises Lee Jong-yun for how well he handled the situation, but Jong-yun just says it's what any hunter should do. Hurting civilians is a serious crime. Still, he worries about the old man they saved, suspecting that those thugs or their group might come after him. Kim assures him that the association will keep the man safe. Lee Jong-yun then asks about the guild involved and finds out they're from the North Army Guild. This only fuels his anger further, and he criticizes the North Army again. He begins to suspect that the guild has some sort of relationship with the association, especially since they managed to reserve 20 dungeons all at once. 2 days later, he gets summoned by the association, just as he predicted. He's now being accused of being the attacker in the earlier incident. A few days after that, the old man he rescued changes his testimony. Suddenly, the real culprits become victims, and Lee Jong-yun is painted as the villain. He and Kim head to the association together. Jong-yun understands why the old man did it, but Kim tries to comfort him, saying the association isn't that corrupt. But Jong-yun, who's from the future, knows better. It's been rotten from the start. At the headquarters, Lee Jong-yun meets a man dressed all in black. They review the events, and the man questions whether Jong coerced Lee Mun-soo into falsely testifying that the North Army Guild attacked first. Jongyun denies it and explains that he was actually protecting the old man. The interrogator isn't convinced and says they'll do a cross-examination. Then they bring in Lee Mun-soo. The old man avoids eye contact, visibly uneasy. Jongyun encourages him to speak openly, and Mun-soo admits it. Yes, the young man threatened me, he says. As he leaves, tears stream down his face, showing how torn he is about betraying someone who helped him. The man in black turns to Jongyun and asks what he has to say now. Jongyun stays silent, but places his phone on the table. He plays a video he took during the fight, which clearly shows what really happened. "This is what I have to say," he states. Thanks to his foresight, he's released. But as he walks out, he knows that pushing this any further would only worsen the old man's fate. Bitter and ashamed, he mutters, "Strength, I don't have it," grinding his teeth in frustration. As he storms out, furious with the injustice, he spots Siongu and Kim waiting outside. Suddenly, the old man appears, kneels, and begs Lee Jongyun for forgiveness. He reveals that the men had threatened his granddaughter, leaving him with no real choice. Kim is stunned and demands to know why he's only admitting this now. The old man says he was terrified for his granddaughter, but couldn't bear the guilt anymore. Siongu gently tells him to stop worrying and go home, promising to protect the girl using his guild master authority. Lee Jongyun, meanwhile, seethes in silence. He's dealt with so much injustice that filming these moments has become instinctive. Then he senses a surge of magical energy. Turning around, he sees none other than Choi Yong-sung, the North Army Guild's leader. As Choi approaches, he mentions he hadn't known the Lee Guild's master was so close to the rising star. Kim is caught off guard. She hadn't expected this to be public and suspects the association leaked it. Choi extends a hand to Siongu, who responds with a polite smile, then crushes Choi's hand in the shake. The mood shifts instantly. Siongu warns him not to draw attention if he doesn't want trouble. Then he doubles down. "Actually, calling you an enemy is too much. Just behave if you want to live." Cool-headed and bald, Siongu commands the scene with quiet intensity. A few days later, Kim and Lee Jongyun meet at a cafe called Starcats, a name clearly dodging copyright issues. Kim is fuming. "How can this be allowed?" she asks. "A hunter attacks a civilian and only pays a fine." To Lee, though, this is nothing new. In his world, hunter accountability barely exists. Curious, he asks what became of the old man. Kim says that while giving false testimony against a hunter is serious, Lee's forgiving nature meant the man got off with just a warning. Thanks to the video, even the North Army Guild admitted wrongdoing, helping lessen the penalty. Lee suspects Siongu played a part behind the scenes. When he asks how the guild reacted, Kim says they've remained silent. But Lee knows that's only temporary. He's well aware of what's coming. Gunther, destined to become the merciless war king, lives by a strict code. He always pays back what's done to him. Lee Jongyun knows retaliation is coming. He instructs Kim to keep tracking the North Army, and she agrees. But unlike her composed demeanor, he's burning with fury. "That's my rule too," he says. "Pay back what you get." Later, Lee Jongyun turns to Siongu for help and invites him to join a raid. Siongu is caught off guard by the request, but Jongyun explains that the gate they're about to enter is quite high-ranked and that he's looking forward to teaming up. Siongu accepts and thanks him, just as the rest of the squad shows up. Turns out, they're familiar faces to Lee Jongyun. Siongu introduces them as Choi Chol-yong and Lee Hang-soo, the very people who saved him when he first arrived in this timeline. Jongyun meets them properly for the first time and exchanges greetings. As they get ready for the gate, Jongyun looks around and realizes he doesn't recognize anyone here, which makes sense, considering Heimdall and the Lee Guild were erased from history along with the Demon King. Soon after, Siongu announces the start of the C-rank raid, and the team gets into position. Meanwhile, at the North Army Guild HQ, Vice Guild Master Choi Yang-soo is fuming. He confronts Gunther, furious that Siongu and Lee Jongyun haven't faced consequences, especially when the guild is trying to grow its reputation. But the other Vice Guild Master, Jongyun Chang, isn't as concerned with image. He thinks they should focus on fixing their own internal mess, since this isn't the first time something like this has happened due to poor discipline. Yang-soo isn't having it. He argues their members are blameless and lashes out, saying regular people are just parasites clinging to hunters. Why should they apologize to scum like that? He spits out. He calls for someone to knock Siongu down a peg, and that someone might be In Chang. In Chang, shocked by Yang-soo's words, finally snaps back, showing he's the only voice of reason in this mess. Yang-soo misreads it as a challenge and gets ready to fight. In Chang responds in kind, both men locked in a tense stare-down. But before things get physical, Gunther steps in and stops them, then sides with Yang-soo. He says Zhongyun needs to be punished for crossing them and hints he's planning something. The guild should bide their time and sharpen their skills, because failure won't be tolerated. In Chang is left stunned and silent, clearly doubting his place in the guild. Maybe he's backing the wrong side after all. Back at the raid, Songu's team is disarming traps and pressing ahead. Soon, monsters show up and the Li Guild jumps into action. Watching the skilled teamwork, Li Zhongyang is impressed by how much he's learning just by observing. The battle ends when Songu finishes it with a powerful slash, earning praise from Li Zhongyang for his technique. Li Zhongyang thanks Songu for accommodating his requests, though Songu already understands the real reason. His friend simply wanted to see him and his guild in action. Before anything else can be said, Choi Cholyong cuts in, saying that everyone wants to see what the super rookie is capable of. Li Zhongyang agrees, deciding there's no reason to hide his powers from Songu. As he prepares to fight a wave of orcs, he unleashes his authority over fire. Just witnessing this ability leaves Kilyong and Hongsu stunned. He's mastered a high-level skill and can activate it without even naming it. They're left in disbelief. Back in the fight, Li Zhongyang charges through the enemies, wielding a blazing shield and spear. Songu instantly understands. This isn't just a skill, it's an authority. As the boss falls, a message appears. The Goblin Mage gate has been cleared, but more notifications follow. He's gained a new sponsor, and his stats have increased. With the battle over, everyone exits the gate. Outside, Kilyong and Hongsu praise his strength, even saying he might already rival their guild leader. Tension brews, though, as some members call out Songu for not recruiting him earlier. Someone jokes not to mess with the bald guy, since he's already been turned down once. Songu grins and reminds them his offer still stands. He tells Li Zhongyang that his guild is strong and could help him grow further. He warns him, too, the path ahead will be dangerous, and having a powerful guild at his back will be critical. Li Zhongyang is taken aback, wondering if Songu somehow knows what he's aiming for. But he remembers that Heimdall, despite his fame, doesn't have the power of foresight. Still, Songu pushes forward. He warns that the North Army Guild won't ignore someone like him, but if he joins the Li Guild, they won't be able to touch him. Then he makes a bold move. He offers him the position of Vice Guild Master. The others are stunned, and even Li Zhongyang is completely thrown off. Though clearly moved, Li Zhongyang turns him down with a sorrowful expression, unable to meet Songu's eyes. But Songu brushes it off, saying he knows his friend is aiming for something much bigger. Just then, Li Zhongyang gets a message. It's from the association, requesting help soon. They need 100 hunters outside the North Army Guild. Songu guesses that with this kind of operation, more guilds than just the North Army must be involved. Li Zhongyang starts to suspect that Yang Zi may have already infiltrated the association and begun pulling strings from within. Meanwhile, that same night, Inong sits alone in his guild headquarters, overwhelmed with frustration. Slamming his fist on the table, he reflects on the past, thinking about when everything went wrong, specifically when his childhood friend Chui Yong-su and his brother Chui Yong-sung, also known as Ed Gunther, began to change. Yong-su, once rough but kind-hearted, now sees ordinary people as livestock. Gunther, even worse, views everyone but himself as beneath him. They've turned to murder, targeting Li Zhongyang simply for challenging the North Army Guild's oppressive ways. Though Inong believes the guild is beyond redemption, he can't bring himself to abandon his old friends. Just then, a mobilization alert interrupts his thoughts, forcing him to face a pivotal choice: loyalty or justice. But deep down, he's already made his decision. Later, in a deserted warehouse, Inong arranges a secret meeting with Li Zhongyang. When they meet, Li introduces himself, but Inong stays silent. What surprises him most is how fearless this rookie is. He came alone and without backup. Li confirms this, assuring there are no tricks. Without wasting time, Inong urges him not to answer the mobilization call. Li, puzzled, demands a reason. Inong explains, his guild is involved, and as a newcomer, Li might not know how vicious hunters can be, especially Gunther, who's infamous for his cruelty. Inong warns that crossing him, even casually, is dangerous. Li Zhongyang isn't having it. He pushes back, asking whether Inong expects him to sit out the raid just because someone might target him. He then questions if the North Army Guild is, in fact, a Chaos Guild, a group led by hunters who take orders from dark, malevolent deities that thrive on violence and massacre. Inong tries to deny it, but Li won't back down. If the guild wasn't truly corrupt, why would Inong bother warning him? Accused repeatedly, Inong finally loses his temper, He draws his weapon, furious at the disrespect shown to his guild. But Li Zhongyang, true to his nature, isn't intimidated. He arms himself as well, calling out the North Army Guild's decay and corruption, tracing it back to the moment Yongsu and Yongsung met that man, the one who changed everything. And that's the big question now. Who is that man? Tell me, so I can share it with my audience too. Inong is left stunned by what he just heard, and soon walks out of the warehouse, deep in thought. He reflects on how Li Zhongyang's abilities have grown at an alarming rate. Despite awakening only a month ago, he's already capable of matching an A-rank hunter like himself. Inong had believed he understood everything about Li Zhongyang, but now realizes the opposite may be true. Zhongyang seems to know more about him, even things related to that man. This unsettling thought leads Zhang Yinchang to mutter, "Who are you, Li Zhongyang? Guess I'll find out soon enough." This same man, known in the future as the Dragon Slayer, and more famously as Immortal Siegfried, earned his immortality from the sponsors after slaying the Demon King's avatar and the notorious Bone Dragon. Later, during the final war against the Demon King, he served under Chuyang Sung, aka Gunther, but was ultimately betrayed by his childhood friend Yangsu. Back in the present, Li Zhongyang is determined to recruit In Chang, not just because of his raw strength, because of the integrity he brings to the crumbling North Army Guild. The next day, Zhongyang sets out for another raid and successfully clears the land of the dead. However, his spear disintegrates in his hand after the battle. It's becoming a pattern. Ever since his authority increased, ordinary weapons can't withstand the strain of his power. Realizing he needs a new weapon before the next deployment, he decides to visit a blacksmith in the city. Stepping into the forge, Zhongyang is struck by how old-fashioned the place feels, like stepping into a medieval smithy. Inside, he finds a red-haired young man fully absorbed in his craft. The boy tells him to wait while he finishes his current work. Watching him shape the heated metal with precision and strength, Zhongyang is awestruck. He never imagined he'd meet this man in person, Park Jae-hyun, the one who, after becoming a hunter, took on the traits of a dwarf and would go on to become the most renowned blacksmith of all time, a legend in his field. After 4 hours, the young smith completes his piece and, drenched in sweat, turns to ask who Zhongyang is. Though caught off guard, Zhongyang gets straight to the point. He's here to commission a weapon. Curious, Park asks why someone would make such a request to an unknown blacksmith. What's even stranger is that Zhongyang wants to know if Park is the only one working in the forge. Zhongyang explains that he noticed a different hammer hanging on the wall, indicating someone else must work there too. Impressed by the hunter's sharp observation, Park admits there is indeed another blacksmith sharing the space, though there's nothing particularly notable about him. Park looks at Li Zhongyang, puzzled. "Why me?" he asks. In response, Zhongyang calmly explains that his sponsor pointed him toward Park. That alone stuns the young blacksmith. A sponsor gave you a direct order? Park finds it hard to believe. But Zhongyang knows that disbelief won't last long. After all, it's written clearly in the Demon King's autobiography. Park himself has felt the tug of a sponsor's will, so the idea isn't entirely foreign. As Zhongyang explains, Park Jae-hyun was once the one who forged weapons for the Demon King. But after the 12 heroes took sides, their alliance fell apart, and Park ended up supplying the heroes instead. Interestingly, the Demon King's memoir claims that if Park had stayed with him until the end, the course of history might have been different. After considering it all, Park admits there's no real reason to doubt Zhongyang. The nature of sponsors is bizarre enough. Still, he declines the request. Zhongyang, confused, asks why. Park explains it's not about the request itself. He's simply unsatisfied with the fire in his current workshop and hasn't taken on any commissions because of that. Hearing this, Zhongyang grins knowingly. "I figured," he says, and stretches out his hand. He claims he can provide the fire Park needs. Park is skeptical. A small spark flickers in Zhongyang's palm, hardly impressive to a seasoned blacksmith. He brushes it off, saying anyone could conjure that. But then, Zhongyang unleashes more power, and the flame surges into an intense blue blaze. Park is stunned. He demands to know how Zhongyang managed it, and gets the same answer. "I have the authority to rule over fire. It's an absolute rule." Now convinced, Park accepts the job. A week later, Zhongyang returns to pick up his weapon. What awaits him is a massive, ominous-looking spear radiating an overwhelming presence, fitting for someone with a connection to the Demon King. Even Zhongyang is taken aback by its power. Park then mentions he wasn't able to make the shield Zhongyang requested. He simply lacks the skills to craft it alone. But as for the spear, he poured everything into it, incorporating fire-based attributes as requested. Still, Park admits this is the limit of his current ability, though that limit is already far beyond what most hunters can ever hope to access. When Zhongyang checks the weapon status card, he discovers it's classified as a unique rank. Monsters inside gates typically drop gear between normal and rare ranks, and even the best blacksmiths rarely achieve super rare. A unique ranked weapon is nearly unheard of unless granted directly by a sponsor. What makes it even more valuable is its potential to evolve, meaning Zhongyang may never need another weapon again. Just as Li Zhongyang admires the powerful new spear, Park suddenly tells him it's not yet complete. The blacksmith explains that, compared to the flames Zhongyang created, the spear still falls short. Without his partner's help, it's not at the level it should be. He tells Zhongyang to bring the weapon back from time to time. He can continue upgrading it. Grateful, Zhongyang thanks him and bows, optimistic about working together in the future. Then Park notices something else, the soul-collecting avatar on Zhongyang's bracelet. Suspicious, he asks if that, too, came from Zhongyang's sponsor, remarking that the sponsor clearly isn't normal. He adds that the avatar gives off an ominous feeling and bluntly tells Zhongyang he's probably using it poorly. Zhongyang studies the bracelet, admitting he had already suspected as much. Park's words linger with him, and he concludes that he likely won't be able to summon the avatar until the gate mobilization ends. Still, he now has a weapon far beyond his expectations. As he pulls it from his inventory, he wonders if he really stands a chance in the coming battles. He knows that if In Chang eventually joins him, the odds will improve, but that alliance won't form overnight. According to the Demon King's autobiography, though, In Chang will eventually come around. With 2 weeks left before the gate opens, Zhongyang shifts focus. All that's left is for me to grow, he says. Right as a swarm of monsters charges at him, he throws himself into the fight. He knows monster hunting will make him stronger. The time is so limited, he won't even have time to sleep. 2 relentless weeks pass in the blink of an eye. At the North Army Guild headquarters, Gunther addresses his people. As a message appears, the ruler of Riverside pays attention to you. He declares the guild ready to rise. Today, he says, marks their launchpad to become a global name. To prove his strength, Gunther releases his magical energy. In Chang, sensing this surge, comments that Gunther has finally reached peak A rank. Choi Young-soo is equally impressed, noting that everything is unfolding just as that person planned. They've even reached the threshold to qualify as heroes. As Gunther's aura radiates, he shouts that the world will soon tremble before the North Army Guild. The crowd erupts in cheers, but there's something off. They're bathed in a blue glow, their expressions blank and mechanical, as if hollow inside. Despite the fanfare, Gunther's inner thoughts reveal his real goal, claiming the title of king. Shady as he may be, there's no denying he plays the villain well. Meanwhile, Kim is seen driving Li Zhongyang to his destination. During the ride, she turns and asks, does he really intend to go through with this? Kim warns Li Zhongyang one last time. She reminds him that this mission could cost him his life. The North Army Guild, she insists, is far worse than he realizes. She brings up a recent incident where an entire allied guild was wiped out during a raid with the North Army. No proof ties the massacre to them since it happened inside the gate. Everyone suspects the truth. Li Zhongyang doesn't hesitate. I'm sure they did it, he says coldly. That answer rattles Kim. She slams the brakes and screams in frustration. She can't believe he's still willing to go, especially when the association values him so highly. They'd let him walk away from this with no consequences. She pleads with him, desperately urging him to choose life over whatever cause he's chasing. Li Zhongyang, smiling sadly, tells her he understands the value of life. He didn't sign up on a whim. He has a plan to teach those responsible the worth of a human life. Their conversation ends, and they reach the gate's staging area, where other hunters are already assembled and cameras from the press are pointed in every direction, hungry for headlines. Among the crowd, Li Zhongyang spots Siongu. Surprised, he walks over and asks why he's here when the League Guild was denied participation in the raid. Siongu answers simply, he's declared the North Army an enemy and Li Zhongyang a friend, so there's no way he can sit this one out. Then, Gunther appears, flashing Siongu a sinister grin before walking away. Siongu tries to stop Li Zhongyang, warning him again. Gunther may be listed as a B rank, but in truth, he's far stronger, an A rank at least. But Li Zhongyang already knows this. There's nothing more to say. All Siongu can do is sit and watch. He takes a seat, saying, I'll wait here. I want to keep watching you grow. To Li Zhongyang, this feels unnecessary. He asks why Siongu would bother. Siongu answers with a grin, because if you don't come out, I won't let the North Army Guild live. Even Li Zhongyang is stunned. Who threatens to take down an entire guild alone? You're insane, he mutters. But somewhere in that madness, he sees something admirable. Then comes the announcement. The raid is about to begin. Hunters are told to run their final checks and prepare to enter. Li Zhongyang nods to Siongu and moves into the crowd. As he joins the other hunters entering the gate, one thought echoes in his mind. He's read about this moment before. The Lin River Gate, where Gunther became a hero and where countless hunters lost their lives. But this time, things will be different. He vows to change the outcome. This time, the glory will be mine. And with that, they step through the gate, and something immediately goes wrong. A strange beam of light shoots toward the gate, and Gunther reacts with the most wicked grin imaginable. It's starting, he says. Right after, a notification appears. The gate's magical value is shifting due to a special trait. Panic erupts among the hunters. Clearly, no one warned them about this. The guy monitoring the gate's energy shouts that the difficulty level just jumped from B class to B+. I'm not too familiar with these rankings, so it doesn't sound like much to me, but the hunters know better, and they're terrified. Li Zhongyang, however, looks completely at ease, as if he saw it coming. Suddenly, new alerts show up in rapid succession. The gate's special feature is now active. The exit seals off, changing color exactly as the message warned. This sends the hunters into a deeper panic. They realize they might be trapped inside. Then more announcements come. Countless incarnations have converged. A sponsor is watching. Magical density is rising. The hunters suddenly feel a massive power surge and comment that their bodies feel like they're on fire. But it keeps escalating. More incarnations enter, the sponsor's interest grows, and the energy surges again. The man reading the energy levels nearly collapses. His device now shows a sudden spike. It's an A-class gate. He delivers the news in a broken voice. The hunters freeze. A-class gates can't be cleared without a hero hunter, and now many of them sink into despair, knowing they might not make it out alive. Still, Li Zhongyang doesn't flinch. He remarks coldly that this reaction is normal. The place is about to become their grave, and he's not wrong. He also notices Gunther, Yangsu, and Inchang remaining unnervingly calm. That confirms his suspicion. They knew this would happen. No surprise, since this entire scenario was built for them. A final message announces the wave is about to begin. Gunther steps forward, telling everyone to relax. He pretends to share their shock, claiming the sudden jump in difficulty rattled him too. A total lie. He goes on about how gates are unpredictable and dangerous, but urges them not to give in to fear. They must survive, he says, and proclaims that he, Choyang's son of the North Army Guild, will help clear the gate. Then a foreboding alert appears. Ruler of the Riverside is attempting to dominate the Riverside. Just like before at Guild HQ, the hunters begin glowing blue. Their eyes go dull, but they still gather behind Gunther's hollow speech. They agree. Survival is their top priority, and they need to prepare for the attack. All of this is revealed to be the effect of Gunther's power, rule over Riverside. Gunther's power becomes 3 times more effective near a river, boosting both his ability to lead and to sway people. It also subtly influences his followers to obey, though not always. However, something he didn't foresee disrupts this. The Sky of Apocalypse blocks his influence. As a result, everyone falls under his spell, except Li Zhongyang, who remains unaffected. It's his first time witnessing such an ability, and he's stunned at how one man can manipulate so many people at once. Up on their mount, Gunther and his inner circle overlook the chaos. Yang Tzu turns to his brother, asking if they should get ready to fight too. Gunther tells him no. A mysterious figure aiding him has warned that the gate's wave will drag on for a long time, so the North Army Guild must conserve their strength. Even Yang Tzu is thrown off by this cold strategy. Gunther then makes it clear they'll stick to the plan. Let the Morans, who volunteered for this raid, take the losses. Yang Tzu suspects his brother might be planning to let them all die. But that's not quite it. Gunther intends for a few to survive so they can spread word of what happened later. He drills in the command again. The North Army Guild must hold back, unless ordered otherwise. Ruthless doesn't even begin to cover it. Yang Tzu still isn't sold. He argues that the others will catch on if the North Army stays away from the front lines. Gunther already thought of that. He'll send weaker fighters to the front to make it look legit. The whole scheme makes Yang Tzu uneasy. Then Gunther spots Li Zhongyang watching him intently. Locking eyes, he gets the sense that Li has already figured him out. That makes him a problem. Gunther calls over Inchang, his loyal follower. He hasn't shared his full plan with Inchang due to the man's kind heart, but Inchang's unwavering loyalty and strength make him useful. Gunther orders him to watch Li Zhongyang. and if he gets a chance, to kill him. Inchang is shocked, but Gunther insists it's for the good of the guild, eventually winning him over. Soon, the wave begins. Hunters brace themselves as strange fish-like creatures, Merman, emerge from the river. Everyone relaxes, believing these low-ranked monsters will be easy to defeat. They rush in, overconfident, but Li Zhongyang is alarmed. He warns that even weak monsters can be dangerous, especially near a river, which clearly matters here. He's proven right when the Mermen suddenly unleash high-pressure blasts of water from their mouths, wounding the fighters up front. Li Zhongyang tells his team to move the injured to safety and hold formation. He doesn't jump in just yet. He needs to understand the situation better. But then something unexpected happens. Gunther commands his troops to charge and wipe out the enemy. Li Zhongyang is caught off guard. They're already using guild members? So much for the strategy guide. The North Army surges forward with other hunters rallying behind. But even though their enemies are just low-level mermen, the hunters quickly start getting overwhelmed. A single hit leaves them seriously injured. From a distance, Li Zhongyang watches and begins to understand Gunther's game. He's throwing in his weakest fighters first to build confidence in the others, using them as bait. Still, to Li Zhongyang, it's a better setup than he anticipated. He arms himself and gets ready to enter the fray. Inchang notices him and starts thinking about their last talk. He agrees. North Army is corrupt, and if this keeps up, the casualties will pile up. But then he remembers Gunther's command and begins to second-guess himself, thinking maybe there's a deeper plan. Before he can finish the thought, a sudden commotion interrupts him. Everyone watches in disbelief as Li Zhongyang finally joins the fight, unleashing a brutal onslaught using his fire-based power. Mermen fall by the dozens, and his presence brings a wave of relief to the struggling hunters. Despite not being famous yet, his skills amaze everyone watching. Even Inchang is stunned, admitting that just 10 days ago, they were equals. But now Li Zhongyang has far surpassed him. Soon, system messages appear announcing the temporary end of the wave. While some sponsors bless their hunters and others support the enemy, Li Zhongyang receives a special notification. The Sky of Apocalypse is extremely pleased with your performance. His stats triple, he gains several levels, and he earns the title Merman Hunter. But that's not all. More sponsors are now interested in him. The Guardian of the Long Lance and the Symbol of the Spherical show their support, while the King of the Drenched declares his opposition. Li Zhongyang, surprised and excited, wonders if he could gain multiple sponsors like the legendary heroes did. But the Sky of Apocalypse isn't about to let that happen. Annoyed that others were trying to take his prize, he basically tells the sponsors to back off. They do so immediately, leaving Li Zhongyang disappointed and crushed. But then, the other hunters rush over, curious about who he is, which guild he's from, and where he came from. Li Zhongyang keeps his identity secret for now, and tells them it's not over yet. There are still many waves to go. He warns everyone to stay sharp, since this is an A-rank gate, and survival depends on staying alert. The hunters take his words seriously and use the break to recover before the next fight. As they head back to their squads, Li Zhongyang glances at Gunther, who's glaring at him with rage. Smirking, Li Zhongyang thinks to himself that he saw this coming. Gunther was clearly trying to play hero by swooping in at a key moment to win over the hunters, but Li won't let that happen. He plans to destroy Gunther's schemes and slowly turn the hunters to his side. He then checks his status window and is pleased to see he's hit level 24. He's confident that by the time this gate is done, he'll hit level 30 and secure a strong foundation for future growth. He also sees this as his chance to earn the hunters' loyalty. Soon after, the waves resume, and they manage to clear the fourth one, but not without losses. Li Zhongyang and the others look worn out, and 4 hunters have died. The mood turns grim as doubt creeps in about whether any of them will survive this. Li Zhongyang is angry. He wanted everyone to make it out alive, though he knows that's unlikely. He turns his anger toward Gunther and his guild, demanding to know why the North Army Guild hasn't been pulling its weight. He accuses them of staying safe in the rear while others risk their lives, hoarding their energy. His words strike a chord, and other hunters start to speak up too, noting that not a single North Army member has died or even been injured. Li Zhongyang tells Gunther to get serious or stop hiding while others bleed. Gunther seethes, his plans unraveling. He had hoped to use expendable members to clear the waves quietly, but now even his own guildmates suspect the truth and grow uneasy. Enraged, he thinks, this chance was supposed to be mine, but now this bastard is stealing it. Still, he decides to wait it out, believing there's still a gap in strength between him and Li Zhongyang. He bets on Li exhausting himself from leading the charge. Then, the fifth wave kicks off. But this time, something different happens. A massive water golem, the mid-boss, emerges, leaving the hunters unsure how to face such a daunting enemy. Suddenly, the massive water golem launches a powerful water cannon, forcing Li Zhongyang to shout for everyone to dodge. They narrowly escape, but the impact leaves a huge crater, stunning the hunters with the monster's destructive strength. Panic starts to set in. Despite this, the group tries to retaliate. Archers fire arrows, and melee fighters rush in, but nothing works. The golem just absorbs their attacks like nothing happened, making everyone question how they're supposed to beat something like this. That's when Li Zhongyang steps up. With his spear and a commanding presence, he jumps straight at the creature and lands a hit right to its face, finally drawing blood, or at least damaging it. The other hunters are shocked. They've all failed to scratch the thing, but this man lands a clean hit. Their curiosity about him deepens. Li Zhongyang calmly explains the trick. The gate is overflowing with magical energy, and everyone should stop holding back. Instead, they need to channel that power through their weapons. One archer, skeptical at first, since this technique should be impossible for lower-ranked hunters, gives it a try, and to her surprise, it works. Her arrow deals damage. Encouraged, the hunters regain their fighting spirit and charge in again. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang keeps an eye on the damage. It's building up, but he knows these minor hits won't be enough to take down a monster of this rank. That's when he reveals his trump card. His spear begins absorbing his flame magic as he prepares for a final strike. He explains the only way to truly kill the golem is to destroy its magical core, but he has to wait for the right moment. The opportunity comes when the water golem begins charging another cannon blast. While the others scramble to avoid it, Li Zhongyang sees the core exposed and seizes the moment. This is it, he thinks, the opening he's been waiting for. He hurls his spear with everything he's got, and in seconds, it slams into the golem's chest and shatters the core. Victory. As the monster crumbles, a flood of system messages pops up. The mid-boss has been defeated. Sponsors are watching him, some clearly impressed. All eyes are now on his specific incarnation. Then, with a swift motion, he summons his spear back into his hand. It arcs back to him like a boomerang. I had no idea the guy had psychic powers. Turns out, it's not exactly that. He explains it's an ability called Return, which his spear, Muspel's spear, gained as it leveled up. He casually notes how useful it is, while the other hunters stare, stunned as the battle wraps up. One of them suddenly connects the dots. There's been chatter in the news about a mysterious hunter using a spear and shield, someone people are calling the Super Rookie. Now it's clear, that's the man standing before them. The crowd goes wild, some saying Li Zhongyang has to be at least A rank, others going so far as to suggest he's already at hero level. Relief spreads through the group. They believe this guy might just be their ticket out of this nightmare alive. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang is still sorting through a flood of messages. He finds out he's leveled up again, received rewards for defeating the water golem, including a water gem, and unlocked the title, One Who Defeated the Water Golem. On top of that, the Apocalypse Sky itself smiles upon him, impressed with his performance, and boosts his stats even more. But that's not the end of it. Other sponsors start showing interest in him, which gets him excited. Maybe he could get multiple sponsors, like the top heroes. But just like last time, the Apocalypse Sky throws a fit and scares the others away. A little jealous, maybe? Furious, Li Zhongyang mutters that he'd ditch the Sky as his sponsor in a heartbeat, if it weren't for the insane powers tied to his unique player trait. Still, he remembers that the Demon King also rejected multiple sponsors and managed to grow unimaginably strong anyway. He finds himself admiring the Demon King even more now. Yeah, get a room. Elsewhere, Gunther watches Li Zhongyang, barely holding it together. He can't understand how the guy got this strong so quickly. He had pegged him as a solid B tier at best, but what he's seeing now is clearly A-rank material. Fuming, he calls out Li Zhongyang's name in frustration, like that'll change anything. Just then, Inong walks up behind him and says they have to act. The earlier incident wasn't in the plan, and he refuses to just sit and watch while people keep dying. Gunther turns around, furious that his own subordinate is challenging him, but Inong won't back down. He says that when a plan falls apart, you make a new one, and it's time to give up. Gunther knows exactly what that really means. Inong wants him to stop trying to kill Li Zhongyang. That suggestion enrages him. He snaps back, saying it's nonsense. He's not going to lose to some rookie. He built the North Army from the ground up and plans to become one of the world's pillars. He's not backing down. With that, he summons his weapon and orders his guild to go all out and clear the gate. His commanding presence rallies his followers, and as they charge forward, Gunther shouts that a king's pride does not waver. For someone pretending to be royalty, using a cheap tactic like that isn't exactly kingly. But Gunther's smugness vanishes the moment he turns and notices something shocking. Inong has walked away, leaving his helmet behind. A flashback reveals the meaning behind that gesture. Gunther had given that helmet to Inong when he appointed him vice guild leader, thinking Inchang's gentle face wouldn't command respect. That helmet became a symbol of his loyalty. Now, Gunther seethes at the thought of his dog biting the hand that fed him, and he crushes the helmet beneath his boot. He looks back to the battlefield, only to see his soldiers charging straight into their doom. The North Army Guild hunters, eager to show off their might, finally get their moment and dive into the fray, mowing down the Merman and bragging about their strength. But when held up against Li Zhongyang's performance, their flashy entrance looks like child's play. The rookie is leagues above them, and it shows. What once looked powerful now just seems like sparks compared to fireworks. The other hunters, on the other hand, are just relieved to have Li Zhongyang on their side, convinced they'll cruise through this wave too. Meanwhile, Zhongyang continues his rampage, and another message pings. He's leveled up again. He cracks a small smile and explains that while it may look like he's burning through stamina, he's actually regaining it and getting stronger thanks to the constant level-ups. Suddenly, a Merman tries to sneak attack him from behind, but a voice warns him just in time, letting him kill the enemy with ease. A white-haired girl steps forward and tells him to watch his back. She looks familiar. Zhongyang replies with a snarky remark and then reveals the twist. This isn't just some random girl. It's Zhang Enchan, the notorious A-rank hunter. Or rather, it's her. Still, after that jab, he puts distance between them and dives back into the fight. Enchan watches him go, a little disheartened, thinking she's let him down. But she can't afford to wallow. She steels herself and declares she'll do her part. She rushes into the battlefield, determined to prove her resolve, to show that leaving the North Army wasn't in vain and that she still wants to protect lives. Eventually, the 9th wave ends, but it's a brutal victory. The battlefield is filled with injured and dying, hunters begging for potions or healers while holding their fallen friends. Even Zhongyang, hardened as he is shaken by the carnage. He mutters that it's hell out there. Of the 100+ who entered, less than half made it through. Enchan comes up behind him and asks if he's okay. He tells her he's fine, but before anything else can be said, some North Army members show up and start hurling insults at her, calling her a traitor and scum, warning her not to count on surviving the raid. Bold talk from background characters. Enchan's expression falls. Zhongyang is caught off guard by how cruelly they treat her, even though she used to be their vice guild leader. The guild, notorious for lacking any moral compass and often resorting to murder, always saw Enchan and her strong sense of justice as a nuisance. As the most despicable members take their leave, Li Zhongyang turns to Enchan and asks if she regrets standing with him, now that she's completely turned her back on the North Army and her childhood friends. But Enchan insists this is exactly why she left. Her deep bond with them makes it unbearable to watch them stray further down the wrong path. Li Zhongyang warns that Gunther will inevitably act, but Enchan says she's already accepted whatever comes. Suddenly, a message flashes. The final wave is starting, and the boss of Lin River Gate, known as the River Worm, has arrived. Finally, a challenge worth their strength. The ground starts to tremble as every hunter stares anxiously toward the river. Then they see it, a colossal figure rising from the water. It's so enormous they think the river itself is rising, but it's actually the River Worm, a massive creature shaped like a worm. As the towering beast looms over the hunters with its overwhelming presence, fear grips the group. They're frozen. No one can speak, let alone move. Even Li Zhongyang is shaken by the size and aura of the monster. But Enchan, standing at his side, reveals that the North Army Guild, specifically their leader, Yongsong, probably has a method to defeat it. Li Zhongyang is surprised, and Enchan elaborates. The person secretly helping Gunther has likely given him some tool or weapon to handle this exact situation. That means Gunther is ready for this fight. However, before they take on the River Worm, the North Army has another goal: eliminate the remaining hunters to make sure no one interferes with Gunther's solo clear of the gate. Enchan and Li Zhongyang turn to face the incoming North Army forces, led by Yongsong. Enchan tells him to prepare for battle. As the two factions square off, the other hunters look on in disbelief, confused by the sudden clash during such a critical moment. Some question whether the hunters are really going to fight each other now. Enchan addresses them directly, saying the North Army plans to use everyone as pawns and intends to kill anyone outside their own guild to claim full credit for clearing the gate. She declares that she, Zhang, and Enshin, former guild master of the North Army, are proof of this betrayal. If the others don't believe her, they're welcome to watch from the sidelines. But once she and Li Zhongyang fall, they'll be next. Her calm intensity in the face of danger impresses Li Zhongyang. This, he thinks, is the strength of the Dragon Slayer, someone who only grows stronger when faced with crisis. With that, Enchan takes her stance, ready for combat. Inspired by her courage, the other hunters decide to join her. If they're doomed anyway, they might as well fight back. As the others begin powering up, Gunther watches with a smug grin, dismissing their efforts as pointless. He insists that their interference won't change anything. The North Army Guild's plan will proceed regardless. Then, in a sudden move, Gunther brandishes his weapon and calls out the river worm's name, seemingly giving it a command. The beast responds by sucking up river water, then spraying it into the air, drenching the battlefield in a downpour. A flashy move, like something out of a circus act. Li Zhongyang grows suspicious. He realizes Gunther is reshaping the battlefield to his advantage. Locking eyes with his opponent, he acknowledges Gunther's potential, calling him a future hero born from this gate raid, the War King. But despite not resting all day, Li Zhongyang decides there's no other choice. He has to go all in with a full-speed frontal assault. As he charges, Gunther meets his strike and parries, but something is off. Li Zhongyang's fire-based power is harming Gunther without direct hits. Realizing this, Li Zhongyang grins and unleashes a storm of attacks. Gunther is forced on the defensive, barely managing to block before being launched backward by a powerful strike. Shaken and confused, Gunther mutters in disbelief. His powers should be amplified near the river, yet he's being overpowered. Li Zhongyang replies that when he first entered the gate, he was indeed weaker. Gunther, bewildered, demands to know if some sponsor gave him a sudden power-up. But Li Zhongyang rejects that idea, mocking Gunther for hiding behind his men while he gained real strength fighting monsters head-on. Gunther struggles to grasp what he's hearing, but Li Zhongyang brushes it off, saying there's no point explaining, it changes nothing. Gunther will fall here. With resolve, Li Zhongyang prepares another charge, but Gunther, realizing a straight fight won't end well, summons the river worm to shield him. The creature quickly positions itself in front of Gunther. He laughs, accusing Li Zhongyang of getting cocky just because of a sponsor's help. But he too, Gunther says, has received power, far greater from someone truly exceptional. He vows to show Li Zhongyang just what that power means. The worm strikes, catching Li Zhongyang off guard. He observes how it defends Gunther almost like a parent protecting its young. Why he knows this much about worm behavior is anyone's guess, but apparently he does. So think whatever you want to. Just as the worm closes in on Gunther, Li Zhongyang spots the perfect opening. Without hesitation, he springs into action, striking with blinding speed and catching Gunther completely off guard. Meanwhile, amid the chaos of the battlefield, Yin Chong and Yang Tzu are locked in a fierce duel. Neither holds anything back, each intent on killing the other. As their blows collide and dust rises, Yang Tzu uses the cover to close the distance between them. He offers Yin Chong a chance to beg for forgiveness, promising to spare her life if she does. He taunts her, questioning if she truly believes Li Zhongyang can defeat Gunther, and declares that the North Army Guild will surely emerge victorious in this battle. But Yin Chong refuses to yield. She fires back, asking what happened to him and his brother. Had they forgotten the oath they all once made to defend humanity together? Their emotions spill into every strike as they clash relentlessly, giving no quarter. Elsewhere, the river worm stands motionless, its eyes glowing blue. Gunther and Li Zhongyang are nowhere to be seen, and that's because Li Zhongyang, in a desperate move, had forced both himself and Gunther into the worm's stomach. Gunther, sweating and stunned, calls him insane, but Li Zhongyang calmly reveals that he was counting on this. He explains that when river worms protect their offspring, which Gunther was mistaken for, they swallow them, and that the inside of any worm is dry. Somehow, Li Zhongyang seems to know a lot about worms, though it's never explained why. Li Zhongyang plunges his spear into the worm's inner flesh and unleashes his flames. He explains that within the worm's body, Gunther's power from his sponsor, the ruler of Riverside, would weaken, while his own flame abilities would strengthen dramatically. Messages begin popping up. Muspel's spear absorbs the flame, gaining fire resistance and a boost in attack power. The worm starts burning from the inside out, writhing in agony as flames burst from its mouth and body. Hunters on the surface stop fighting, stunned by the spectacle. Inside the burning worm, Gunther finds himself trapped, surrounded by fire, and spirals into despair. He had seen himself as a king, destined for greatness, yet here he was, defeated by a single man. In a final rage, he launches at Li Zhongyang, demanding to know who he really is. Li Zhongyang stands firm and finishes it, driving his spear through Gunther and setting him ablaze within the flaming worm. As the battle ends, Li Zhongyang barely has time to catch his breath when his soul-collecting avatar activates. A message reveals that the avatar has absorbed the soul of a hero, Gunther's soul, and his bracelet begins to glow. It confirms what Li Zhongyang had suspected. The avatar doesn't collect monster souls, but human ones, specifically the souls of powerful heroes. More messages flash. The ruler of Riverside has fallen, and all their support has ceased. Li Zhongyang is stunned. Had a sponsor actually died, and at his hands? In the Demon King's book, it was said sponsors couldn't die. Suddenly, a black portal tears open, and an eerie crow with blood-red eyes emerges. To his shock, the crow speaks, reminding Li Zhongyang that he never answered Gunther's last question. This forces Li Zhongyang into deep reflection. It hits him. This is the first time he's killed a hunter, not a monster. He realizes he's walking the path of a demon king, not a peacemaker, and that simply choosing this path isn't enough. It's then that he fully commits to his new resolve. To change the world, Li Zhongyang declares he'll bear any sin or shame, even surpassing the Demon King if needed. He boldly proclaims himself the demon god to the crow, earning the sky's grim approval and the crow's satisfaction. Before flying off, the crow promises they'll meet again. Zhongyang instructs it to report everything back to its master. Meanwhile, the river worm, leader of Lin River Gate, falls. This triggers a flood of system messages. Zhongyang gains the highest contribution, the essence of water, achievements for defeating the river worm and conquering the river, and a level up as his scorched body hits the ground. With the monster slain, all the hunters watch tensely to see who survives. Out of the mist, Li Zhongyang appears victorious, causing an uproar of admiration among the hunters. But not everyone celebrates. From a distance, Yin Shang shouts his name, enraged because Kui Yangsu, Yin's brother, wasn't the one to claim victory. Yangsu, furious, charges at Zhongyang to avenge his brother. Striking hard, Yangsu accuses Zhongyang of ruining everything they fought for. His blows are so fierce that Zhongyang struggles to keep up, but when Yangsu overextends, Zhongyang counters, slamming him in the stomach with his shield and hurling him into a cliff wall. Despite the beating, Yangsu gets back up, but Zhongyang doesn't give him the chance to attack again. He swiftly closes the distance and levels his spear at Yangsu's head, forcing him to realize his helplessness. Zhongyang then speaks, condemning Yangsu and his brother for using their powers to exploit the innocent, a betrayal of a hunter's true purpose. Though furious, Yangsu cannot move under threat of death. Refusing to spill more blood, Zhongyang spares him, telling him to live a life of repentance. But as Zhongyang turns his back, Yangsu seizes the chance, summoning his weapon to strike him from behind. At the last moment, Inong intervenes, slicing Yangsu down with her sword. As Yangsu lies dying, betrayed by someone he once called a friend, he tries to speak but collapses, his soul devoured by the soul-collecting skeleton. Li Zhongyang checks on Inong, who is overwhelmed with guilt, blaming herself for not stopping the brothers sooner. He tries to console her, insisting she's not like them, but she refuses to believe it. Inong declares she will abandon her sword forever and live a life of repentance for the sins of the North Army Guild, before walking away. Zhongyang watches her go, troubled, but deep down he's sure that someone destined to become the great hero, Siegfried, won't fall so easily. He firmly declares that he won't let such a thing happen. Yet for now, all he can do is stand by and observe. With the chaos behind them, the remaining hunters head toward the exit of the demonic gate, where they're greeted by a swarm of reporters and flashing cameras. Association bodyguards keep the reporters at bay, and confusion quickly spreads when it's clear that neither Gunther nor Yang Tzu are among the hunters. The reporters also notice that the North Army Guild members are lingering quietly in the back, making it obvious that the man standing front and center must have played a key role in the raid. His face and name are unfamiliar, setting the stage for a major news story. The crowd erupts with questions about what happened inside the gate and the identity of the one who led the survivors. At last, recognition comes. Suddenly, Siongu appears behind Li Zhongyang and places a hand on his shoulder, introducing him as the mysterious C-rank super rookie. The reporters go wild. Not only is this the rookie's debut, but he's also someone personally known by the famous Li Guild leader. Siongu continues, reminding everyone that the hunters have just survived a nightmarish gate and deserve time to rest. He calls for applause in honor of those who made it back, and remembrance for those who didn't. His words trigger a heartfelt round of applause, lifting the hunters' spirits slightly. Still, the reality is grim. Of the 110 who entered, only 39 survived. The weight of it all settles on Li Zhongyang's face, darkening his expression. Elsewhere, the Black Crow, Li Zhongyang encountered inside the gate, reappears on Earth, flying back to its master, a man with an eye patch, who warmly welcomes it back, calling it Huijin, a rather odd name. The crow reports everything it witnessed, that Li Zhongyang knew the river worm was manipulated, was aware of the plot to frame Gunther as a hero, and that he possesses a rare ability to grow stronger by slaying monsters, even calling himself the demon god. Hearing this, the man with the eye patch decides he must personally meet the survivors of the Lin River Gate and orders his assistant to arrange it. He also issues a chilling new command. The North Army Guild must be wiped out, using the media to do so. Later, Nishan visits the deserted North Army Guild headquarters, feeling a flood of memories and sorrow at how empty it has become. She laments that she's tired of being a hunter. Former guild members approach her, insisting she has done nothing wrong, and bow before her, pleading with her not to quit. One man, speaking as a father, says he's ready to atone for their crimes. But Inong refuses, saying it's her duty alone as the last remaining captain to shoulder the consequences. However, they reveal a devastating truth she never knew. They confess they are murderers. The revelation leaves Inong stunned. Meanwhile, Siongu meets Li Zhongyang over sodas. Siongu, feeling uneasy, asks if he was wrong to reveal Li Zhongyang's identity to the reporters after the raid. Li Zhongyang assures him that is not the case. Li Zhongyang reassures Siongu that revealing his identity to the media wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it helped boost his fame. Since that day, Li Zhongyang has become an overnight sensation. After all, it's almost unheard of for a rookie to survive a gate that escalated from B rank to A rank, making him the headline of every news outlet. Word spreads quickly about the C-rank hunter who seemingly leaped to A-rank status, and the public hails him as an underdog hero. However, Siongu feels the title of underdog doesn't suit Li Zhongyang, who he believes lacks the true connection to the people such a title deserves. Still, Li Zhongyang isn't offended and simply acknowledges that being factionless makes it hard to fit traditional labels. Relieved that he hadn't caused trouble for his friend, Siongu relaxes until the atmosphere turns heavy. Li Zhongyang prepares to share his next move and asks how Siongu knew about his intentions. Siongu, confused, asks for clarification, and Li Zhongyang presses further. How did Siongu know he would use the concept of hero making? In this era, people believe heroes are created by sponsors, luck, or fate, but Li Zhongyang, coming from the future, knows otherwise. Hearing this, Siongu is stunned. "You're saying you can create heroes?" he asks, though Li Zhongyang sees through the feigned ignorance. He reveals that Siongu is already aware because he's a member of Asgard, a secret organization. At the mention of Asgard, Songu's rage ignites. His body shines with a golden aura. The pressure's so intense, it makes nearby swings creak ominously. Even Mr. Eyepatch, elsewhere, senses the surge of power and feels something intriguing is unfolding. Li Zhongyang is startled by the overwhelming force Siongu unleashes but stays composed. Siongu calms himself and demands to know how Li Zhongyang is aware of Asgard. Li Zhongyang explains that Siongu was already part of it when they first met, and questions why he acted like he didn't know about Li Zhongyang's true nature. Siongu admits he had suspicions. Li Zhongyang's unnatural growth and foresight were too strange to ignore. Still, it was Li Zhongyang who deliberately let himself be discovered. When Siongu struggles to guess why, Li Zhongyang reveals his ambition. He aims to join Asgard. Siongu is left speechless as Li Zhongyang smiles, fully aware that the real battle is just beginning. Later that night, Li Zhongyang calls Inchon out for a meeting. Once they meet, he wastes no time and immediately asks her to join his side. Inchon hesitates, saying she no longer has any value after the fall of the North Army Guild, a family she lost along with her sense of purpose. She admits she doesn't think she's capable of anything great anymore. But Li Zhongyang cuts her off, insisting she still has value, knowing what her future holds. His words only anger Inchon, who begins trembling with frustration. She lashes out, accusing him of acting like he already knows everything. Inchon ends up admitting that Li Zhongyang was right all along. She calls the North Army Guild nothing but a pile of trash, and herself just another piece of it. Though harsh, it carries a painful truth. Li Zhongyang can't help but wonder what could have happened in such a short time to change her outlook so drastically. When he asks, Incheon finally opens up. She explains that the reality inside the guild was far darker than she had ever realized. Members had been following orders to murder countless civilians, powerless people caught in their way. The revelation unsettles Lee Jong-yeon, while Incheon slumps to the ground, clearly shaken. She recalls how the guild had once tried to frame him by threatening innocent civilians, but it turns out it didn't end there. They were also quietly killing off ordinary people involved in such setups. She remarks bitterly that to Guildmaster Choi Young-sun, ordinary lives were no more valuable than insects. Lee Jong-yeon already suspected the guild's corruption, but hearing it laid out like this leaves him deeply uneasy. Realizing how much this truth is breaking her spirit, Lee Jong-yeon understands he needs to act fast if he doesn't want to lose Incheon, who is supposed to become the future Dragon Slayer. He quickly hatches a plan and challenges her. What will you do if you see this happen again? He reminds her that hunters, blessed with unnatural powers, appeared alongside the monster-infested gates, leaving ordinary people helpless. If such atrocities could happen inside a minor guild like North Army, then they must be happening everywhere. Will she turn her back on the others too? Incheon, who had been drowning in despair, slowly stands up, a flicker of determination reappearing in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Lee Jong-yeon tells her he intends to fight against these injustices to prevent anyone else from suffering like she has. Yet Incheon remains skeptical. Even if Lee Jong-yeon has proven himself strong and admirable, she doubts he understands just how much hidden power controls the world. She warns him about the terrifying strength of Mr. Eyepatch, saying that compared to him, most hunters are as insignificant as insects. Then she asks, does he truly believe he can fight against such overwhelming forces? Realizing the gravity of the moment, Lee Jong-yeon decides to reveal his greatest secret. He tells her that he's from the future. Incheon is left stunned, but Lee Jong-yeon presses on without missing a beat. He warns her that a great catastrophe is coming, one that will kill countless people and shatter the world as they know it. When that happens, he insists, the strength of North Army Guild's former Vice Guild leader, her strength, will be vital. Before leaving, he reminds her that the association will soon call them together again, asking her to meet him there and to think carefully about everything they had discussed until then. After parting ways, they both head home. The next morning, Lee Jong-yeon watches the news and sees that all the crimes committed by the North Army Guild have been exposed, and the report is surprisingly thorough. It makes him wonder if the report had been prepared in advance to dispose of expendable pawns once they outlived their usefulness. As he sits, absorbed by the news, something unusual happens. His soul-collecting skeleton starts glowing. The avatar has finally been activated, ready to be born for real. Fired up, Lee Jong-yeon watches eagerly. The bracelet had absorbed the souls of Gunther and Yongsu, along with the water golem's gem and the river worm's water essence. A message appears, prompting Lee Jong-yeon to summon his avatar by name. Excited, he calls out Yeonmu, and a floating skull materializes before him. The skull, Yeonmu, greets him, asking if he was summoned. But instead of excitement, Lee Jong-yeon feels a pang of disappointment. He expected something grander, like a bone dragon, and wonders if something is wrong, while Yeonmu senses his master's unease. Later, Lee Jong-yeon trains, trying to master his magic. The Demon King's autobiography explains that magic is like the atmosphere itself, and many heroes have struggled to fully tap into it, seeking the mana stream's full potential. However, Lee Jong-yeon hasn't yet figured out how to do that. He notes that the Demon King's method is difficult to replicate due to the vague instructions. Meanwhile, a massive catastrophe is approaching, one that will downgrade today's A-rank hunters to mere C+ rank, and Lee Jong-yeon knows he needs to become much stronger to survive, though progress has been slow. Suddenly, he gets a text from Kim, who's waiting outside to take him to the association. Excited, Lee Jong-yeon makes a dramatic JoJo-style face, thrilled at the idea of finally meeting. He quickly gets ready and heads down, where Kim drives him toward the association headquarters. On the way, she teases him, saying she's never seen him this nervous, not even when facing death at the Lin River Gate, and jokes that maybe he isn't human after all. However, seeing him like this changes her perception of him a bit. After all, meeting the president of Korea's top association is a big deal. Kim reassures him, guessing the meeting is probably to praise the Lin River Gate survivors, not to punish them. But Lee Jong-yeon knows better. Over 50 people died in that incident, including the leaders of the North Army Guild. He's convinced this isn't a simple awards ceremony, it's an unofficial interrogation. Hearing this, Kim apologizes for underestimating the situation, and they continue their drive. During the ride, Lee Jong-yeon recalls his last conversation with Siongu. Siongu, known by his hero name Himdall, one of the 12 heroes, had told him that joining Asgard wasn't a decision Lee Jong-yeon could make lightly. Asgard, though originally created to serve humanity, had long since fallen from its ideals. Even when the Demon King first met Siongu, he was already against Asgard, but had no way out. The Demon King had once joined Asgard briefly, only to leave alongside Himdall. Inspired by this, Lee Jong-yeon's plan is to infiltrate the secret organization earlier than the Demon King had, use their resources to grow stronger, and abandon them once they were no longer useful. Eventually, he arrives at the association headquarters and steps into the president's office. And to his shock, the president turns out to be Mr. Eyepatch, the man behind the North Army Guild's atrocities, frequently mentioned in the Demon King's diary, John Q-jin. John Q-jin is a force to be reckoned with, and even now, Lee Jong-yeon doubts he could defeat him. After exchanging greetings and shaking hands, John Q-jin drops the facade and demands to know who Lee Jong-yeon really is, wearing a sinister expression. He makes it clear there's no need for pretense. He admits to being the one who empowered the North Army Guild. Lee Jong-yeon, remembering a warning from his book about Odin being a complete liar, remains calm, which slightly disappoints Jin. Reviewing Lee Jong-yeon's records, John Q-jin marvels at his abnormal growth. From a C-rank hunter who single-handedly wiped out a goblin gate to an A-rank hunter who conquered the Lin River Gate in just 2 months. But then, he demands an explanation. Why did Lee Jong-yeon kill Gunther? Jin reveals he had been grooming Gunther as a tool and is furious at having lost him. Lee Jong-yeon guesses that Jin must have been watching through his crow, but he calmly states that he only eliminated a hostile hunter, asking if that was a problem. Naturally, it was. Gunther was a valuable pawn. Deciding not to waste time, Lee Jong-yeon boldly declares his wish to join Asgard. This catches John Q-jin off guard. Intrigued, Jin asks if Lee truly understands what Asgard is. Lee Jong-yeon answers confidently, Asgard was formed by the first hunters to save humanity, and John Q-jin, Odin, is its leader. He reiterates his desire to join. John Q-jin's interest deepens. According to the Demon King's memoir, Jin's benevolent image was a facade. In reality, he was cruel, petty, and merciless. But he had one fatal flaw, an insatiable curiosity. He would even lie down beside enemies if it meant satisfying his thirst for knowledge. Laughing loudly, Jin demands to know how Lee Jong-yeon is aware of so much, about Hyujin, about the controlled riverworm, and about everything else. How could he possibly know? Seeing Jin so thrilled, Lee Jong-yeon realizes his dangerous gamble has worked. Just like the book said, John Q-jin's endless curiosity has trapped him, leaving him unable to refuse Lee Jong-yeon's offer. But that wasn't everything. What really boosted Lee Jong-yeon's chances was that John Q-jin's Eye of Truth didn't work on him. Because of this, Odin's curiosity grew sharply. At the same time, the Sky of Apocalypse, displeased by someone meddling with its player, issued a warning to John Q-jin's sponsor. Even so, John Q-jin decided Lee Jong-yeon could join Asgard, though he warned that it wouldn't be easy. Jong-yeon would first have to pass a series of tests, a role initially meant for Gunther after his rise to hero status. If Jong-yeon succeeded, he'd be accepted as a full member. However, there was a catch. A mental seal would be placed on him to ensure he couldn't reveal anything about Asgard or their conversation. Without hesitation, the seal was applied. Afterward, Lee Jong-yeon left the office and went to a nearby coffee shop to collect his thoughts. There, he realized something shocking. The Sky of Apocalypse had not only blocked Odin's influence, but had also neutralized the mental seal, and Odin hadn't even noticed. This made Jong-yeon wonder if his sponsor could completely fend off mental attacks. While reflecting on this, Inong appeared, and they chatted. Lee asked if the president had requested anything strange. Inong said he hadn't, only that he had expressed regret over what happened to the North Army Guild. She admitted she was furious with herself for not confronting John Q-jin about his betrayal. Jong-yeon then revealed that the president had originally intended to deal with her too, since she knew the truth about him. But for some reason, he had spared her. Inong confessed she didn't understand why, considering someone like the president could easily frame an innocent person. Jong-yeon explained the reason. She wasn't valuable to him. Whether she lived or died, she posed no threat. That was why she was still alive. He added that the destruction of the North Army Guild was meant as a warning to the other guilds under the president's influence. Hearing this, Inong broke down in tears, realizing how powerless she truly was. But Jongyun urged her to join him, promising they could change the world together, that she had nothing left to lose. Blushing, Inong agreed to his offer. Later that night, they met at their usual abandoned factory. Inong asked about their next move. Jongyun brought up her sponsorship in the Lin River Gate and asked what reward she had gotten. In response, she pulled out an orb, a dragon bloodstone, gifted by her sponsor, Prince Charming. Jongyun was thrilled. Things were unfolding exactly as he hoped. The dragon bloodstone was incredibly rare, mentioned only 3 times in the Demon King's diary, and it was key to making Siegfried immortal. Unexpectedly, Inong offered the stone to Jongyun. Surprised, he asked if she understood how valuable it was. She shyly admitted she didn't fully grasp its worth, but insisted he take it. Reluctantly, but with excitement, he accepted. He warned her that giving away a sponsored item could seriously hurt her future prospects, but she simply said it was a gift to someone who had trusted and acknowledged her strength. Lee Jongyun accepts Inong's generous gift, though he can't help but think it's a reckless move on her part. It leaves him a bit baffled. Maybe Inong isn't the type he imagined, but rather a whole new level of naive. Still, she's cute, so he lets it slide. Watching this, the Sky of Apocalypse grins at his sponsor. With their meeting wrapped up, Jongyun decides to visit Park Jaehyun. After a quick greeting, Jaehyun asks why Jongyun has come. Before answering, Jongyun uses his status bar to scan the weapons in Jaehyun's workshop and is amazed at their quality, even though Jaehyun claims they're still unfinished. Although the fire hazards in his workshop have lessened thanks to Jongyun, getting good materials remains a major hurdle. Jongyun understands. Even a master blacksmith is limited without quality resources, and before the cataclysm, good materials are scarce. Jongyun then reveals the real reason for his visit. He pulls out the dragon bloodstone Inong gave him. As the stone gleams, Jaehyun's eyes widen, and he soon erupts, slamming the table and demanding to know what in the world it is. He's never seen anything like it, and the shock leaves him practically speechless. Of course, Jongyun reminds him it's not a gift. Jaehyun sarcastically remarks that only a world-class fool would give something so rare as a gift, a jab that feels justified. Ignoring the drama, Jongyun asks to borrow Jaehyun's hammer. Jaehyun senses what he's about to do, but lets him proceed. Jongyun places the dragon bloodstone on the anvil, lifts the hammer high, and adds extra force using his authority. Alarmed, Jaehyun yells at him to stop, but Jongyun doesn't listen and smashes the stone in 2. Jaehyun is so stunned it's as if his soul has left his body, though his impressive abs stay intact. Jongyun quickly explains that, according to the Demon King's book, dragon bloodstones regenerate when they absorb enough blood, meaning they can be duplicated, a true game changer. He then instructs Jaehyun to embed one half into his Muspel spear without altering it, and to set the other half into a greatsword that resembles Siegfried's legendary weapon. Jaehyun, eager to work with such a rare material and learn this trick, agrees to do it for free. Later, at a gate, Lee Jongyun and Inong are seen hunting monsters together. Their newly upgraded weapons work flawlessly, absorbing the blood of the orcs they slay and beginning to regenerate. Inong, wielding her greatsword, remarks how natural it feels in her hands despite never using one before, a testament to Jaehyun's craftsmanship. Jongyun asks about the regeneration progress of her bloodstone, and she proudly reports it's already at 2%. Lee Jongyun starts thinking that the stronger the monsters they defeat, the faster the bloodstone regenerates. Meanwhile, Inong is still amazed at how the bloodstone can keep duplicating, and she remarks that giving it to Lee Jongyun was definitely the right decision. As they share this small, heartwarming moment, they're suddenly interrupted by the heavy footsteps of a giant orc, the ogre warrior, the boss of the gate. Without hesitation, the monster attacks. Lee Jongyun barely manages to dodge, but when he looks around, he realizes Inong isn't next to him. He calls out for her, and as the dust clears, he sees Inong holding off the attack by herself. Not only does she block it, but she parries the blow and sends the ogre warrior stumbling back, surprising even the boss with her strength. Of course, it's no wonder. Siegfried's great sword once fended off a dragon's assaults. Inong presses the attack, slashing at the monster relentlessly. She finishes it off with a powerful overhead strike that splits the ogre warrior cleanly in 2. With the raid over, the two of them exit the gate to rest. Lee Jongyun comments on how comforting it is to have someone like her around, making Inong blush hard. Still, He reminds her that in just 2 days, they have somewhere they must be, and time is tight. He suggests they spend the next 2 days hunting non-stop to improve their coordination, their best shot at surviving what's ahead. In Chang readily agrees. Inside, Lee Jong-yeon feels even more resolved to face Odin's test. The night before the big day, Lee Jong-yeon lies awake in his room, deep in thought about everything that's coming. He feels they've done all they could with the little time they had, but one thing nags at him. In Chang hasn't yet earned her Siegfried title. Maybe he's being too hopeful, expecting her to achieve it so soon. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. When he answers, he finds Siongu standing there. They sit down, and Siongu gets straight to the point. He urges Lee Jong-yeon not to go tomorrow. The danger, he says, is far greater than anything they faced at the Lin River Gate. Lee Jong-yeon senses Siongu's sincerity, but Siongu isn't done yet. He says he's thought carefully about Lee Jong-yeon, about his knowledge of Asgard, his reasons for wanting to join, and his true ambitions, but in the end, none of it matters. "I trust you," Siongu says. This leaves Lee Jong-yeon confused. How could someone he barely knows trust him so deeply? But even Siongu admits he doesn't know. He's just following his instincts. Still, he repeats his warning, "Don't go." He explains that Odin is already interested in Lee Jong-yeon, and that even without taking the test, he'll eventually be accepted into Asgard. Siongu then asks if Lee Jong-yeon has claimed an alias yet, warning that without one, he won't survive. Despite this, Lee Jong-yeon refuses to back down. He thanks Siongu for worrying about him, but tells him that it is unnecessary. Lee Jong-yeon boldly declares, "No matter what, I'll come back alive. I still have too much left to do." His confidence is sky high. Finally, the crucial day arrives. Lee Jong-yeon and Incheon, dressed sharply in black suits, show up at what appears to be an airport. There, Kim welcomes them and leads them toward their destination. Jong-yeon congratulates Kim on her promotion, but she quickly credits him, explaining that his success has led to her being rewarded as his handler. She also shares her excitement as Jong-yeon's selection for an international expedition means she now oversees a hunter representing their entire nation. Bowing deeply, she wishes them a safe return before leaving. Even Incheon is impressed, casually calling Jong-yeon a cool guy, although the awkward translation of guy leaves the narrator both confused and amused. The two make their way to the London Gate, where an official instructs them to enter. Upon doing so, they immediately arrive in London, greeted by the event hosts. It's revealed that Lee Jong-yeon speaks fluent English, surprising Incheon and making him seem even more dependable. However, Jong-yeon's skill stems from a grim reality. In the future, those who can't speak English aren't even seen as human, making learning it a necessity. The hosts escort them to their lodgings and mention a party being thrown for the hunters involved in the expedition, encouraging Korea's representatives to attend. That evening, they go to the event. While there, Incheon voices her frustration at not understanding English, curious about what people are murmuring about them. Jong-yeon bluntly explains, while some comments are welcoming, others are flat-out racist. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A hulking man, built like a silverback gorilla, barges into the room, immediately putting everyone on edge. He glares at the Korean hunters and asks if these two are the ones he'd heard about. Expecting someone like Shinmu to show up, he's baffled by the sight of Lee Jong-yeon and Incheon and quickly starts insulting them. The sheer size and presence of the man leave both hunters momentarily stunned. Caught off guard, Lee Jong-yeon reflects that, like Asgard, there are secret organizations hidden around the world, constantly clashing over control of gates. Though they were originally formed to protect humanity, they've mostly devolved into power struggles. In this round of the Battle of Heroes, Gunther was supposed to participate after winning the Lin River Gate title, but because Jong-yeon disrupted the timeline, he ended up here instead. Yet even Gunther wasn't as intimidating as this giant, making Jong-yeon wonder how much he's changed history. Back at the party, the giant grows more aggressive toward Jong-yeon, but a sharply dressed man steps in to de-escalate things. Extending his hand, the man introduces himself politely and apologizes for his companion's behavior. His name, George, also known as Odysseus. Hearing the name, Lee Jong-yeon can barely hide his shock. "This is Odysseus?" He wonders to himself, half in disbelief. "I'm not sure if he's human, but he's definitely a man." The clash between Incheon and Demetrius erupts into a fierce contest of strength. Watching from the sidelines, George is left in disbelief, stunned that Incheon is actually holding her ground against the strongest hunter. On the battlefield, Demetrius eventually overpowers her, throwing Incheon aside. As she gets up, she realizes her hand has been broken during their brief struggle. Meanwhile, Demetrius is ecstatic, laughing heartily and remarking that there's another fighter even more promising than the underdog. He expresses eagerness to meet the Korean hunters again. George apologizes for the unexpected turn of events and promises a more formal meeting later. With that, the two leaders withdraw. Afterwards, Lee Jongyong notices Inchong struggling and checks on her. Though she insists she's fine, she's forced to drink a potion to recover and questions if they really have to fight someone like Demetrius. Lee Jongyong, his face shadowed, confirms it grimly. Deep down, he knows they can't win through normal methods. According to ancient records, Hercules was a near-invincible being, but even he had a fatal weakness. Days pass, and daily gatherings are held for secret organizations to assess each other's power, but Lee Jongyong and Inchong skip these events. Instead, they continue clearing raids, even while abroad. During one such raid, a suited man guides them to a gate, praising their persistence, but warning them to conserve energy for future battles. Ignoring his advice, they proceed inside. Once within the overtried gate, Lee Jongyong reminds Inchong of their plan: continued defensive training, just like back in Korea. He knows he wouldn't survive even a single hit from Hercules, no matter how strong he is, which makes Inchong's role critical. He heads deeper into the dungeon, leaving Inchong behind to wait. Alone, Inchong reflects on how she used to be consumed by guilt, but now feels more at peace, receiving encouraging messages from her sponsor rather than scolding ones, a change she credits entirely to Lee Jongyong. Lee Jongyong soon returns, but he's being chased by a mob of ogres, including a massive twin-headed ogre leading the charge. Panicking, Inchong and Lee Jongyong initially start running away, but Lee Jongyong quickly instructs Inchong not to dodge them. She must endure their attacks. Trusting him, Inchong steels herself and charges head-on into the approaching ogres. Lee Jongyong summons his avatar, Yeonmu, tasking him with protecting Inchong and providing potions if needed. With Inchong holding off the monsters, Lee Jongyong can finally focus on his real mission, finding the hidden artifact that will give him the power to defeat Hercules. As the leader of the gang, Lee Jongyong unleashes havoc among the other ogres, asserting his dominance. Amid the chaos and fire, he finally discovers what he was searching for, a hidden entity that appears in B-rank ogre tribe gates. This secret is a terrifying ogre so fearsome that even hero-ranked hunters shy away from it. It has the uncanny ability to shrug off fire-based authority effortlessly. Even though it can't use magic, its brutal nature and abilities earned it the title Red-Eyed Ogre Mage in the future. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Siongu storms into the president's office, slamming the door open and immediately shouting at Jang Hyo-jin, questioning his actions. The president's assistant tries to intervene, but Jang Hyo-jin dismisses him, opting for a private conversation. Once alone, Jang Hyo-jin drops his formal mask, demanding to know what Siongu thinks he's doing. Instead of answering, Siongu counters with a question. "Did you know all along?" Jang Hyo-jin pretends ignorance, but Siongu presses harder, prompting the president to sigh and erect a barrier around them for privacy. Jang Hyo-jin accuses Siongu of breaking protocol, but Siongu fires back, accusing him of abandoning humanity's founding principles. This angers Jang Hyo-jin, who demands to know if Siongu is trying to lecture him, the leader of Asgard. Siongu clarifies that lecturing him would be pointless since he doubts Hyojin would change. His blunt words push Jang Hyo-jin to the brink of violence, but Siongu cools him off with a single name, Hercules. Hyojin, confused, demands clarification. Siongu explains that Hercules has entered the ongoing battle of great warriors. This shocks Hyojin, who had believed Asgard was guaranteed victory and hadn't heard about Hercules' involvement. Realizing this was news even to Hyojin, Siongu grasps that the situation is far worse than he assumed. He had thought Lee Jong-hyun was sent into the battle knowing Hercules would be there, but it turns out even Jang Hyojin had been in the dark. Determined, Siongu pushes harder, asking if Jang Hyojin is willing to let Lee Jong-hyun die. He volunteers to intervene and fight the enemy himself, but Hyojin reassures him that he doesn't intend to let Lee die. Although not part of the original plan, Hyojin reveals that a mental restriction has been placed on Lee Jong-hyun, which would immediately alert him if Lee was in danger. Moreover, he declares that Olympus's betrayal gives Asgard the perfect excuse for war. Siongu is startled by Hyojin's calmness and starts to suspect that perhaps the president foresaw this turn of events. Although he thinks placing a restriction on Lee wasn't the smartest move, it might end up saving him. Yet, deep down, Siongu senses that something is terribly wrong, and he's right. Unknown to Odin and Heimdall, the mental restriction on Lee Jong-hyun had already been broken by the Sky of Apocalypse. Meanwhile, back inside the gate, The red-eyed ogre mage roams through the blazing battlefield, scanning the area with fierce, searching eyes. Lee Jonghyun hides behind some rocks, thinking his plan to lure his enemy with fire was a smart move. Soon, he spots a shiny red orb, the real reason he came here. He explains that this stone is what allowed the ogre to evolve into an ogre mage and believes it'll be critical in his upcoming fight against Hercules. But before he can catch his breath, the ogre mage sneaks up behind him, glaring with rage. In that instant, Lee Jonghyun realizes he made a huge mistake. He quickly uses a smokescreen to escape, but the ogre mage soon closes the distance. With no other option, Lee Jonghyun prepares to fight, even though he'd hoped to avoid a battle to save his strength for Hercules. The ogre mage charges up and throws a heavy punch, while Lee Jonghyun grabs his spear and charges too. Just before they clash, a system message pops up. The gate has been cleared. Lucky for him, the ogre mage fades away into a blue ghost and disappears. Lee Jonghyun breathes a sigh of relief, realizing how badly things could have gone. Injuries at this point could have been devastating, especially since potions might not have healed him properly. Thankfully, Inong took down the boss in time. Meanwhile, back in London, celebrations are still going on. Hercules and Odysseus are chatting. Hercules notes that the Korean hunters have been missing since the first day, and Odysseus guesses they're making their own preparations. Hercules, restless, asks if he can at least hit a gate to blow off some steam, but Odysseus refuses, not wanting more trouble. He also reveals that Hercules defied Olympus's orders by coming here. Hercules argues that he was forced to throw a match he could have easily won, something he, as a warrior, couldn't accept. Because of this, Theseus, who was supposed to be Odysseus's partner, ended up hospitalized, hidden away by Odysseus. For now, they've avoided consequences, but Odysseus warns that someone from Olympus is likely on their way to punish them both. Still, Hercules promises to protect his friend, no matter what. He then mentions Lee Jonghyun and Inong, saying they seem capable, rare praise from him. Odysseus feels something major is brewing. The next morning at the hotel, Lee Jonghyun and Inong are resting in their room. Inong offers to join Lee Jonghyun on another hunt, but he tells her to stay back and recover after yesterday's fight. Though she grumbles and blames him, she admits she gained a valuable new trait that boosts her physical endurance and resistance. Lee Jonghyun teases her, jokingly suggesting they could spar again. Have a ham. What? Hearing that, Inong grows flustered and pretends to be busy, but her awkward behavior only deepens Lee Jonghyun's suspicions about what happened the previous night. He laughs it off, saying he was only joking, then tells Inong to rest for the day while he heads out alone. She reluctantly agrees, warning him to call her if anything comes up. Lee Jonghyun heads into the city and finds himself at Alchemy Street, searching for someone specific. With no clear way to find them, he decides to track the strongest source of magic power, leading him straight to the right shop. Inside, he's greeted by an orange-haired girl who feels oddly familiar. Seeing her, Lee Jonghyun smiles, sensing he's in the right place. The shopkeeper eagerly asks if he's come all the way from Korea for some rare potion or a weapon of mass destruction. But Lee Jonghyun catches her off guard by asking if she's Park Yoo-jin. Hearing her name from a stranger leaves the girl stunned. She becomes suspicious, thinking his arrival is bad luck, just as she's setting up her business. Lee Jonghyun casually responds, revealing that she's the younger sister of Brock, or Park Jae-hyun, Korea's greatest blacksmith. Yoo-jin is not only a top-tier blacksmith herself, but also an outstanding alchemist, later earning the nickname Hellface Dust. Lee Jonghyun requests her to modify his weapon, and a week later, Yoo-jin finishes the job. He wanted the red stone he found at the Ogre Tribe gate melted down and used to enhance Muspel's spear. However, Yoo-jin grows even more suspicious after handling the materials. She grumbles that she left her useless brother behind in Korea and came to London for better resources, yet she's never encountered anything like the red stone. Not even Olympus possesses materials of this quality. She questions who Lee Jonghyun really is. He suggests she return to Korea, promising there will be plenty of valuable materials for her there. Yoo-jin is confused by this offer. In Lee Jonghyun's mind, he knows that uniting the ruins will unlock even greater power. Still skeptical, Yoo-jin accuses him of arrogance, doubting he could really obtain materials that Olympus couldn't. Yet his confidence sparks her curiosity. Soon, the day of the big raid arrives. Hunters from across the world gather as the gate opens. Inong asks if they'll have to fight everyone, but Lee Jonghyun explains that not everyone aims to win through violence. Clearing the gate quickly is another way to succeed. Inong feels a little better, hoping there won't be pointless bloodshed, though Lee Jonghyun knows the world isn't as kind as she is. Suddenly, Hercules and Odysseus appear, throwing the crowd into chaos. Everyone freezes in fear at Hercules' overwhelming presence. Annoyed by the staring, Hercules starts to lash out, but Odysseus calms him and cleverly redirects his anger toward Lee Jong-hyun, who's been watching them. Spotting the look in Lee Jong-hyun's eyes, Hercules gets excited, sensing a real challenge ahead. After exchanging brief words, Lee Jong-hyun heads into the gate. Before stepping in, he quietly orders In-chang to run the moment they get inside, catching her off guard. Despite her confusion, they move forward, and the instant they enter, a massive explosion erupts. In-shang, managing to avoid any immediate harm, remembers Lee Jong-hyun's orders and bolts from the scene at full speed. However, she halts when she spots a dying hunter nearby. Unable to abandon him, she tries to save him with a potion, but it's too late. The man has already passed away. Before she can gather herself, a sudden attack flies at her. She barely manages to block it, though the impact leaves her hands shaking. Her attacker is none other than Hercules, who, impressed by her strength, grins and declares he's glad he joined this raid. Chaos erupts as the battle between them begins. Hercules throws a massive punch, and though In-shang narrowly dodges, she glances back to see that his attack has completely devastated the terrain behind her. But Hercules isn't done. He keeps up the pressure, mocking her as he strikes again. This time, In-shang holds firm, blocking the blow with her great sword, a testament to the brutal training she endured. Gritting her teeth, she thinks, "Now it's my turn," and prepares to counterattack. However, Hercules, seeing her resolve, decides she's earned something rare, one of his true techniques. He powers up, ready to unleash Savage Beast. Yet before he can finish, a fireball strikes him squarely. In-shang, stunned, turns to see who saved her. It's Lee Jong-hyun, who rushes over and urges her to retreat. Without hesitation, they flee together, leaving Hercules standing amid the smoke, unharmed but clearly frustrated. Later, hiding out, In-shang and Lee Jong-hyun go over everything that happened. In-shang describes the explosion when they first entered the gate and the many hunters who died instantly. Confused and overwhelmed, she asks what's really going on. Lee Jong-hyun explains it wasn't Hercules who caused the explosion. Instead, a group of hunters tried to ambush Hercules as he entered, hoping to eliminate the strongest threat early, but they failed miserably, triggering Hercules' fury and a bloodbath. Anticipating this chaos, Lee Jong-hyun had ordered In-shang to run. Even so, a third of the hunters are already dead. In-shang, reflecting on how close she came to death against Hercules, asks about their next move. Lee Jong-hyun says for now, they'll focus on surviving the A-rank gate. As they ready themselves, a pack of Katahdin lions, A-rank monsters, appears behind them. Smirking, Lee Jong-hyun notes, "Demetres isn't our only enemy after all." After wiping out the beasts, he sends Yunmu to scout the area, confirming no other hunters are nearby. Meanwhile, In-shang takes it upon herself to bury the monster corpses, leaving Lee Jong-hyun wondering if she's just odd or downright crazy. With that done, In-shang asks again about their strategy. She recalls that there are two ways to win: clearing the gate or eliminating other hunters. Lee Jong-hyun hesitates. The gate boss might be too much for the two of them alone, yet Hercules would be an even greater threat. Still, there's no hesitation in his final answer. He already has a plan. They'll take down both. In-shang is left speechless by Lee Jong-hyun's bold plan, but before she can respond, Yunmu appears with new information. He reports that 3 hunters with skull tattoos are nearby, the same ones responsible for ambushing Hercules. Lee Jong-hyun warns In-shang to get ready for a fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hercules and Odysseus have already captured these 3 tattooed hunters while tracking Lee Jong-hyun's trail. Odysseus explains that they're members of Borgen, a corrupt North African group involved in drugs, child trafficking, and other crimes. They were the ones who foolishly tried to ambush Hercules. Hearing this, Hercules flies into a rage. Though the men beg for mercy, Hercules says he doesn't hate those who do whatever it takes to win. He even respects it. However, they broke the unspoken rules, and for that, they have to pay. Without hesitation, Hercules crushes them with a single punch, telling them to follow the rules properly in their next life. His sponsor approves the action, and Hercules watches the scene without a flicker of remorse. George, his companion, complains about Hercules' hypocrisy, pointing out that he himself broke the rules by nearly killing Theseus and defying Olympus. But Hercules brushes off the criticism, switching the topic to how excited he is to meet Lee Jong-hyun. Just then, a group of hunters surround them, glaring with deadly intent. Believing these men are allies of the ones he just killed, Hercules eagerly prepares for another fight. He releases a wave of killing intent, grinning, and charges in. In a blink, The area is left littered with mutilated corpses. George watches the carnage unfold and criticizes Hercules for his brutal methods, suggesting he at least use a weapon. But Hercules refuses. He believes the thrill of combat must be felt with his bare hands, something George, as he puts it, would never understand. Though Hercules might seem like a mindless brute, it's made clear he's a battle-hungry warrior who loses all reason once the blood starts spilling. Still not satisfied, Hercules now wants to find Li Zhongyang, which worries George. The inevitable clash between Hercules and the underdog looms closer. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang and Inong are making their way toward the boss's location. Sensing a surge of magic power, they're suddenly approached by Yunmu, who reports hunters nearby. But there's no bloodlust, so Li Zhongyang assumes they're not enemies. They approach the hunters, who greet them warmly and say they've been waiting for the Korean hunters. Li Zhongyang, confused, listens as one of them confirms he was sent by Asgard. After some discussion among themselves, one hunter named Inev steps forward and introduces himself as a member of Nihil, a shadowy global organization much like Asgard and Olympus. Inev explains that Nihil's task is to support Li Zhongyang and Inshang's victory, revealing that the Great War's outcome had been prearranged in Asgard's favor. Although Hercules' arrival has complicated things, Nihil's hunters are there to ensure Li Zhongyang wins. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang finally understands how Guiyongsheng had managed to win the previous war. Inev offers their help in defeating the gate's boss, acknowledging that the two Koreans alone might not be enough. However, Li Zhongyang has a different plan in mind. Li Zhongyang declares boldly, "I will defeat Demetres," leaving everyone around him stunned. To simply defeating the boss would make him look like nothing more than a puppet for Odin. While the others are left reeling, Inchang, clueless about the situation, asks him to explain. Li Zhongyuan tells her that Asgard's higher-ups had rigged things for their victory, but his decision to take on Hercules wasn't part of their plan, leaving everyone speechless. Worried she might oppose him too, Li Zhongyuan is relieved when Inchang readily agrees to stand by his side, smiling warmly at him. Seeing her smile makes Li Zhongyuan blush, but their brief moment of unity is shattered as the other hunters begin to back out, unwilling to risk facing the strongest hunter in the world. Even the hunters from Nihil abandon them, ridiculing Li Zhongyuan's supposed foolishness. Still, Li Zhongyuan shrugs it off and, alongside Inchang, heads toward their first target, the boss of the Catalian Mountain Gate. Later, one of Inev's teammates questions him about what he thinks will happen. Inev admits it will be difficult, but says Li Zhongyuan's strength is on another level, comparing him to the leaders of underground organizations. His teammate is stunned, and Inev explains that they held back to assess Li Zhongyuan's true abilities firsthand. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyuan and Inchang finally arrive at their destination and face the Catalian boss. The beast immediately releases a powerful aura, temporarily weakening them. However, Li Zhongyuan quickly resists the pressure, restoring his stats to normal and even unlocking a new achievement. With no time to waste, the battle begins. Li Zhongyuan charges the boss at high speed, instructing Inchang to attack from the right while he covers the left. Yunmu guards their flanks. Inchang is the first to land an attack, but the Catalian easily dodges and slaps her aside, a humiliating blow. Li Zhongyuan follows up by igniting the monster with his fire authority, but it barely leaves a mark. The Catalian shrugs off the flames and counters, though Yunmu quickly helps Li Zhongyuan retreat to safety. Regrouping, both Li Zhongyuan and Inchang are already breathing heavily. He reminds her not to overextend herself. Their goal is to push the boss into its second phase by the time Demetres arrives. But when will that be? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hercules is wreaking havoc. Dead hunters litter the ground, and his fists are soaked in blood. In his relentless pursuit of Li Zhongyuan, he's been ambushed repeatedly by groups of hunters, which only fuels his rage. George, watching the destruction, isn't too concerned. Hercules will soon face the fight he's been craving, but something more dangerous brews. Hercules' eyes glow blood red as he snaps at George to be quiet. George realizes Hercules is starting to lose himself to bloodlust, a side effect of his overwhelming strength. The more he kills, the deeper he falls into his killing frenzy, a closely guarded secret even Olympus doesn't fully know, not even Odin. Despite George's concern, Hercules manages to calm down after George talks to him. When asked if he can still control himself, Hercules assures him he's made progress and won't lose himself again like before. Out of nowhere, the intense energy from the fight between the Korean hunters and the boss reaches Hercules and George. Feeling the surge of power, Hercules gets excited, asking if it's finally time for the main event. George, trusting one of the world's few S-class hunters, agrees they should move out, though he didn't have much of a choice. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the boss abruptly stops moving, signaling that the Korean hunters have succeeded in pushing it into its second phase. But it's far from over. As the boss transforms, it releases a wave of demonic energy and calls upon its minions. A swarm of monster lions quickly appears to back it up. The Nile hunters, observing from a safe distance, are amazed that only 2 hunters managed to trigger the boss's evolution. However, something feels off. Enev notes that normally, when a gate boss freezes up, hunters should attack aggressively to maximize damage, yet the Korean hunters have suddenly pulled back. Elsewhere, Lee Jong-yeon informs Incheon that they've succeeded just in time, pointing out the arrival of their ally. At that moment, Hercules bursts onto the scene, with George close behind. A monster lion tries to ambush Hercules, but he swats it away effortlessly with one punch, reducing it to pieces. Afterward, Hercules targets Lee Jong-yeon, but Lee has no intention of fighting. As Demetrius and Incheon arrive, Lee flees, angering Hercules, who immediately chases after him. The boss, surprisingly, also pursues, but it turns out both Hercules and the boss are singularly focused on Lee Jong-yeon and his group. Incheon questions the plan, but Lee explains it. Since they've been the ones hurting the boss, it's only natural that the boss is now obsessed with them, not Demetrius. The boss, though fearsome, is rapidly burning through its energy by spewing demonic power. All they need to do is buy time until it exhausts itself. The problem is how to keep it going. As they run, Lee Jong-yeon leads both Hercules and the boss straight into a cluster of hunters. The hunters, caught off guard, get dragged into the fight. With the boss now blinded by rage and Hercules lost in bloodlust, chaos erupts. Hercules even laughs maniacally amid the carnage. Thanks to the diversion, Lee Jong-yeon and his group manage to slip away, retreating to a cliff to regroup. But they know it's only a matter of time before they're found. Preparing for his last move, Lee Jong-yeon pulls out a glass vial filled with a special potion. As he coats his spear with it, Inchang asks what he's doing. Lee reveals that it's his secret weapon, crafted from a red magic crystal prepared by Park Yu-jin. As the potion soaks in, Muspel's spear radiates a brilliant light, and a notification appears, announcing a temporary boost to the weapon's stats. But that's not all. It turns out that the Dragon Bloodstone is encased within the red magic stone. At this point, even Lee Jong-yeon doesn't fully grasp the consequences of his actions, but his gamble pays off once again. He's got some serious plot armor. As Muspel's spear starts to glow ominously, Yunin Chang points out how dangerously powerful it looks. Still, it's their best shot at defeating Hercules. Without hesitating, Lee Jong-yeon takes aim. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Catalion and Hercules are locked in a brutal clash. Suddenly, the monster unleashes a powerful blast, but Hercules counters with one of his strongest moves, the roar of the beast of prey. His counterattack not only neutralizes Catalion's blast, but even inflicts damage. Sensing that Hercules is momentarily vulnerable, Lee Jong-yeon decides it's the perfect time to strike. At the same time, Hercules brags about his strength and skills. However, while he's busy taunting, he senses something incoming. Although he realizes the danger, it's too late for him to dodge. The spear hurtles toward him, but George jumps in at the last second, using his sword to deflect the spear. It's a reminder of why George insisted Hercules should carry a weapon. Honestly, solid advice. After deflecting the attack, George notes that Lee Jong-yeon's spear looked different this time and packed enough power to rival Hercules' roar. Hercules, however, refuses to admit that it was anything impressive. In his eyes, Lee Jong-yeon has gone from being a worthy opponent to an annoying pest. He orders his partner to deal with Jong-yeon while he goes off to hunt the real threat, the boss monster. As soon as Hercules leaves, George grins and turns around, his aura flaring up. He declares that they've underestimated him, just as Yunin Chang steps forward, ready to battle. They immediately clash, with In Chang swinging her sword while George dodges effortlessly. In response, Yu launches a series of rapid attacks, but George evades or blocks them all, keeping his distance. In Chang then begins to gather ki for a powerful strike. Thinking she's still inexperienced, George prepares to end the fight quickly. He declares it's over, only to be caught off guard when Yunmu suddenly appears and fires a blast at him. Barely avoiding it, George is left vulnerable, allowing In Chang to launch her strike. When the dust settles, George emerges nearly unharmed. Curious, he wonders why the flying skull aimed at the ground instead of exploiting an opening. As he examines the sticky, sweet-smelling fluid left behind, realization dawns. In Chang and Yunmu sprayed him with monster pheromone, a potion designed to attract mob monsters. Within seconds, he's surrounded by a swarm of lion minions. Even a seasoned fighter like George, also known as Odysseus, hadn't anticipated this move. "It got me," he admits. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-yun watches from the sidelines, trapped in his own dilemma. He sees Hercules battling the Catalian solo and matching it blow for blow. What's more, the beast has entered its second demonic stage, unleashing its full strength. Lee Jong-yun wonders if it's even possible to beat a monster in this terrifying state. He can hardly believe it, yet it feels like he's witnessing it firsthand. He marvels at the sheer strength Hercules must possess to pull off such a crazy feat. Just then, Inong appears behind him, signaling that their plan is underway and Odysseus has been securely restrained for now. She confirms it, mentioning that Yeonmu's help was crucial. Still, Lee Jong-yong reminds her they need to act fast before Odysseus returns, or their odds of winning will drop. She agrees without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hercules is having the time of his life battling a top-ranked boss. As the fight drags on, his bloodlust grows stronger. Suddenly, his eyes start to change mid-battle, something Lee Jong-yong has been waiting for. Taking it as his cue, he notes that although Hercules seems in control, his mind will soon crack, and Berserker Hercules will fall. Lee Jong-yong orders Inong to go after the Catalian according to their plan, while he personally heads to face Demetrius. His goal isn't to beat Hercules outright, but simply to land one clean strike during the escape. With that, he sends Inong off. Back in the arena, Hercules knocks the Catalian flying with a punch, taunting it for being weak. As he rushes after the creature, he suddenly notices a flicker of flame. At that same moment, Inong and Lee Jong-yong advance with their plan. Thanks to his quick instincts, Hercules halts just before crashing into a wall of fire. Out of the flames steps Lee Jong-yong, the underdog, challenging Hercules to fight him instead. Hercules, though initially disappointed because things were just getting fun with the Catalian, eagerly accepts the new challenger. As Hercules powers up, Lee Jong-yong starts pouring ki into his shield, but to Hercules, it's a laughable move. He warns Lee Jong-yong that he'll regret this decision. Powering up again, Hercules prepares his devastating technique. From a distance, Inev watches nervously, realizing it's nearly impossible to stop Hercules' attack, even with all the mana Lee Jong-yong has packed into his shield. Hercules charges at lightning speed, smashing the shield to pieces in one punch. Yet, to his surprise, Lee Jong-yong seems to have disappeared. Sensing something off, Hercules turns and spots Lee Jong-yong in midair, spear in hand. With all his strength, Lee Jong-yong stabs Hercules in the shoulder, landing the hit he needed. However, Hercules counters immediately, sending Lee Jong-yong flying. Now realizing Lee Jong-yong's plan, Hercules marches toward him, even more excited to fight. He demands that Lee Jong-yong get up and keep the battle going. Staggering to his feet, Lee Jong-yong manages to stand, though not without effort. The blow is partially blocked, but still devastating. Despite everything, Lee Jong-yong's plan is already in motion. He checks on Demetrius, who mistakes the gesture for arrogance and mocks him. As for Hercules, he brushes off the stab wound as a minor scratch that will soon heal. But in reality, things aren't as simple as he claims. Suddenly, Hercules' body starts to seize up, and a dark, ominous liquid leaks from his wound. At first, he suspects poison, but that's not it. Lee Jong-yong hadn't used such a cheap trick. Instead, the potion coating the spear was made from a red crystal, the same one that had created an ogre mage. This red crystal was later known by two names, Liberation and Madness, exactly what Hercules was now experiencing. Lee Jong-yong explains that the red ore had once been humanity's coveted treasure. When ordinary ogres were exposed to it, they could surpass even boss-level strength. Animals mutated into monsters, and monsters became bosses. Scientists eventually began experimenting with it, and even hunters were dragged into these experiments. Though the crystal could skyrocket a hunter's power, it carried a hidden curse. It drove them insane. Hunters would lose themselves in uncontrollable madness. Because of its devastating side effects, the crystal was eventually banned. Now, the wild magic energy radiating from Hercules, supercharged by the fusion of dragon bloodstone and red crystal, shakes the entire Catalian mountain gate. Even Lee Jong-yong struggles to stay steady. Then a voice calls out from behind. It's George, who has somehow survived the swarm of lion monsters. Despite being battered and bloodied, George storms in, furious at Lee Jong-yong for using such a cruel method. Lee Jong-yong warns him to stay back or he'll die, but George, driven by loyalty, ignores him and rushes to help Hercules. Lee Jong-yong is forced to intervene, blocking George at the last moment. He warns that if he doesn't, history will repeat itself, referencing the Demon King's autobiography. In the future, Odysseus was killed because George tried to save a blood-mad Hercules but couldn't stop him, and ended up dying by his friend's hand. George and Li Jongyang clash fiercely. George tries desperately to reach Hercules, while Li Jongyang holds him back. Odysseus, watching the chaos, pleads for Li Jongyang to move, insisting that Hercules hasn't completely succumbed yet and could still be saved. But Li Jongyang rejects this idea, saying even Odysseus couldn't reach him now. Still fighting to break through, Odysseus is suddenly caught off guard when Li Jongyang says he has a plan. Though he's suspicious, Odysseus steps back, desperate enough to listen. Li Jongyang explains, all they need is 5 minutes. They have to hold off Demetrius for just that long. Odysseus is skeptical. Holding off a rampaging Demetrius for even a moment seems insane. Before he can argue, Demetrius charges at them. Li Jongyang quickly shouts for Inong and dodges the attack, with Odysseus doing the same. In their place, Catalion steps in, clashing with Demetrius. Seeing this, Li Jongyang is pleased. Inong is executing their plan perfectly. He reassures Odysseus that with the Catalion's help, lasting 5 minutes is possible. Though still filled with doubt, Odysseus realizes he has no better option and reluctantly decides to trust Li Jongyang's lead. With a new powerful ally joining their side, Li Jongyang gets fired up. He explains that according to future research, the red crystal's effects only last about 5 minutes. If they can just survive until then, Demetrius will revert to normal, ending the fight in their favor. Meanwhile, the other hunters, having finished clearing out the Catalion minions, are suddenly hit by an overwhelming demonic presence. To their horror, it's not from the Catalion boss's second phase, it's coming from Hercules himself. Terrified, the hunters freeze, realizing Hercules has lost all control and is now attacking everything in sight, even his own partner, George. George refuses to go down easily, countering Hercules' attack with his skills. Yet against someone like Demetrius, his efforts are in vain. A single punch from Demetrius cancels out George's offense. Still, Hercules forgets he's not facing George alone. Inong jumps in to assist, slashing away furiously, but even her efforts fall short. Watching their comrades get crushed, many hunters realize they don't stand a chance and decide to retreat before getting caught in the bloodbath. Elsewhere, the Nile soldiers stand stunned at the carnage. A female hunter asks Inong what their next move should be, but Inong is preoccupied. He notices the power radiating from Hercules resembles the red aura that their comrade Seth once wielded. Concluding they can't sit this one out, Inong tells his partner to prepare for battle, a risky call, considering the situation. Li Jongyang, Inong, George, and the Catalion Mountain Gate boss all team up to face Hercules, but even together, they're no match. Hercules first crushes the Catalion boss with brutal ease, leaving him looking like Yamcha after the Saiyan saga beatdown. Inong tries to slow Hercules, blocking with her great sword, but still gets kicked aside like nothing. George, Odysseus, makes a desperate move, lunging at his comrade and urging him to snap out of it. Demetrius, lost in his rage, doesn't even flinch. Instead of dodging, he meets George's sword with his bare fists, sending a brutal shockwave through George's body and even damaging the sword. Still not finished, Hercules charges up his devastating savage beast's roar technique, hurling himself at George with a flaming punch. Just before impact, Li Jongyang swoops in, pulling George out of harm's way. Barely conscious, George asks Li Jongyang how much longer they have to endure. How much more time until the 5 minutes are up? Jongyang wonders the same. If the Red Corps' limit is supposed to be 5 minutes, why hasn't Hercules weakened yet? Maybe it's simply because he's too strong. Ever think of that? Before Li Jongyang can figure out what's happening, Hercules is already on him, closing the gap for another attack. But just as he's about to strike, a sudden burst of water sends Hercules flying. The surprise intervention comes from Inong and the Nile hunters, who've arrived to provide backup. This gives Li Jongyang the brief pause he needs to check on Inong, who's trying to act tough but is clearly at her limit. Realizing how badly she's hurting, Li Jongyang is struck by guilt for being so powerless. He thinks that if only he were stronger, he could win. And then, in a cruel twist of fate, he seems to get his wish. A chilling message appears. The blood consumed by the dragon's bloodstone has reversed its flow. Regeneration drops by 0.3%. It's not a good sign. Almost immediately, Li Jongyang begins vomiting blood. Inong rushes to him, asking if he's okay, but he doesn't respond. More messages follow. The bloodstone's reversal sends a surge of power through his body, and his eyes begin glowing red, just like the frenzied Hercules as he screams in agony. The force of his transformation sends a shockwave through the air, and the Nile hunters realize he's now in the same berserk state as Demetrius. But it doesn't stop there. Another message, regeneration -2%. Li Jongyang loses control completely. He emerges from a wall of fire, looking monstrous and barely human. His mind is racing with the question of why Hercules hasn't returned to normal. But this isn't the time to dwell. Hercules charges in again, but this time, Li Jongyang sees something new. Faint mana traces across Hercules' body. Recognizing them as mana streams, he mimics the flow and channels it into his legs, launching himself forward with explosive speed. On the way, the weakened Catalian, previously beaten down by Hercules, tries to ambush and devour him. But the new, empowered Li Jongyang makes quick work of it, cleaving it in two with ease. He racks up multiple titles and achievements, collects the boss loot, pure water of the forest, and even gains some level-ups and stat boosts. Strangely enough, for a fire-based boss, its loot is water elemental. The power from the dragon bloodstone comes with a hidden cost. His sponsor's messages are being blocked, and the demonic energy he's gained is breaking down his body. If he doesn't purge it, it'll kill him. Unfortunately, he's too far gone to make that decision. Once more, he howls in anguish as flames erupt from his body, spreading rapidly. The inferno expands across Catalian Mountain Gate. On the other side, hunters trying to flee freeze in place, shocked as Li Jongyang's flames sweep toward them. One of the hunters cries out that the fire seems to be draining the magic from his body. As his strength fades, panic spreads among the others, all of them shaken by what's unfolding inside the burning gate. Meanwhile, the chaos at the front lines continues. The berserk Hercules and the frenzied Li Jongyang, both inexplicably shirtless, are still tearing into each other despite their battered forms. Suddenly, Li Jongyang rockets toward Hercules with full force, but Hercules meets him head-on, countering the strike. The two go at it with brutal back-and-forths until they decide to settle things once and for all. They lock eyes, then simultaneously unleash their most powerful attacks. The explosion from their clash levels the entire area. As the dust begins to settle, two silhouettes come into view. Li Jongyang appears to have the upper hand, having impaled Hercules, but he doesn't stop there. Igniting his flames, he blasts off Hercules' body, tearing off the man's arm in the process. Seeing this, George snaps. He yells out, trying to bring Hercules back to his senses, desperate to end the madness. Meanwhile, the astronaut hunter, seemingly unfazed, just regrows his severed arm almost instantly. It's eerie, like something out of a nightmare. George is dumbfounded, explaining that Demetrius could only pull that off by using a staggering amount of mana. But if Demetrius can do that, what does it say about Li Jongyang? He turns to look at him, and what he sees leaves him stunned. Despite being torn up worse than Demetrius, Li Jongyang is somehow healing all his injuries. The only explanation George can come up with is the blue flames now blanketing the entire gate. No other theory fits. But the fight isn't over. Hercules, half dead but unyielding, decides to use one of his strongest moves, the roar of the beast of prey. Even though his arm hasn't fully regenerated, he powers through. George panics, sensing how dangerous this is, while Li Jongyang chooses to meet it head-on using the mana stream ability. As Hercules launches his attack, his arm is utterly wrecked, just as George feared. But Li Jongyang blocks the blast effortlessly with his spear. The crowd falls silent. They can't believe what they're seeing. The underdog has won. Hercules collapses to his knees, barely clinging to life, but Li Jongyang isn't moved. He walks toward him, ready to finish the job. George tries to stop him, but it's too late. Li Jongyang is no longer himself. His mind has been overtaken by the dragon bloodstone and the red crystal. All that remains are primal instincts, kill or be killed. But fate intervenes. A bolt of blue lightning crashes down from the sky. Just as Li Jongyang brings down his fatal strike, a mysterious woman appears in front of Hercules and blocks the blow with her barrier. Then she commands Li Jongyang to kneel, and somehow he obeys. His body moves on its own and drops to the ground, completely exposed and vulnerable. The sight stuns everyone. In Chang, the Nile hunters, all frozen in place. George steps forward and bows deeply, recognizing her. "I honor your presence, Athena," he says. But Athena looks anything but pleased. To her, the whole situation is an utter disaster. Athena finds herself owing a debt to Zeus because of her subordinate's actions. But before any of that, she asks who the man standing before her is. A hunter capable of defeating Hercules has naturally caught her interest. George answers, explaining that the man is considered an underdog. Intrigued, Athena sizes up Li Jongyang, wondering if he's the one behind the recent changes in the gate. The entire Catalian mountain had been consumed by blue flames that drained magical energy from living creatures, flames he had unleashed. Even her own barriers had failed to stop his attack. Until now, She assumed Lee Jong-young was simply lucky to be placed in Asgard as a rookie, but now she realizes she was wrong. This newcomer took down Hercules by himself. He's dangerous, she concludes. He needs to die. With that thought, she readies her weapon to strike. Lee Jong-young, under her verbal influence, is powerless to resist. But just as she's about to land the blow, a voice interrupts her, commanding her to stop. A man appears behind her, Siongu, better known as Heimdall. Recognizing him by his shining bald head, Athena is shocked and demands to know why he's there. Siongu flips the question back at her. Athena assumes he must have followed the lightning trail she left behind, but Siongu moves forward without answering, placing himself between her and Lee Jong-young. Athena snaps. She shouts at him, insisting that Lee Jong-young must be eliminated now before he becomes a future threat. But Siongu disagrees. If she wants to kill his friend, he says she might as well declare war between Olympus and Asgard. This enrages Athena even further. She glares at him, asking if Lee Jong-young really means that much to him, since she thought Heimdall cared for nothing in the world. He gives her no answer. Then, Inong shows up and tries to redirect her attention. He introduces himself as a representative of the Egyptian group Nihil, but Athena already knows who he is. He respectfully asks her to spare Lee Jong-young and protect him instead. He presents the Osiris Eye as proof of his authority and urges her to honor his request. Backed into a corner, Athena is forced to relent, for now. The situation diffuses, the gate collapses, and the hunters exit. Lee Jong-young is still unconscious, but finally messages from his sponsor start coming through again. The apocalyptic sky grants him resistance to magical attacks and purification. He gains a new skill, mana stream. More impressively, without a sponsor's help, he's awarded the title of someone who has independently exploited the path. Time passes. In a vast mansion, Incheon sits quietly, burdened with sorrow. Suddenly, she's startled by movement. Lee Jong-young is finally waking up after being unconscious for days. Overcome with emotion, Incheon starts crying. Lee Jong-young tries to speak, but realizes he can't. His body is clearly still wrecked. Incheon hurries to get a doctor. As she leaves, Lee Jong-young notices a shield and 2 swords above the doorway. He recognizes the symbol. It belongs to the Round Table. Not all elite hunters chose to join criminal groups. Some formed a hidden guild based on honor. The Round Table was one such guild. However, he reveals that the Round Table ended up not doing anything to help, but instead of taking action, they remained in hiding. Even as England faced collapse, they continued to work in secrecy, seemingly only concerned with their own survival. Even though they had immense power and influence, they made no real effort to change anything. Still, his top priority was to get his body back in shape. As he assessed his condition, it became clear just how badly off he was. His body ached all over, he couldn't speak, and he was completely immobilized. Even Yeonmu was asleep, though for now there didn't seem to be anything that required his help anyway. So he opened his status window and saw he had surpassed level 50. However, some of his stats had dropped, which he figured was due to the red crystal's effects. On the bright side, he had also gained new skills, ones powerful enough to match his signature abilities. Grateful for his sponsor's help, Lee Jong-hyun silently vowed to continue earning its favor. Later, he met with Siongu, who asked how he was doing physically. Siongu explained that Lee Jong-hyun was experiencing magical encroachment, a rare and untreatable phenomenon. But in Lee Jong-hyun's case, there wasn't much to worry about. Thanks to his sponsor and his new Man of Stream ability, he should be able to rid himself of the demonic energy. Siongu told him to focus on recovery, saying they'd handle questioning after he was fully healed. With that, Siongu left the room and entered the Den of the Lions, stepping into a meeting where several top hunters, including Athena, were gathered. Athena kicked things off by pointing out how dangerous and abnormal Lee Jong-hyun's power was. She pushed for a full investigation and wanted Asgard to surrender him. Siongu flatly refused. He argued that Asgard had no obligation to give up one of its members and turned the blame back on Olympus. Asgard had been promised victory in this round of the Great War and deployed hunters based on that agreement, an agreement Olympus broke when they unexpectedly involved Hercules. If that had been known, Lee Jong-hyun wouldn't have been sent at all. Siongu insisted that Olympus owed an explanation. Athena held her ground, warning that Lee Jong-hyun's blue flames had surrounded the entire gate and drained energy from living beings, a power unlike anything they'd seen. She demanded that Asgard hand him over and threatened war if they didn't comply. Siongu remained calm, unfazed by the threat. He reminded everyone that Asgard was fully aware of how dangerous Lee Jong-hyun's power was. Yes, it could steal magical energy, and yes, it was terrifying. But wasn't that always the case with hunters? Hunters themselves were dangerous beings who hadn't even existed until recently. All of them possessed terrifying abilities. Therefore, if Olympus was going to throw around threats of war, they had to take responsibility for vilifying hunters in general. His words hit home with the room. Encouraged by their reaction, Siongu pressed further, stating that all of them were still new, unknown entities with unpredictable powers. So why single out Lee Jong-hyun? Athena snapped. She blamed Siongu for everything, claiming his involvement always drove her crazy, especially whenever she had to deal with the legendary Hamdal. Siongu tried to smooth things over, but Athena, too angry to listen, declared she hoped never to see him again. This makes Siongu sad, but marks the end of the ordeal. Later that day, back in his room, Lee Jong-yang focused on using his mana stream skill to study and control the flow of magical energy. While meditating, he tried to replicate the powerful stream he had witnessed inside Demetra's during their clash at the Catalian Gate. That example showed him how mana could be used to boost physical strength or enhance defense. This formed the core of his new technique. But before mastering its combat use, he had to use it for healing. As he kept at it, his body's regeneration gradually improved. Then, unexpectedly, he coughed up a pool of blood, impurities that had built up inside him from the dragon bloodstone. Fortunately, they were expelled easily. However, when he attempted to use Mana Stream to heal the damaged areas, something interfered. He traced the blockage to a black marble lodged in his neck and realized he'd need a different approach. So for now, he simply redirected the mana flow. The following day at the training grounds, Inong was sparring with George. George seemed to have the upper hand and mocked her speed. Offended, Inong unleashed a flurry of attacks, cleverly using them as cover to close the distance between them. She went in for a heavy strike, but George dodged easily, still offering her tips while barely trying. He pointed out that fighting people required a different mindset than fighting monsters, but she was too flustered to absorb his lessons. Her lack of comprehension frustrated him. Still, she pushed on, as did George, who soon found an opening and nearly landed a hit, pulled back just in time. Feeling the cold blade graze her face, Inong instinctively stepped back. George suggested they call it a day, but Inong stayed silent. Inside, she was filled with self-doubt. She saw herself as useless, someone who had failed during the Katali Mountain Gate mission and disappointed her sponsor. She hadn't protected her allies, and now her sponsor only pitied her. Though she and Lee Jong-yang started out as equals, he had advanced far beyond her. She blamed her weakness for his near-death experience. Convinced she didn't deserve to be seen as his equal, she quietly approached George and asked for another round. Seeing her face, George recognized the look, regret over failing to protect someone. He knew that with this mindset, she'd become much stronger, so he agreed. After their session, George cleaned up and went to visit Hercules, who lay unconscious and hooked up to IVs. George talked to him, saying that although he had sensed Inong's potential before, she had truly impressed him. With every clash, she grew stronger, just like he used to. Even Demetra's would probably admire her growth. He also mentioned that another underdog had awakened and urged Hercules to do the same, saying the sight of him bedridden didn't suit him. Meanwhile, after finishing a meeting, Siongu visited Lee Jong-yang, who was already up and stretching. Surprised by his quick recovery, Siongu joked that Lee was full of surprises. When Siongu asked what he knew about lightning, Lee replied that it was a divine item from Olympus and tied to Zeus's power. Siongu confirmed this, pleased with his answer. Lee Jongyuan pointed out that few powers in the world rival Zeus's lightning in strength and significance. These kinds of divine abilities are rare and highly studied. He commented that Bifrost, Xiangu's own divine item, was equivalent to Zeus's lightning. The remark shocked Xiangu. He couldn't understand how Lee Jongyuan knew that. Before he could press for answers, Lee interrupted, saying there was something important they needed to discuss. Xiangu agreed, but insisted they go somewhere more private. Using a portal, he brought Lee to an opulent mansion, his personal domain, the realm of Bifrost. The atmosphere shifted as soon as they arrived. Still shaken, Xiangu asked Lee if he was a prophet. Lee replied that it was something like that. He mentioned a book he had read, one that spoke of Heimdall, a friend, and the Demon King. The name alone gave Xiangu chills. Lee began recounting his story, revealing he had been sent into the past. Xiangu didn't want to believe it. "Are you saying I killed you?" he asked, but Lee denied it. He claimed that in the future, Xiangu already knew all of this. Suddenly, a message appeared confirming that Li wasn't lying. Li even brought up Siongu's past relationship with Athena, which Siongu had quietly suspected. Now, with no choice but to believe, Siongu still had questions. The book only covered the beginning of the events. Li had deduced much of the future himself. He knew just fragments of the truth, and many things about Siongu had been lost. Another message from Siongu's sponsor reassured him again that Li was telling the truth. Now fully engaged, Siongu asked what Li's goal was. Li said he wanted to change the dreadful future he had lived through. But unlike before, no confirmation message appeared. That's when it was revealed that Bifrost doesn't differentiate between truth and lies unless there's a threat to its hunter, Siongu. And Li hadn't told him everything. He had chosen to withhold parts of the truth, believing it wasn't his place to change everything. That night, Iniva from the Nile organization snuck into the Round Table Council to see if the rumors were true, that Li Zhongyuan had awakened. Seeing him up, Iniva was clearly pleased. When Li asked why he was there, considering how heavily guarded the area was, Iniva apologized and said he had taken great risks to come. Li recalled that Iniva had once pleaded for his protection, though he couldn't figure out what shared interest Nile could possibly have with him. Still, he allowed Iniva to speak. To his surprise, Iniva suddenly bowed his head and asked Li Zhongyuan to come to the Nile. Li was stunned. Why would someone like Iniva, the leader of a major organization, lower himself like this? He was convinced their previous meeting had been mere coincidence. Just as he tried to make sense of it, a guard appeared, having tracked Iniva. The intruder fled immediately, shouting one last thing. It was about the red ore. Left alone again, Li Zhongyuan began to suspect that Iniva wanted to speak with him about the madness that the red crystal brings to those who use it. Li Zhongyuan began to suspect that the red crystal might have already been discovered in Egypt, even though, to his knowledge, hunters weren't supposed to be aware of its existence yet. Thinking back, he realized that the Nile hunters had acted against Hercules the moment they saw him begin to transform, likely influenced by the crystal's effects. Suddenly, Inong burst into his room, worried for his safety. She feared the intruder had come to harm him, but Li Zhongyuan reassured her that it wasn't anything serious, at least, not yet. This calm reaction surprised her. He simply remarked that while he had just climbed one cliff, an even steeper one was waiting ahead. The Round Table Conference eventually concluded, and with Olympus having broken their agreement, they were held accountable for inciting conflict between the factions. The blame ultimately fell on Athena's poor judgment. With the matter settled, the Korean hunters were finally allowed to return home. As they prepared to leave, a voice suddenly called out to Li Zhongyuan. Inong immediately recognized it. It was George. Tense and alert, she summoned her weapon and stood protectively in front of Li, demanding to know what George wanted. George stood at the top of the stairs, glaring at them with a complex mix of emotions. Sensing that things might escalate, Li Zhongyuan urged Inong to relax. He could tell that George, despite his hostile stance, seemed more interested in talking than fighting. After some hesitation, Inong stepped back, and Li Zhongyuan walked toward George calmly. George, visibly agitated, acknowledged that Li was standing while Dimitres was not, accepting this as a sign of Li Zhongyuan's victory. He expressed his gratitude for the lessons he'd gained through the battle, though he warned that he wouldn't lose next time. Li, unfazed, replied coolly that he wasn't one to dwell on the past. But instead of easing the tension, his response only riled George further. He lashed out with insults, calling Li a prick, clearly unable to shake his frustration. Still, George shifted the focus to Inong, asking Li to pass on a message. He saw great promise in her, and believed she could become truly powerful if she continued on her path. He also encouraged her to understand her sponsor more deeply, hinting that this knowledge would be crucial for her growth. But Inong didn't fully understand what he meant. Li Zhongyuan tried to lighten the mood by joking that maybe she should become the prince on the white horse, referencing her sponsor's name, but the joke didn't land. As George turned to leave, Li called out to him one last time. He said that Hercules would return, stronger than ever, and expressed hope that if they met again, it would be as allies, not enemies. George paused, shaken by the remark, and walked away silently, leaving Li's words hanging in the air. After the encounter, George appeared torn, grappling with the outcome of the battle and the condition of Dimitres, who had been sent back to Olympus in critical condition. As he clenched his fist, it was clear he was haunted by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Later that day, Li Zhongyuan sat alone at the Round Table Manor, tossing stones into the moat in quiet reflection. He continued the motion absently until, without warning, a voice called out to him, breaking the silence. A voice suddenly broke the stillness. How mischievous! Startled, Li Zhongyan looked up to see a woman forming out of thin air, a wound-like tear appearing in space itself. She had taken on human form and scolded him for the unconventional way he had reached out to her, calling it rude, though she wasn't sure who had put him up to it. Li, however, seemed genuinely pleased to finally meet her. He called her by name, Merlin. She was taken aback that he knew who she was, noting that he clearly wasn't just an ordinary person. But Li didn't stop there. He openly stated that she was the true force behind the Round Table Council. Intrigued, Merlin demanded to know his identity. With confidence, Li replied that there was no way she didn't already know who he was. This only irritated her further. She pressed him on why he'd provoked her, especially after taking down Hercules, the most formidable underdog. She called him arrogant, implying that anyone who bested Hercules was too bold for their own good. Suddenly, Merlin transformed, now appearing as a young boy. Li was visibly thrown off and voiced his disappointment. The boy version of Merlin warned him that if he really knew as much as he claimed, he should understand that crossing the Round Table wouldn't end well for him. Despite his confusion, Li Zhongyuan grinned darkly, his eyes glowing red, and revealed that he knew the location of Excalibur. This revelation stunned Merlin, who couldn't hide her intrigue. Later, at the airport, Li Zhongyuan rejoined Inchang. She immediately sensed something different about him. He looked unusually sharp, even fashionable, and wore a necklace she hadn't seen before. Suspicious, she questioned where he had been. Li vaguely replied that he had met someone special, but Inchang wasn't buying it. She suspected he had just come from meeting another woman, something that had clearly happened before. When she asked directly, Li hesitated. That pause was enough. Inchang took it as confirmation and expressed her disappointment, convinced he had been with someone else while they were apart. Li fumbled to explain the meeting with Merlin, but was spared from further interrogation when Siongu suddenly showed up, asking if they were ready to leave. Grateful for the distraction, Li quickly shifted the topic, asking Siongu if everything was settled on his end. Siongu confirmed it, though he couldn't help but notice how upbeat Li seemed, an unusual shift from his typically reserved demeanor. With the tension temporarily diffused, the group began walking toward their plane. But just before boarding, a man in a sharp suit called out to them. Li turned, and the stranger delivered a message. He had been sent by Merlin. She would be waiting. And more importantly, Li had to bring the agreed-upon price for the necklace. After delivering this cryptic warning, the man left just as suddenly as he had appeared. Xianggu, now curious, asked how Li knew Merlin. Without hesitation, Li replied, "We made a deal," and pointed to the necklace as proof. When Xianggu asked if it belonged to Merlin, Li confirmed it, saying he'd nearly died trying to obtain it. A brief flashback showed Merlin lunging at him in anger, demanding he speak, underscoring how intense their encounter had been. Back in the present, Li admitted he had pushed himself to the limit because he absolutely had to claim that necklace. Xianggu let out a deep sigh and smiled as the Korean hunters finally boarded their private plane home. The entire aircraft was reserved just for them, extravagant, but fitting for an organization with too much money to burn. While in the air, Inchang turned to Li Zhongyuan with a lingering question. She still couldn't make sense of George. Despite his partner being beaten into a coma, George had helped her train, offered advice, and didn't show outright hostility to Li Zhongyuan. She admitted that if their roles had been reversed, she would have been filled with resentment. But Li Zhongyuan brushed it off with a simple answer: intuition. He believed George had already sensed that Li never intended to kill Hercules. Their conversation was cut short as the plane neared its destination and touched down in Korea. To their surprise, a swarm of reporters and cameras greeted them at the airport. The media had gathered to welcome the man who bested the legendary Hercules, Li Zhongyuan, the underdog turned hero. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Li looked around, stunned. Siongu stepped in to explain that the public already knew the story, at least the version where Hercules challenged Li and lost soundly. He encouraged Li to greet the crowd, joking that he should have expected fame. Still processing everything, Li asked why he hadn't been warned. Siongu replied with a grin. It was meant to be a surprise. With that, Li Zhongyuan stepped up and waved, playing along for the cameras. The press soaked it up, snapping photos of the newest rising star. Someone even joked he should get an invite from BTS. News of his victory spread like wildfire, and as the world began entering what was now being called the Age of Heroes, all eyes were on the underdog. Later that night, Li Zhongyuan found himself at the familiar abandoned factory with Inchang. She asked what came next, and Li listed off his long to-do list: get his weapons repaired, find a way to remove the black marble blocking his mana, wake up his dormant avatar Yunmu, handle matters with the Nile, and most importantly, move out of the Stingy Association's cramped housing. He had always wanted to own a home since childhood, something that puzzled Inchang but didn't stop her from supporting him. Then she had something to say too. Since Lee didn't need her help right now, she'd be acting independently for a while. Lee was surprised, but she explained that after what George told her, she realized there was something personal she needed to pursue. Bold words for someone often seen as clueless, but Lee smiled as she left. He believed she was finally starting to find her own path and that she would soon grow stronger. His peaceful moment was interrupted by a phone call. It was from the association president, Jang Heojin, known as Odin. An escort would be sent for him the next morning. As the call ended, so did Lee's smile. "I was forgetting the most important thing, Odin," he muttered grimly. Meanwhile, over at Olympus HQ, George was sprinting through the halls in a panic. When he reached his destination, he burst into the room, only to find Hercules awake and seemingly fine. Still, George was worried how his friend would react to his first ever defeat. But to his surprise, Hercules didn't seem broken. In fact, George sensed something had changed. Hercules used to radiate aggression, almost as if something was constantly gnawing at him. Now, though, he seems oddly calm. When asked about the change, he explains that Li Zhongyuan never meant to be their enemy in the first place. Just then, George notices a shift in Hercules' eyes, similar to when he lost control before, and panics. But Hercules reassures him. He's now mastered that madness and can wield its power freely. He even refers to it as a gift, saying that near death brought him clarity. George recalls the underdog's words that Hercules would come back stronger and finds himself smiling. Time moves on. Elsewhere, Yin Chang is alone at an Obra gate, battling tirelessly through waves of enemies. Dozens of Obra bodies litter the ground, but she's still struggling against a powerful opponent, an Obra mage, which is supposed to be a rare encounter. She's already been there for over 3 days, and this is the first time she's seen something this threatening. The fight reminds her of facing Hercules. Her sponsor, the prince on the white horse, steps in briefly to heal her, but even then, she's barely surviving. The pain she feels seems mutual. The mage is exhausted too, and they're both at the tipping point. Suddenly, the mage attacks with a mighty strike. Yin Chang dodges at the last moment and retaliates with a shallow blow. Building on that momentum, she launches into the air and, with a dramatic declaration about saving the princess, slams her sword into the mage. Though it doesn't pierce fully, it's enough to bring the creature down. But before it falls, the mage lands a brutal counterpunch that sends Yin Chang crashing to the ground. Both lie broken, too weak to finish the fight. Lying there, Yin Chang realizes she's out of potions, and even if she had one, she can't move to use it. She wonders if this is the end. Then, Yunmu appears in full form and gives her a potion. She survives. The mage doesn't. She's the only one left standing, signaling her victory. A flood of system messages follows. Her sponsor, impressed, grants her the title Siegfried. Later, she wakes up to see Li Zhongyuan. Still dazed, she asks where they are, and he tells her they're still at the gate. Her body feels oddly refreshed, and jokingly, she questions Li Zhongyuan's intentions. He congratulates her on her new alias, which she doesn't yet know she's received, but she does notice her sword is missing. Li Zhongyuan says he didn't finish off the mage out of respect for her effort. It's still alive. Yin Chang retrieves her sword, thanking him for letting her earn the win. But as she pulls it free, more messages appear. Somehow, Yin Chang, now known as Siegfried, becomes the sponsor of the Obra mage. The monster then transforms into a compact, more manageable version of itself. Yin Chang stands frozen in confusion, trying to process what just happened, as Li Zhongyuan clarifies that the ogre has now turned into her avatar, much like Yunmu had one. He congratulates her on becoming a true hero, and her new avatar throws up a victorious cheer. Yin Chang, still stunned from nearly being killed by it moments ago, can't help but think how adorable the avatar looks. Then Li Zhongyuan asks if she's picked a name for it. Of course, thinking up names on the spot isn't easy, but the ogre jumps in and calls himself Gongs, meaning princess. Watching this bizarre exchange, the prince on the white horse smiles contentedly, while even the apocalyptic sky seems amused. Li Zhongyuan is absolutely thrilled that his partner managed to beat an ogre mage alone. But then Yin Chang hits him with the key question. How did he even get here? Li Zhongyuan explains he got worried when she didn't return after 3 days, since she usually clears a gate in 1 or 2. Her cheeks flush at the realization of how much he cares. But he has something else to tell her, though it has to wait, as the gate boss suddenly looms behind them. Since she cleared the gate herself, he tells her to finish this too. She agrees, feeling the rush of power that comes with earning a hero's title. Mana courses through her as she readies herself to face the twin-headed ogre, eager to test her new strength. She leaps high, blade poised for a powerful strike, only for Gooms, her new avatar, to charge ahead and rip off both of the boss's heads with his bare hands. Just like that, the fight is over. Anticlimactic, but effective. The gate is officially cleared. Li Zhongyuan jokes that this princess clearly doesn't need a prince, and Yin Chang gives a sheepish laugh. The sponsors react emotionally, while she remains stunned by Goom's sheer power. She then asks what he really came to tell her. Li Zhongyuan says he's heading to China and wants her to come with him. This visibly unsettles her. We learn that after returning to Korea, Li Zhongyuan was summoned by Odin, but it turned out fine. He passed Odin's test. Odin did question why his mental restriction hadn't triggered, but thanks to a necklace from Merman, he managed to deceive him. Now, Li Zhongyuan is part of Asgard, a powerful group operating behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Yunmu has recovered and grown stronger. His body is fully restored, and he can now summon 7 more skeletons. Another skull has appeared on his bracelet, and Muspel's spear has been reforged by Park Jae-yoon. It's now a demonic weapon that drains the user's life force. Having checked off several urgent matters, Li Zhongyuan is now preparing for his next move. China, the most perilous region in the world. Due to a flood of unstoppable gates, China has become overrun with monsters. But it's also where someone lives who can remove the black marble inside him and restore his mana flow. But there's another reason he needs to head there. It's also the epicenter of the looming cataclysm. That brings us to Korea's northern front, where snow orcs charge at a worn-out band of hunters who've been fighting non-stop for 3 hours. Despite their exhaustion, the hunters lift their weapons, ready for one more round to survive the day. But unknown to them, help has already arrived. Suddenly, a blazing wall of fire bursts up in front of them, shielding them from the orcs and incinerating the monsters instantly. As the hunters look around in confusion, they realize that Li Zhongyuan and Inong have shown up, along with Siongu. The 3 slowly approach, and the hunter's leader thanks Li Zhongyuan but expresses concern over his decision to enter China. Li Zhongyuan insists the thanks should go to the hunters for holding off these threats every day to protect Korea. Still, he insists he must go to China, and the leader, while uneasy, supports him. Even though Li Zhongyuan once defeated Hercules, the leader warns that a mysterious barrier now surrounds China, keeping people out. Li Zhongyuan, however, already has a solution: Siongu. The bald man may not look like much, but he's crucial, so the trio heads to the edge of the barrier, where Siongu finally catches on to Li Zhongyuan's plan to cross without using Bifrost. When they arrive, Inchang asks what the barrier is. Li Zhongyuan explains that China has become one giant gate, which only confuses her more. He assures her she'll understand once she sees it for herself. Siongu steps forward, telling them to stay back. He warns that if something goes wrong, he won't be able to save them this time, but promises to return in a month and again every month until they return. Li Zhongyuan assures him there's no need. If things go right, he'll make it back on his own. Siongu then activates his powers and opens the barrier, revealing a portal. Li Zhongyuan and Inchang step through. Watching them go, Siongu reflects on his friend's determination to save as many lives as possible and vows to help ease his burden. With that, he turns and begins his journey back. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyuan and Inchang arrive in Gate China, only to find it's even colder than expected. To Li Zhongyuan, this confirms the situation is worsening faster than it did in his original timeline. Before he can think more on it, they hear snow orcs approaching. Eager to warm up, Inchang jumps into battle, but something's off. Li Zhongyuan realizes the orcs aren't attacking, they're fleeing from something worse. Moments later, a pack of ice trolls appears, each one strong enough to match a B-rank hunter. Li Zhongyuan warns Inchang and summons his weapon. The pair jump into action, tearing through the trolls with ease. After the fight, Inchang is left stunned at the sheer number of powerful monsters here. Worse yet, she notes their mana isn't flowing normally, and the monsters fight like trained humans. Li Zhongyuan agrees, understanding now that the gate transformation is moving far faster than he had calculated. Li Zhongyuan's first priority is to relocate their group, so the hunters set off through the harsh, frozen wasteland. As they press on, Inchang quickly starts to struggle with the cold and asks how much farther they have to go. Li Zhongyuan tells her it would take about a month on foot, but they don't have that kind of time. Instead, he suggests they look for something to ride and reveals that their initial destination is Heaven Lake on Baekdu Mountain. Along the way, they battle and defeat any monsters in their path. Eventually, they pause to make camp and light a small fire. While Inchang and Gongs rest by the warmth, Li Zhongyuan heads out to scout the area. He soon returns, leading two elk-like beasts he somehow managed to tame in a short time. Riding these creatures, they're able to travel quickly and reach the foot of Baekdu Mountain without issue. As they ascend, Inchang notes that despite climbing higher, the air feels warmer instead of colder. She's also suspicious because they didn't encounter a single monster on the way up. Li Zhongyuan explains that the mountain's master is keeping the area safe. This only leaves her more confused. She asks if this master is a person, then guesses maybe a monster or an animal. But Li Zhongyuan admits he doesn't really know how to define them. Still, he tells her they'll soon meet this mountain master and his disciples, and that it's time to leave the elk behind, as they'll need to cross a barrier. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Odin stands atop a tall building, watching the city below and reflecting on his past. When the agents first arrived and chaos spread across the globe, he awakened to a power greater than any other. That's when he decided to find Asgard and devote himself to protecting humanity. But as time passed, his ideals shifted. He began to believe that only those strong enough to survive, like the hunters, deserved his protection. His perspective became darker, more twisted. Thinking about Li Zhongyuan's journey into China, Odin reflects that the country had disappointed him. Its brutal cold, its monster infestations, none of it was enough. But Li Zhongyuan, who defeated the legendary Hercules without possessing the power of a hero, might uncover what Odin failed to find. As these thoughts stir inside him, Odin grins with dark excitement and licks his lips, calling Li Zhongyuan the best dish to satisfy my hunger. He quickly reins himself in, deciding he mustn't rush. Li Zhongyuan is to be savored. Back in the frozen expanse of China, the hunters reach the summit of Baekdu Mountain. To their surprise, it's nothing like the base. The skies are clear, and the weather is almost pleasant. As they take in the view, Inchang asks if they've reached Heaven Lake. Li Zhongyuan confirms it, but they're interrupted when a group of humans suddenly appears. Inchang is shocked to see other people living here and asks if Li Zhongyuan knew. He calmly responds that he did, and that these are the remnants of old North Korea. The survivors are stunned he knows about them. When he tells them he's here to meet the mountain's master, they react with hostility, viewing him and Inchang as a threat. Tension rises fast as the locals prepare for a fight. Li Zhongyuan makes it clear he wants to avoid a fight, but given the situation, it seems inevitable. Both sides brace for combat until a young girl unexpectedly appears and stops everything. She announces that the Mountain King has ordered her to escort the guests, preventing the clash just in time. We learn that North Korea ceased to exist long ago after a failed nuclear test turned the region into a wasteland, even before the gates began appearing. The survivors had fled either to China or South Korea. Yet, despite the girl's message, the North Korean survivors remain suspicious. One of them confronts Li Zhongyuan, pressing him on how he knows about them and their leader, an answer that's not easy to give. The girl intervenes again, scolding the man for disrespecting the Mountain King's guests. If Li Zhongyuan knows about the Mountain King, then surely he must know about the survivors too. Still, the survivors hesitate, afraid these two could be allied with their enemies and might endanger Sagan. The girl tries to reassure Li Zhongyuan, explaining that outsiders once tried to assassinate Sagan. Though the survivors stopped them, they've distrusted strangers ever since. Despite the tension, Li Zhongyuan and Inchang are finally allowed into the settlement, an isolated, countryside-like village. As they walk through, the locals watch them closely, murmuring about how long it's been since they had visitors. Judging from the pair's clothing, they realize these are outsiders and wonder what the world beyond has become. Meanwhile, Inchang and Li Zhongyuan stay alert. She counts roughly 200 people in the village, many of whom are experienced hunters who've endured these extreme conditions. As they near Sagan's location, a man suddenly blocks their path, telling them they cannot go further. He even points his spear at them, clearly ready for a fight. Li Zhongyuan, unimpressed, calls him out. If the Mountain King summoned them, why the hostility? But the man refuses to back down, grimly taking a combat stance. The girl tries to intervene, but he still refuses to yield, mentioning something about Sagan's current condition. That's when it clicks for Li Zhongyuan. Something has happened to the Mountain King. Powering up, he declares that this man's opinion holds no weight. Tensions spike as both prepare to clash, but the girl suddenly shouts that the mayor of Chanjichuan commands them to stand down. A commanding aura surrounds her as she delivers the order, and the man finally bows, relenting at last. With that, she escorts them into a hidden cave network. As they walk, Li Zhongyuan asks Inchang if she knows about the Dangun myth, to which she cluelessly says no. He explains it's an old legend about a divine being, Hwanung, descending to found Korea, suggesting the people here might still believe in it. It flies over her head, but they press on. At last, they reach the Mountain King's chamber and find a majestic white tiger resting there. As Lee Jongwon steps closer, he asks if this is Sangun. The tiger replies, confirming his identity. The white tiger declares itself to be Sangun, the guardian of Baekdu Mountain, and demands to know why outsiders have come. Inchang is visibly shaken by the tiger's immense aura, but Lee Jongwon remains unfazed. Instead, he remarks on the sorry state of things. Sangun's power is fading. In his mind, he knows the guardian is dying because Baekdu Mountain, the source of its magical strength, is slowly breaking down. Sangun is stunned and demands to know who this man is. Lee Jongyuan responds that he's someone who can help, but he adds that he didn't come just to meet the tiger. He came to see the mountain's true owner. That statement sparks Sangun's fury, and he roars in protest. Still, Lee Jongyuan presses on. He acknowledges Sangun was able to seal the intruder, but insists that a dying beast like him can't possibly be the true master of the mountain. He demands to be taken to the intruder and promises to save both Sangun and Chanji Chuan. Though visibly enraged, Sangun allows them to leave. Outside, Inchang asks what exactly Sangun is. Lee Jongwon explains he's not a monster, but closer to the elk they rode, an animal transformed by absorbing mana from the earth due to the gates. However, even that doesn't explain Sangun's human speech or immense power. He reveals that Sangun was already special, an alpha, bigger, stronger, and more intelligent than others of his kind, even before absorbing mana. On top of that, Sangun is a sponsor hunter, just like them, and is currently wounded from a fight with the mountain's invader. This stuns Inchang, but Lee Jongyuan clarifies they're not here to fight the tiger, but the one who injured him. Following their conversation, the village mayor leads them up a remote mountain path, where she opens a hidden gate using her powers. A beam of light flashes across the sky as a new gate materializes. Lee Jongwon and Inchang jump in, with Lee Jongwon dramatically falling like a diva. As they vanish, the mayor shuts the gate behind them and silently wishes for their safe return. Inside, a message informs them they've entered an instant gate called Sealed Grounds. Inchang asks what that means, and Lee Jongwon explains an instant gate is a gate within another gate. With both China and North Korea transformed into gate zones, all gates within them are considered instant. Inchang complains about the sudden heat inside, and Lee Jongwon tells her it's a form of passive training. They're being tempered by the environment. Just then, her sponsor grants her heat resistance. Still, she jokes that cold resistance might have been more useful. Either way, they push forward, cutting through waves of enemies until the ground is littered with monster corpses. Suddenly, Lee Jongyuan gets a system message. His fire control has improved, and he's leveled up. Just as he expected, flame-heavy instant gates are perfect for growing stronger. Still, Inchang's curiosity isn't satisfied. She wonders aloud who the little village mayor really is, asking if she's the one who created this sealed gate. To this, Lee Jongyuan responds that she is somewhat correct. Though she didn't create this space, she managed to trap the invader who hurt Sangun here. According to Sangun, this place lies at the heart of Baekdu Mountain, where its full energy is concentrated. It's also the source of Sangun's strength, and the mayor, Onmyo, also known as the lowly chief, can tap into this mountain's energy. With her abilities, she is able to empower Sangun. This only makes Inchang more confused. She starts wondering whether Onmyo might actually be more powerful than Sangun himself. But before she can dwell on it, Lee Jongyuan interrupts, saying the invader has gone deeper into a much stronger section of the sealed area, and warns that this opponent might surpass any boss they've fought so far. Still, Inchang remains distracted by irrelevant questions, like how odd the name Onmyo sounds. Lee Jongyuan explains that it's a pseudonym, and that the lowly chief is actually a hero. This makes Inchang skeptical, noting how heroes are supposed to be rare, yet seem oddly common. Regardless, they refocus on clearing the gate. Lee Jongwon remembers reading that Chanji Chuan is the best place to grow stronger, and now he sees why. With a resolve to be ready for any sudden changes, he goes on a rampage, taking down monster after monster, leveling up rapidly and gaining better control over flames. Inchang comments on how incredible his sponsor must be, but Lee Jongyuan insists hers is even better. He's only advancing because of his player trait. Apparently, this annoys the Sky of Apocalypse, who rewards him with extra status points. A light-hearted exchange follows between the two sponsors. Meanwhile, back in Sangun's cave, the lowly chief sits beside a regal white tiger, trying to comfort him. She asks how he's been, and Sangun replies, he's holding on. It turns out he's dying because he's using his power to shield both Baekdu Mountain and Chanjichuan while keeping the invaders sealed. This constant strain is draining his life force. Feeling responsible for not handling the threat herself, she offers to take the power back. But Sangun refuses, saying the invader is far too powerful, even compared to the Korean hunters. When she asks why he sent the hunters into the sealed ground anyway, he says he didn't detect Lee Jongyuan's own strength, but rather the presence behind him. He adds that this force resembled the one backing the invader. Back in the gate, the hunters finally encounter their target. Inchang is stunned. The invader looks like an innocent child. She voices her doubts, but Lee Jongyuan quickly corrects her, saying, "That's no human. Don't be fooled by appearances." Just as his words sink in, a massive wolf spirit materializes behind the child, its overwhelming aura shaking Inchang to her core. The child, full of malice, immediately leaps at them, launching the first attack. But before Inchang or Lee Jongyuan can react, Gungiz rushes in, eager to fight. Gungiz manages to halt the attack with sheer strength, but it's not enough. He ends up slammed into the ground, completely overpowered. Inchang, watching her avatar getting crushed, jumps into the fight. She charges her weapon with mana and attacks, but the demonic child easily dodges and counters, launching her across the field with terrifying strength. Even she is left in awe of his power. Just then, Lee Jongyang seizes the moment and strikes from a blind spot, channeling his authority, rule over fire, into a powerful vertical slash. The child dodges and retaliates, gearing up for a full-on assault. Realizing his opponent is getting serious, Lee Jongyang holds his ground, deflecting each strike. As their clash intensifies, the very sky of apocalypse watches Lee Jongyang with a somber gaze. The shockwaves from the battle ripple through Baekdu Mountain, causing tremors strong enough to shake a hidden village. The village chief quickly orders all children and non-combatants to be evacuated. The soldiers comply without hesitation. Suddenly, Gao, the man who once challenged Lee Jongyang, arrives and asks the chief if things will truly be all right. She assures him they'll manage, saying if things go wrong, she and Sanbun will step in. Gao rushes off to help, but deep down, she knows it's a lie. If the Korean hunters fall, neither she nor Sanbun will be able to stop that demon child. Their only hope lies in someone they barely know, so she prays, not for the hunters' lives, but to save her own. Inside the instant gate, Gong has been taken down, Inchang is hanging by a thread, and Lee Jongyang is being strangled. Inchang tries to create a distraction, but the child is entirely focused on choking the life out of Jongyang. With each passing second, the grip tightens, and Jongyang grows weaker, unable to break free. Just then, a memory resurfaces. Before the fight, he learned that although his magic power had surged thanks to Mana Stream, it had hit a cap, still only level 1, and his authority had stalled too. But there might be a way around it. At that moment, a system message appears. Mana Stream has leveled up. Instantly, his eyes blaze red as he starts forcing the child's claws away. He breaks free, stunning his opponent. Close call. He realizes the skill activates in deadly fights, but the monsters he's faced lately haven't been enough to trigger it. This one, however, was different. Though a bit delayed, a surge of mana wraps around Lee Jongyang, enhancing his strength immensely. He likens the sensation to being reborn. But the child he faces isn't impressed. In fact, he crouches into a feral stance, ready to strike. In turn, Lee Jongyang readies his weapon, igniting it with his authority before unleashing a new move, Sunflare. System messages flood in, revealing he acquired this skill without his sponsor's help, boosting his stats even further. Incham watches, stunned, as Lee Jongyang concentrates so much mana that the space around him warps. Then, he hurls his spear straight at the demon child, who braces for impact. Their most powerful techniques collide, resulting in a massive explosion. When the dust clears, the child emerges, barely holding together. The clash pushes Lee Jongyang's authority to level 10 and earns him the title Fire Monarch. But before the aftermath settles, the image of the child's wolf spirit looms in the sea of flames, glaring down at Lee Jongyang. Incham, tense, watches on. Meanwhile, Jongyang approaches the wounded enemy, who growls but can't retaliate. Thanks to knowledge from the Demon King's book, Jongyang knows the beast is bound by origin and cannot defy him. The wolf's rage and pain fade into sorrow, and after a tense moment, it surrenders and moves close to him, allowing a gentle touch. A message appears. The Sky of Apocalypse has sponsored a bond. Jongyang then reveals that while this creature is now called Do Sao, it once fought beside the Demon King and plunged the world into chaos. It was also treated like family by the world's strongest hunter. It had many titles, among them the Snowy King, monarch of the beast god Jaws. He gives the creature a new name, Fenrir. With that, the bond shifts into full submission, and the Sky of Apocalypse asks if the bond should be activated. The battle has officially ended. Back at the village, the chief senses the tremors have stopped. As she wonders what happened, footsteps echo, revealing the Korean hunters have returned. But she freezes in disbelief when she sees Lee Jongyong carrying the demon child in his arms. Alarmed, she calls for Sanbun, who quickly arrives. She demands an explanation, and Jongyong simply states he kept his promise. Sanbun, skeptical, accuses him of betrayal, saying Jongyong promised to kill the intruder. Jongyong clarifies, he never said that. He vowed to protect Sanbun and Chanjichuan, and insists the child is no longer a threat. Just then, the demon child awakens, hops down from his arms, and locks eyes with the village leaders, his power rising. Tension spikes, until Jongyong gives a nod. The child bows, apologizing. This gesture stuns the chief, but confirms the threat has passed. The chaos is finally over. Later, Jongyong starts teaching Fenrir how to say his name, but the creature keeps mispronouncing it as Jugyo, which happens to mean kill, fitting in a way, and a clear sign the child can't speak properly yet. Just then, Inchang appears and calls for her partner. Fenrir, unhappy about the interruption, shows hostility toward her. Understandably, Inchang is in no mood to have her avatar mauled. To Lee Jongyong, the children's antics were just harmless fun, though Inchang likely wouldn't see it that way. Meanwhile, the sponsors looked on, bonding over the moment. Later, Lee Jongyong called the village chief over to the barrier's edge. When she asked why, he explained he had made a deal with Sanbun. If he took care of the intruder and helped with recovery, Sanbun said he could take her. The chief, clearly confused, looked to him for clarification, but he brushed it off, saying the time wasn't right. He had unfinished business in China and would return for her once it was done, urging her to be ready. Then he summoned a sword and tossed it into the lake, telling the chief to guard it in his absence. He suggested she use her powers to perform a ritual on it, like she did with Fenrir. She was baffled, but he explained the sword was important and meant to be a gift for someone later. The next day, the Korean hunters prepared to depart. As they left, the people of Chanjichang gathered around, apologizing for their earlier hostility. They blamed it on past intruders who tried to rob the village. Lee Jongyong said he understood their caution. Suddenly, the chief arrived, surprised to see him leaving. He confirmed he had to go, but promised to return soon. However, she seemed to have no recollection of their talk the day before. Realizing this, Lee Jongyong wondered if her side effects were getting worse. Still, he told her to ask Sangun about it. The hunters said their goodbyes and resumed their journey. Elsewhere, in his cave, Sangun urged Lee Jongyong to hurry. The group, now joined by a new companion, descended Baekdu Mountain. Along the way, Inchang paused, visibly downcast. When asked, she said her heart felt heavy leaving the villagers behind. Lee Jongyong reassured her that they'd return once their mission in China was complete. Touched by her kindness, he listened as she joked they'd probably fly or sail back easily once he handled the gate issue. Her faith in him was clear. After all, he'd defeated Hercules and even tamed Fenrir. Surely he could resolve the gates in China too? But Lee Jongyong admitted he couldn't. In fact, no one could. This sobered the mood, and Inchang looked disheartened. Trying to lift the mood, she asked if they'd continue on foot. She said she'd grown fond of Baekdu's warmth. Lee Jongyong explained he had gone to Chanjicheong precisely to find a better way to travel. When she mentioned that the elk they had ridden before were gone, he pointed out that he never said anything about elk. He called on Fenrir, who transformed into his wolf form. The two climbed on, and Fenrir raced ahead, covering a lot of ground until they stumbled upon a battlefield where snow orcs clashed with ice trolls. Lee Jongyong realized this was why Fenrir had stopped. He ordered him to attack, and without hesitation, Fenrir charged in and tore through the monsters. Inchang watched in amazement, while Lee Jongyong commented that Fenrir must have been starving. Meanwhile, Lee Jongyong tells Inchang there's something important he wants to teach her. Excited, she wonders if this is finally the moment she learns the secret behind his rapid growth and unusual strength. She'd been curious for a while, but chose not to ask, trusting he'd reveal it when the time was right. And now, that moment has come. He tells her about the mana stream, a skill that can turn someone into a self-sustaining hunter, one who grows without relying on a sponsor. Inchang is stunned. Is that even possible? Apparently, it is. In fact, this is the key to Lee Jongyong's own power. Energized by the revelation, Inchang becomes eager to learn, determined to grow stronger herself. Then comes another surprise. Li Zhongyang tells her she already possesses part of the mana stream. To demonstrate, he gathers mana into his hand and asks if she can perceive it. Inong focuses and sees the energy clearly. Thrilled, Li Zhongyang praises her natural talent. She asks if this is why he meditates so often, but he clarifies, they're not just seeing mana, they're sensing its flow, like how one feels mana within their body. Though the concept overwhelms her, he assures her that understanding isn't required. Mastery comes through practice, not logic. To speed up the process, he offers to forcibly imprint the mana flow into her, warning her that it will be incredibly painful. Inong doesn't hesitate. She wants to stop being a burden and match his strength. As night falls, the hunters rest and Inong lies unconscious. In a brief flashback, Li Zhongyang recalls her incredible endurance, how she didn't even cry out during the painful procedure. Still, it took everything out of her. Suddenly, he notices Fenrir and Tedley staring intently. Curious, he follows their gaze and sees, behind the cliff, a massive lizard-like monster, a drake, an apex predator that appears as a boss in A-rank gates. Fenrir starts drooling at the sight. When Li Zhongyang asks if they want to hunt it, Fenrir confirms it. Drakes are his favorite meal, according to the Demon King's autobiography. But there's a concern. Fenrir isn't at full power. Even on Baekdu Mountain, he wasn't in peak condition. And now that he's under Li Zhongyang's control, he's even weaker. Doubt creeps in. Can Fenrir handle such a formidable enemy? Regardless, this is the perfect chance to test his strength. Li Zhongyang makes his decision. They'll hunt the drake. Fenrir leaps from the cliff, shifting into his wolf form midair. But the drake reacts quickly, countering just before Fenrir reaches it. Still, it doesn't matter. Though the drake fires off a fierce blast, Fenrir parries and counters with a devastating blow, killing it instantly. He then tears into the corpse, feasting. Li Zhongyang is stunned. He expected a challenging fight, but Fenrir made it look effortless. Maybe Fenrir wasn't as weakened as he thought. With this display, Li Zhongyang feels confident. He now has everything he needs. The next day, the group resumes their journey, eventually stumbling upon a haunting scene, several human bodies frozen solid in place. The sight brings Inong to tears. She asks if this is what the upcoming calamity will do to the world. Li Zhongyang answers solemnly. While he says the situations shouldn't be directly compared, the disaster to come will still be horrifying, just perhaps not quite this tragic. Thanks to their newfound power and allies, Li Zhongyang believes they now have a real shot at saving many more lives. He mentions that there are still other hunters, heroes, and organizations like Asgard out there fighting to survive the coming disaster, and he promises to do his part as well. Hearing this, Inong begins to feel reassured, wiping away her tears and vowing to give her all to help others too. Soon, they reach a frozen river. Li Zhongyang suggests crossing it, since the ice is thick and solid, noting that their destination lies just beyond. At this point, Inong realizes she doesn't even know where they're headed. Li Zhongyang tells her they're going to find someone important in the Guangdong province. She's unsure if anyone could have survived in such extreme conditions, but he tells her he's confident. Internally, though, he's anything but calm. He's struggling to contain the foreign power within him, feeling it grow stronger despite suppressing it with his mammoth stream skill. Fearing he's reaching his limit, he urges the group forward, eager to find their target as quickly as possible. With Fenrir's help, they make it across the river quickly. Once on the other side, they dismount. Li Zhongyang gathers everyone and explains that from here on out, they should travel on foot to avoid drawing attention. Inong notices that the temperature has risen slightly and sees no monsters around. Li Zhongyang takes this as a good sign. They're on the right path. But their journey is soon interrupted when Fenrir alerts them to something ahead. They spot a figure in the distance, and Inong is filled with hope. But Li Zhongyang stays cautious and tells her to prepare for anything. Appearances can be deceiving. As they approach, they realize the figure is a giant. The battle breaks out quickly, with Inong managing to hold her own and help take it down. Afterward, though, she's disturbed. The giant fought more like a starving, desperate animal than a true enemy. Li Zhongyang explains that the giant was probably exiled from its tribe, likely due to sickness or weakness, leaving it to fend for itself in isolation. Such giants become unstable and aggressive, and this one was likely weaker than most. But there's no time to recover. More giants soon appear on the horizon, racing toward them on streaks of ice. Inong is frozen with fear at the overwhelming sight. One of the giants, apparently the leader, demands to know who they are and why they've entered their domain. As he studies them, his expression changes, as if something surprises him. Meanwhile, Fenrir is practically drooling, excited by the sight of these potential new prey. Just as tension builds, the leader throws a net at the group. Inong prepares to fight, but Lee Jongyong stops her, saying he doesn't sense any hostile intent. He suggests they allow themselves to be taken in for now. The giants capture them and begin leading them to their settlement. Along the way, one of them asks if the humans are locals, but Lee Jongyong replies that they've come from far away. The giant assures them there's no need for fear. They've been caught along with someone special. From these exchanges, Lee Jongyong realizes the truth. These giants aren't the mindless monsters the legends warned about. They're intelligent and more human-like than he ever imagined. Lee Jongyong asks the giant leader if they're headed to Utgard, and the giant confirms it, surprised that an outsider knows about their cities. He assures them they mean no harm and introduces himself as Saki, a proud warrior of the Frost Giant tribe. Lee Jongyong reciprocates with his own introduction, and the group continues on their way. As they travel, they encounter enemies from other tribes, but none are a match for Saki, who easily defeats them all. Despite his overwhelming strength, Saki shows a surprisingly kind demeanor. After one such encounter, he turns to Lee Jongyong with a few questions and adds that the humans are free to leave afterward if they wish. To Lee Jongyong, it all seems too convenient. He suspects the giants are hiding something and believes there must be human survivors in the giant city. Still, Saki gives his word that the humans are under his protection and can decide their own fate. For now, this development works in Lee Jongyong's favor. It clears the way to their destination. Even better, the man he's been searching for is rumored to be there. When they finally reach the outskirts of the city, Inong is awestruck, while Saki proudly introduces them to Utgard. At the gates, Saki is recognized and warmly welcomed. The humans look around, taking in the medieval-like architecture. Inong jokes that it feels like they've traveled through time, but her amusement is cut short when the surrounding civilians notice the humans in cages. They're puzzled, wondering if the humans committed some offense. Their confusion grows when Fenrir begins to act up, and someone mentions that one of the captives is a Bannergand, a rare and powerful being. Saki quickly calms the situation, saying everything is under control and that he intends to meet with the city's chief. Meanwhile, Fenrir continues to glare at the giants with hostility, clearly viewing them as enemies. It's obvious he's still not fully tamed. They eventually arrive at the chief's residence, where Saki is granted an audience. The moment they step inside, Fenrir grows restless again, and Lee Jongyong suspects the chief might be the foe Fenrir previously injured before their trek to Baekdu Mountain. During the meeting, Saki reports that he captured a Bannergand and his companions. But since the Bannergand was separated from his group, the chief becomes furious, demanding Saki abandon the intruder and return. Saki refuses, reminding the chief of his promise to let the humans leave safely and urges him to honor that pledge before exiting the chamber. Afterward, the humans are placed in a surprisingly elegant prison cell, strangely sized to fit regular humans. Inong checks if the door is truly locked. It is, but she mentions she could easily slice through the bars with her sword. Lee Jongyong advises against it. They're deep in enemy territory, and fighting their way out would be disastrous. Inong grows uneasy, especially since the chief looked disturbed while staring at Fenrir. She asks what they should do now, worried about what's coming. Lee Jongyong tells her not to stress. They should treat this as a rare chance to rest. They've been on the move constantly, and now might be the only break they get. He assures her they could leave whenever they want, but for now, it's better to wait things out. As they settle into their temporary prison, Lee Jongyong reflects on a passage from the Demon King's autobiography, which described the war against the giants as the worst of all. But from what he's seen so far, it doesn't add up. The giants, apart from the king, seem weaker than humans, so how did they manage to nearly wipe out humanity? While he contemplates this contradiction, a knock sounds at the door. To their surprise, a young girl steps in, bringing tea for the group. As the young girl serves tea, Lee Jongyong seizes the moment to dig deeper. He asks if all captured humans are treated the way they are, but the girl hesitates. Noticing her unease, he reassures her that no one is watching. Startled, she glances around, only to see a magic surveillance tool in the corner. Lee Jongyong explains that if it weren't for Merlin's necklace, he wouldn't have detected it. With the tool neutralized, he tells the girl she can speak freely. She introduces herself as Xian, and shares that she's been there for about a year, while most other prisoners have been held for around a year and a half. From this, Lee Jongyong deduces that Utgard was likely founded around the time the giants began capturing humans. Curious, he asks why their group is receiving special treatment. Xian answers that it's because they're strong and because of Fenrir. She recounts the story of how Fenrir, in his wolf form, slaughtered many giants during a past conflict. It took the king and several elite warriors to push him back, eventually driving him to Baekdu Mountain. After hearing all this, Li Zhongyong already has a plan forming. He asks Xian for a favor and offers her candy and chocolate as payment, but she's not interested. Instead, she requests iron. She needs to sell it to buy medicine for her mother. Li Zhongyong agrees, and in return, asks her to find someone named Manhwa. Before he can finish, she jumps in, asking if he means horde. He confirms it. Days pass. The hunters remain confined to the castle, but are occasionally allowed to roam. Despite the relative freedom, Inong grows increasingly restless. She vents her frustration, saying if there's nothing for them to do, they should be released. Li Zhongyong tries to stay optimistic, pointing out that at least they have time to train, but Inong remains irritated. To shake things up, Li Zhongyong considers staging a show of strength. He starts summoning his weapon, and Inong eagerly joins in, asking if they're finally going to tear the place down. Her excitement catches Li Zhongyong off guard. Why would someone as just as Inong want to destroy anything? She admits she just really hates it here, and something about the king doesn't sit right with her. To test her instincts, Li Zhongyong decides they should spar, with the loser owing the winner a favor. He provokes her with a few taunts, and it works. They clash fiercely, eventually reducing the castle's garden to ruins. News of the destruction soon reaches Saki, who laughs heartily when he hears what happened. He explains that ever since the chief allied with another tribe, things have changed. The leader started calling himself king and began amassing iron and troops, but no one knows who the enemy is supposed to be. Saki, being a proud and honorable warrior, struggles to understand his leader's intentions. Suddenly, another giant rushes to inform Saki that the Nara tribe is attacking. Saki immediately rallies the others to confront the threat. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Inong is cornered by a bureaucratic giant who sternly declares that damaging the royal garden is a serious offense. Somehow, Inong has managed to make the giants believe they're partly to blame for not learning more about her people and their customs. She apologizes for the damage she and her partner caused, but explains that their tradition involves training by running through forests, almost like they're all ninjas. The giant tries to relate to her, and Inong expresses remorse and a desire to make amends. She asks what she can do to compensate, and after thinking it over, the giant says he wants to understand more about her people. Inong agrees to share what she knows. Earlier, during her fight with Li Zhongyong, Inong was overpowered despite her strength. She couldn't land a hit and decided to escalate. Li Zhongyong responded in kind. Eventually, Inong spotted an opening, but it was a trap. Li Zhongyong used it to sneak behind her and win. As the victor, he instructed Inong to gather intel while pretending to work with the giants. He had more plans in mind too. Soon after, giants nearby rushed in after sensing a disturbance and saw Inong looming over a badly wounded Li Zhongyong. They summoned a medic. Li Zhongyong was taken for treatment, where a human doctor examined him and realized his injuries were superficial. Although he was bleeding, it wasn't serious. This surprised Li Zhongyong. He thought even the vaginas had been fooled, but this trained professional wasn't. He asked the doctor to heal him anyway, and the man used his abilities to instantly restore him. Afterward, Li Zhongyong thanked him and mentioned it was an honor to meet horde. The doctor reacted with suspicion, asking if Li Zhongyong knew who he was. Li Zhongyong denied it. The doctor wondered if Xian had revealed his identity, but again, Li Zhongyong said no, though he hinted at wanting to become acquainted. The doctor called him strange and left, taking Xian with him. Before the doctor could leave, Li Zhongyong spoke again, claiming he wasn't fully healed. He questioned whether a doctor would abandon a patient still in pain. The doctor, seeing nothing wrong, didn't buy it. Li Zhongyong insisted his pain wasn't physical and challenged the doctor's assumptions. Horde checked his vitals anyway, but again, nothing seemed wrong, so he left. Left alone, Li Zhongyong was confused. He was sure horde had some magical presence, marking him as a hunter. But with no black marble found, he wondered if horde hadn't yet awakened his powers. He began to panic. According to the Demon King's memoirs, horde was a rare surviving Chinese hunter who healed many great heroes, including the Demon King himself. The Demon King had even learned Mana Stream in the Giant's Land and survived its intense energy thanks to Huada's help. Huada, who would one day be revered as a god. Back in the present, Li Zhongyong wondered if he had arrived too early. Maybe Huada hadn't matured into that legendary figure yet. His thoughts were interrupted when Inong returned. Surprised by her quick comeback, Li Zhongyong asked how it went. He had expected trouble due to the garden incident, but she replied cheerfully, "They want me to be a warrior." She explained that the frost giants, known as the Nars, were constructing a city nearby and constantly eyeing Utgard for attack. With not enough soldiers to defend themselves, the giants sought help from Korean hunters. Lee Jongyong is a bit surprised. The number of the giants is far fewer than what he expected. This is apparently because of the Nars. Because of this, it should be difficult for them to harm humanity. Regardless, Inong continues. Inong explains that aside from her training, the giants mainly ask detailed questions about the outside world, its population, culture, traits, and even military strength. After hearing this, Lee Jongyong praises her for doing a good job. Curious, Inong asks what he's discovered, but Lee admits he hasn't found anything yet and needs more time. He reminds her that their original mission was simply to locate certain individuals and leave. But now that she's been offered a position as a warrior, he wonders why she's still staying. Inong explains that although the giants aren't physically restraining anyone, humans who try to leave Utgard are doomed to die, which is why she wants to help them find a way to survive. Lee is taken aback. His plan was just to rescue a few useful people, find horde, and escape. Inong, however, is thinking about saving everyone. He admits she's a better person than he is, saying he nearly did the very thing he despises. After this, the Korean hunters sign a mercenary contract and are allowed to live among the other humans. However, they quickly notice that the residents are cold and wary of them. People whisper about the man with Fenrir, labeling him dangerous. At the same time, the hunters feel like unwelcome outsiders. Suddenly, Steen runs up happily, thanking Lee Jongyong for the medicine he gave her. Apparently, it cured her mother. Then horde appears and warmly greets him. Lee says he's doing much better thanks to horde, and they shake hands. Horde tells him to come see him if he ever feels unwell, and then he leaves with Stein. But Lee is left feeling uneasy. He had intentionally altered his magic flow this time, hoping to trick horde, yet horde didn't seem to notice anything. This makes Lee wonder if he misunderstood something about the old doctor. Seeing him troubled, Inong checks on him, and though he admits he's not okay, her encouragement manages to lift his spirits surprisingly fast. With that, they start gathering information. They ask around about how many giants live there, but no one seems to know for sure. When Lee asks about the Nars, he learns that there used to be many more giants. A civil war among them reduced their numbers, and one faction led by a cheek left Utgard. This breakaway group became the Nars. Disease also played a part in thinning their ranks. This is all new to Lee. He digs further, asking if any other outsiders have ever come here. The locals confirm there were, which makes Lee wonder if they're referring to the Demon King. It's said that he traveled through China and came to the giant city. Since Lee is now in the past, he considers this a chance to uncover the Demon King's trail. But the other visitors left long ago, and the locals only know of them through what the giants have told them. Lee returns, satisfied with how much he's uncovered. He's learned of someone who cured the giant's disease and is frequently summoned to the castle. Lee suspects this person is the horde he's been searching for and decides to ask the giants for more details. He and Fenrir go to see Sa-chi, who is happy to meet the human who once burned down the castle garden. Sa-chi thanks him for helping his tribe during a difficult time, despite being a different species. He adds that the dwarves and banners, two other local groups, despise his kind. Sa-chi also mentions that Nar's attacks have been increasing and he must go out today. He asks Lee to accompany him. The two set out together, but things quickly escalate. They run into the Nars and their leader, Shrim. As Sichi and Shrim prepare to clash, Lee can sense how dangerous this situation is. Shrim, he realizes, is incredibly strong. Lee Jongyong quickly realizes that Shrim is vastly more powerful than Sa-chi, possibly even rivaling the giant king he encountered in the castle. But he can't understand what they're saying until his sponsor, Asgard of Apocalypse, grants him knowledge of the giant's language, Shu-tan. Now able to follow their conversation, he listens as Shrim calmly tries to persuade Sa-chi to reconsider his stance. But Sa-chi refuses, declaring he won't listen to an apostate. Shrim stays composed, questioning Saki's loyalty to a foolish king and saying his tribe has disgraced the warrior's name. He insists he's not a traitor, he just doesn't believe they are the rightful rulers of Utgard. Saki, enraged, powers up and charges at him. Shrim responds in kind, as giants usually resolve conflict through raw power. But just as they're about to clash, Shrim notices Lee Jongyong and Fenrir. He recognizes something unique about Fenrir, and even more so, that Fenrir is being controlled by a human. Intrigued, Shrim tells them they'll meet again. Sachi tries to strike him in response, but Shrim dodges easily. Then, using that opening, Shrim launches a crushing punch at Sachi, only to stop short of killing him. The impact still releases a massive shockwave, and Shrim leaves with his forces, promising a future encounter. The Utgard soldiers are confused and frustrated, asking why their enemies were allowed to walk away. Sachi calmly explains that Shrim is too powerful, and fighting him now would only cost them precious warriors. The chief also ordered him not to engage Shrim directly. With that, the troops return home, defeated and uneasy. Along the way, Li Jiangyong reflects on what just happened. Even in a warrior culture like this, the power difference between leaders is stark. He suspects Sachi and Shrim may have once shared a personal bond. Suddenly, he spots a lone figure in the wasteland. Oddly, the giants show no reaction, even though they must have seen him. Curious, Li asks Sachi about the man, who turns out to be a mercenary helping Utgard. As Li approaches, he realizes it's Quada, the doctor he's been searching for. Everything comes full circle. Back in the city, he returns to his lodgings where Inong excitedly shares how her presence alone was enough to repel a Nar's attack. Li tells her about his own experience, but is surprised when she mentions being attacked by a Chinese man among the Nars who wielded a strange spear and could match her blows. He then informs her that he's finally found the man he was looking for, Quada, and gives her Merlin's necklace along with a task before heading to Quada's clinic. There, overwhelmed by the number of patients, he offers a large bucket of potions for the doctors to use. The treatments go quickly, and he finally gets time with Quada, also known as Wenhua. Wenhua immediately wants to check his pulse, saying he noticed something strange when they first shook hands. Li Jiangyong becomes even more certain that this is the man he's been seeking. Wenhua grabs his hand and stares at it closely, then tells him the diagnosis may hurt a bit. The pain has never stopped Li before. He agrees, and Wenhua begins channeling mana into his body to examine him from the inside. Li Zhongyuan recalls why Inchang had suffered during the mana stream training. Having someone else's mana pass through your body is an immense strain. Yet now, he doesn't feel any of that pain. Instead, it feels as if the energy flowing through him is his own. This realization leads Li Zhongyuan to suspect that the doctor, Wenhua, is also a mana stream user. Sensing Li Zhongyuan's resistance, Wenhua releases his hold and, intrigued, asks if he's trained in internal cultivation, the Chinese equivalent of mana stream. They sit down to talk, and Wenhua mentions that others who practice this skill are with the Nars. Li Zhongyuan immediately connects this to those inmost. Inchang fought against, though he shifts focus back to his own condition and asks Wenhua to check on him. While Wenhua notices something unusual, he isn't alarmed. Choosing to trust him, Li Zhongyuan explains how his mana became fused with demonic energy and that a strange marble now resides within him. Curious, Wenhua offers to examine him more thoroughly, and Li Zhongyuan agrees despite the risks. After enduring excruciating pain, Wenhua commends his resilience, but Li Zhongyuan just wants answers. Wenhua reveals that the marbles inside him aren't destroying his life force like typical ones would. Instead, they're energizing his mana flow. Though they're not directly harming him, the surge in energy is still dangerous. If the marbles outpace his growth, they could twist his mind, turning him into a killer obsessed with violence. Thankfully, Li Zhongyuan's mental strength has kept the urges in check. He then asks Wenhua if those psychopaths are the abandoned Nars, which Wenhua confirms. For now, though, the marble poses no immediate threat. As he gets dressed, Li Zhongyuan brings up another question. Why are there so many injured civilians when they don't fight? Wenhua explains that the energy in the area is too intense. Hunters benefit from their exposure to it, but regular people can't handle the overload. That's why the environment changed when the gates opened, making it uninhabitable for many. Wenhua then asks what Li Zhongyuan is doing in such a place, whether a rescue team is coming. Li Zhongyuan says there's no such team and never will be. Wenhua is disheartened until Li Zhongyuan clarifies the rescue party is already here. Wenhua laughs it off. Two people can't possibly save everyone, but Li Zhongyuan reminds him they're not just two. Fenrir and Yunmu are with them, making four. Even so, it's not enough. That's why Li Zhongyuan wants to learn more about the Nars, claiming he needs their help. Wenhua scoffs, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Li Zhongyuan presses further, asking why so many hunters abandoned Utgard to join the Nars. Wenhua doesn't have an answer. He was away gathering supplies and came back to find the hunters gone. Noticing a familiar look in Wenhua's eyes, one of helplessness and a desire to do more, Li Zhongyuan tells him they need the hunters' support to get everyone out safely. He then asks Wenhua to teach him internal cultivation, hoping it'll bring him closer to the Demon King's power. Wenhua agrees. Later, On Utgard's outskirts, Li Zhongyuan, Fenrir, and Wenhua are training together. Wenhua constructs a barrier to contain the energy during practice, explaining that internal cultivation involves absorbing ambient energy, which can attract attention if not concealed. Li Zhongyuan is confused. He's always absorbed energy naturally. This stuns Wenhua, who realizes Li Zhongyuan has a natural talent for this practice beyond what he expected. It gives Wenhua hope that they finally have a way forward. Meanwhile, at the Nars camp, 3 human hunters are reflecting on a recent fight. Their leader learns that the enemy hunter, Inong, is highly skilled. One of them wonders if this means a rescue is coming, but others dismiss the idea. If that were true, the Nars would have noticed. The leader claims he was holding back during the last battle, but now feels unsure about what lies ahead. He asks about their troops and is told they're growing stronger and even acquiring funds. Fired up, he rallies his team with a call to grow stronger for the cause, and they respond with a resounding shout. Back at the barrier Wenhua had set up, he and a shirtless Li Zhongyuan are deep in training. As Wenhua channels his mana into him, Li Zhongyuan is caught off guard by how warm and comforting it feels, almost too intimate. When he used to form his mana stream, it felt like being stabbed from the inside, but this time, it's different. Wenhua urges him to stay in sync and brace for pain, even if they have to stay silent, a line that sounds unintentionally suggestive. Soon, Wenhua reaches the black marble lodged inside Li Zhongyuan and begins the extraction process, but it quickly proves to be more than he expected. The marble holds an overwhelming demonic force, far stronger than anticipated, consuming not only Li Zhongyuan's mana, but his body as well. As the pain spikes, both of their bodies show signs of strain, veins bulging under the pressure. Still, Wenhua refuses to back down. He started this and will see it through, no matter the cost. But the barrier can't contain the power any longer. A blinding surge of energy escapes, so powerful even Fenrir, known for devouring ice drakes without flinching, is stunned. The shockwave travels all the way to Utgard, grabbing Sachi's attention. The energy feels oddly familiar to him, though he doesn't believe it's coming from Wenhua or Li Zhongyuan. The only possibility left is Shrim. Furious from his past humiliation, he clenches his teeth and gives the order, "Prepare for battle." His soldiers hesitate, knowing their clan leader wouldn't approve. But Sachi challenges their fear, urging them to stop hiding behind orders and stand with pride. He vows to take full responsibility. Inspired, the warriors rally and move toward the source of the energy. Meanwhile, Shrim also senses the disturbance. He suspects the leader of Utgard might be behind it, though it doesn't make sense. Why would he be out on the deserted Iceland now? It smells like a trap. Even so, it's a golden opportunity. He rallies his own forces, declaring they'll strike and take Utgard today. Soon, both sides arrive at the barrier, where Fenrir stands guard. Tensions rise immediately as the commanders size each other up. Sachi is convinced Shrim is to blame, while Shrim suspects the same of Sachi. Shrim demands to know if the king is inside the barrier, but before they can say more, a surge of killing intent sweeps over them. It's coming from Fenrir, whose growl freezes both armies. Inong, observing the scene, realizes that if Fenrir's defending the barrier, then Li Zhongyuan must be inside. Despite this, Shrim powers up. He declares that he no longer trusts Sachi and has given up on peace. He's ready to end things here. Sachi stands his ground, just as determined not to lose. The two leaders give the signal, and a brutal battle erupts. Armies clash, with Sachi and Shrim themselves diving into the fight. Inside the barrier, the chaos stirs Li Zhongyuan from his meditation. As he wakes, he sees the air thick with demonic energy. He spots Wenhua, now visibly aged and weakened, barely holding on. Despite his condition, the old doctor insists the process isn't done. He tells Li Zhongyuan to tame the power still hanging in the air. But before he can say more, he collapses. Li Zhongyuan rushes to his side and checks. Wenhua is still alive. At that moment, he remembers something from the Demon King's memoir. Wenhua had once sacrificed his youth to save the Demon King. Back then, the Demon King used an elixir to save the doctor's life, but Li Zhongyuan didn't have anything like that. Still, he wasn't going to let Wenhua die so easily. So, he pulled out a golden apple from his inventory, a gift called Asgard's elixir that he had requested from Odin just in case. He gave it to Wenhua, telling him to eat it while he took on the task of absorbing all the energy trapped in the barrier. He began channeling the mana stream, and gradually, the ambient energy started shifting. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside remained soaked in blood as giants clashed. Inong was in the thick of it, easily overpowering the giants. Suddenly, a spear was hurled at her. Though it carried considerable force, she blocked it and stepped back. Recognizing its owner, the same hunter she'd encountered before. Realizing this hunter was leagues above the giants, she called out to Gongs to handle the rest while she dealt with this one. Gongs agreed and left, letting the two hunters square off. Powered up and eager, Inchang said, "Let's fight." Amused by her confidence, the hunter laughed. Elsewhere, Shrim and Sachi were also going all out. As they exchanged powerful blows, Shrim noted how strong Sachi had become. Sachi replied that Shrim hadn't changed. Their fierce attacks kicked up a massive cloud of dust, and when it cleared, Sachi emerged badly hurt, with his shoulder torn open. Still, he stood up, aware that no matter how much stronger he had grown since their last battle, the gap between them remained. Shrim's strength was in a different league, fitting for the mightiest warrior among the giants. Consumed by anger and questions, Sachi demanded to know why such a respected warrior would betray his kin and abandon Utgard. Shrim didn't hesitate. As Sachi lunged at him again, his attack failed to land a dent. In response, Shrim dropped his weapon and sent Sachi flying with a brutal punch. Then he revealed a devastating truth. It was Loki, their so-called king, who had killed both his friend and Sachi's father, Ovaldi. This revelation left Sachi in stunned silence. But Shrim wasn't done. He repeated that Loki was the true murderer. The shock shattered Sachi's focus just as the barrier cast by Onwa collapsed, releasing a torrent of magical energy that interrupted the entire battlefield. From within the fading energy emerged Li Zhongyang. He found that although Onwa's condition had stabilized, the recovery was minimal. Despite the legendary apple being more potent than a regular elixir, it had only barely kept the doctor alive. Li Zhongyang suspected the apple's effects might have been diverted when he absorbed the barrier's energy himself. He suddenly felt a surge of mana, so intense he claimed he could probably take on Hercules. Then he noticed he was surrounded by enemy forces and panicked until Inchang appeared, relieved to see him safe. Despite the hostility from the Apocalypse Sky, his sponsor, the messages told a different story. Thanks to Wanhua's efforts, Li Zhongyang had leveled up several abilities, including Mana Stream, Harmony, Purification, and Demonic Energy Resistance. Yunmu had also grown stronger, and the seal on Fenrir had weakened by 1 level. But the Nars, realizing only a human had emerged from the barrier, grew even more eager, thinking this was their moment to win. Li Zhongyang called upon his avatar, Yunmu, now visibly more powerful. Yi Unmu offered to wipe out the giants, but Li Jiang had other plans. He told Yunmu to escort Wanhua to safety. Though disappointed, Yunmu obeyed. With the doctor secured, Li Jiangyang dove into the chaos of battle. Moving with incredible speed, he intercepted the clash between Sachi and Shrim and landed a powerful blow on Shrim, sending him flying. Stunned, Sachi couldn't believe how vastly stronger Li Jiangyang had become since their first encounter. As the brutal war rages on, Li Jiangyang, now freed from the barrier, commands Fenrir to unleash his power. The wolf instantly transforms and charges into the heart of the conflict. Li Jiangyang then shifts his focus to the 3 hunters from the Nars standing behind him. "Shall we talk?" he asks. The lead hunter steps forward, demanding to know who he is. Li Jiangyang, aware that these 3 are hero class and 2 of them rival Inchang's strength, doesn't underestimate them. Instead, he counters by asking who they are. The leader introduces himself as Yubi, a name unfamiliar to Li Jiangyang, which raises red flags, since someone that powerful should have been mentioned in the records. Suspicious, Li Jiangyang asks why Yubi turned against humanity. Yubi takes offense, insisting he didn't betray them. It was all part of a greater plan. He suddenly charges, but Li Jiangyang is ready. He parries the attack and sends Yubi flying, calling his justification nonsense. He demands to know what greater cause would make him forsake his own people. Yubi explains that Shrim promised to rebuild China if Utgard fell, but Li Jiangyang isn't buying it. He argues that such a deal could have been made with Utgard's king instead, and lunges to attack. Yubi dodges and calls in backup, the same hunter Inchang had fought earlier, putting Li Jiangyang under pressure. Still, Li Jiangyang evades a fatal hit and counters, launching his attacker away. Yubi presses on, claiming that Utgard's king is a butcher who secretly executed masses over a disease. That's why Yubi refused to side with him. Li Jiangyang recalls his earlier conversation with Utgard's humans and begins connecting the pieces. Still, there's a contradiction. Yubi claims to want to restore China, yet he abandoned its people. The accusation enrages Yubi again. "I didn't betray them," he repeats. By now, Yubi's allies have recovered and are ready to fight again, but Li Jiangyang knows he needs more answers. First, he'll have to beat them. "Come," he says, readying for battle. Elsewhere, Sachi and Shrim are still talking. Shrim reveals that Sachi's father, Ovaldi, had discovered the king's plan to turn their land into Jotunheim exterminating all non-giant races. Uvaldi died trying to stop Loki. The truth overwhelms Sachi, and he demands to know why Shrim stayed silent. They both prepare to fight again. Shrim explains he didn't want to lose Sachi too. He knew Sachi was loyal and wouldn't have believed him, even if he told the truth back then. Even now, after knowing everything, Shrim knows betrayal is not in Sachi's nature. With a heavy heart, he strikes Sachi in the abdomen, knocking him unconscious and telling him to rest until the battle ends. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Shrim turns to see that the Nar hunters have already been defeated, and standing before him is Lijiang, exuding power. Shrim is intrigued, finding him even more formidable than Sachi, maybe even a match for Loki himself. Shrim, now serious, prepares a powerful move, Gorda, a technique he had saved for his fight against the king. But before he can unleash it, Lijiang raises his hands and says, "I forfeit." The surrender stuns everyone, Shrim, Inchang, the giants alike. Lijiang then offers healing potions to everyone, urging them to drink. A confused Yubi asks why he's doing this. Lijiang explains he no longer has a reason to fight. The Utgard commander is down, and he finally understands the hunter's motives. With that knowledge, his desire to continue the battle has vanished. He refuses to fight any longer. Shrim calls off his technique and accepts the surrender, prompting the Nars to cheer their victory while the Utgard warriors are left in despair. Shrim then commands his men to spare the remaining enemies, saying enough frost giant blood has been spilled. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyan assures Yubi that he supports his cause and wants to see its outcome. Wanwu and Jambi, the other hunters, also introduce themselves. Despite the truce, Shrim announces they're heading to Utgard to kill the king, which ignites even more excitement among the Nars as they begin their march. At the same time, ominous messages suggest that the sky of apocalypse is watching uncomfortably, which puzzles Li Zhongyan. He suspects the reaction started at the mention of the king's name. Shrim notices Li Zhongyan pulling back and questions him. Li Zhongyan replies that as mercenaries, they go where the pay is good, implying he might support the Nars if compensated. Shrim accepts this answer and continues toward the next battle, while Li Zhongyan rejoins his allies. Inchang checks if he's okay with the decision, but Li Zhongyan sees no issue. They came to China and stayed neutral, achieving their goal. He believes the best move now is to help the humans, and Inchang agrees. With most Utgardians demoralized after their defeat, the Nar forces advance with little resistance. Eventually, Wanhua wakes up and finds Utgard in ruins, swarming with Nar soldiers. He lashes out at Li Zhongyan, accusing him of betrayal, but Li Zhongyan assures him the rescue party is here. Yubi and the others arrive, and Li Zhongyan tells them to gather civilians and flee if they get a chance. He also asks Wanhua to look after the humans, confident they'll be safe with him around. Though unsure, Wanhua agrees. Before leaving, he checks on Li Zhongyan's health, and Li Zhongyan says he's never felt better, thanks to the doctor. Suddenly, Li Zhongyan receives a mission notification. He must eliminate an impersonator within 15 minutes. As the hunters and Wanhua begin evacuating civilians from the burning city, Wanhua expresses concern for Li Zhongyan, warning him about how strong the king is. Inside the throne room, the Nar troops confront Loki. Loki is disgusted that an apostate entered his castle, but Shrim boldly tells him it's time to face justice. Loki stands and says he should have killed Shrim when he had the chance. Watching from afar, Inchang and Li Zhongyan note Loki's eerie calm and the overwhelming pressure he exudes. Li Zhongyan suspects the king is hiding something. Shrim mocks Loki, asking if he regrets sparing him like he did Uvaldi. Loki smirks, aware that Uvaldi's fate sparked Shrim's rebellion. Enraged by Shuckle's murder and other atrocities, Shrim powers up and launches a devastating attack, earning Loki's reluctant praise. But then, Loki signals, and a swarm of mutated giants floods the throne room. These beings radiate red energy, similar to those affected by madness, yet they remain fully under Loki's control. Loki laughs maniacally while Shrim, shocked, demands to know what Loki has done. Li Zhongyan is stunned. He's never seen giants so devoid of consciousness, leading him to question if the reported disease that supposedly wiped out many giants was a lie. Unlike the madness he once experienced, these giants aren't berserk, they're obeying the king. At last, everything begins to make sense. Li Zhongyan declares that the king has been sacrificing people to build his own army. Loki, still laughing maniacally, explains that he needed soldiers loyal only to him. Thus, the giants became his obedient force. How noble, he mocks. But Shrim has had enough. Overwhelmed by the desecration of his fallen kin, he lunges at the king with everything he's got, hoping to end the nightmare and bring peace to the dead. Naturally, it's not that simple. The king rises from his throne and unleashes a powerful counterattack, launching Shrim through the air and blasting a massive hole in the castle roof. It looks like Shrim has been obliterated. Loki then commands his twisted army to tear the rebel apart. The mutated giants go berserk, swarming the Nara warriors, who are left stunned after witnessing their leader crushed in an instant. But then, against all odds, Shrim emerges unharmed. Rallying his men, he orders them to take down the king, declaring him a ruler who has lost all honor. Fired up by his return, the Nara forces charge into battle. Chaos erupts as Inchong watches in confusion. She can't understand the giant's speech. Lee Jongyuan steps in to explain. The king sacrificed and mutated the giants to build his army. The revelation shakes Inchong, who condemns Loki as a mad tyrant using people as pawns. The battle turns savage. Loki's forces attack like mindless monsters, ignoring pain and ripping into the Nara warriors with teeth and bare hands. Lee Jongyuan watches in horror, realizing they don't stand a chance. Still, he sees one possible way forward. Loki, arrogantly taunting his enemies, declares his intent to wipe them all out. But Lee Jongyuan has a plan. He charges Muspel's spear with his mina and leaps at Loki from above, aiming to end it in one strike. Loki, however, is no fool. He sees the attack coming, throws up a shield, and blocks it with ease. Then, with a show of strength, he sends Lee Jongyuan flying and tells him, "I've been watching you." Loki sees him as the biggest threat due to his immense mina, and so he decides to eliminate him first. Loki fires a blast, too fast for Lee Jongyuan to dodge. Just as all seems lost, another blast intercepts it, canceling out the attack. Everyone is stunned. The one who saved Lee Jongyuan is none other than Sachi. Though barely standing, he protected his ally from certain death. Afterward, he collapses, leaving the giants in Lee Jongyuan's hands. Even Shrim is shaken. But the king sneers, calling Sachi pathetic for asking a human for help, and vows to make him his first new soldier once the others are gone. Lee Jongyuan refuses to let that happen. In desperation, he calls out for his trump card, Fenrir. The wolf arrives and charges Loki in beast form, but to everyone's dismay, he's much weaker than before. Loki takes him down with a single hit. Making matters worse, only 5 minutes remain before Lee Jongyuan's mission ends. The Sky of Apocalypse demands Loki's elimination. Meanwhile, Inchong is stunned by Loki's overwhelming power and asks Lee Jongyuan what to do next. He tells her to buy him 1 minute. Though she knows how absurd it is to stall someone who easily defeated Fenrir, she agrees. Shrem is fighting bravely, but it's not enough. So Lee Jongyuan tells Inchong, "We need you." Blushing, she quickly agrees and rushes into battle. That's how you play the game. While she fights, Lee Jongyuan pours more mana into his weapon until the spear hits its maximum charge. Even with everything he's done, Lee Jongyuan isn't satisfied. He knows he still doesn't have enough mana to finish the fight. Desperate, he pushes himself past his limits. Meanwhile, Shrim and Inchong face Loki head-on, but even together, they're struggling. Suddenly, a system message appears. His spear has leveled up from the intense heat he's been channeling into it. Still, it's not enough. He knows he needs to finish this in a single strike, but there's a problem. The spear, overwhelmed by the flames, starts to crack under pressure. But just in time, he manages to fully charge it and hurls it at Loki with full force. The resulting shockwave rattles all of Utgard. Then another message appears. Mission accomplished. The Sky of Apocalypse is satisfied. Loki lies dead, a massive hole in his chest. Outside the castle, something unbelievable happens. Sunlight returns to China, a land locked in an eternal glacier period. Lee Jongyuan earns the title, the one who raises the sun, and his stats skyrocket. With Loki dead, the war ends. The king and his castle are completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. The mutated giants are slain by the warriors of Nara, and the 4 chieftains gather at the ruins of the fallen castle. But the conflict isn't entirely over. Barrett Shrim tells Yubi he'll keep his promise and tells Sachi to execute him, feeling he deserves punishment for betraying his people. However, he begs Sachi to spare the Nara who followed him. Sachi agrees and raises his axe. Later, Sachi and Lee Jongyuan stand atop the castle ruins. Lee Jongyuan asks if Sachi resents him, but Sachi says no. On the contrary, Lee helped him make the right choice, and for that, he's grateful. Rebuilding begins, and Utgard starts to recover. Yubi thanks Lee Jongyuan and asks a favor. He wants help getting his people over the wall, since normal humans can't survive here. Lee Jongyuan warns against it, saying major changes are coming and that settling here might be the better choice, as the whole world could soon become a gate. To help, he gives Yubi a creature called Piramora, a poor-tasting but fast-growing food source that can survive anywhere. He also hints at having a solution for the freezing temperatures. Yubi is moved and vows to repay him someday. Li Zhongyuan later meets Shrim, who survived. It turns out Sachi didn't kill him, but asked him to become the next chief. Shrim refused. Someone who has killed his own kind can't lead. Instead, he decides to leave the Nara and form a new tribe, one that respects the humans who saved them. He explains that frost giants grow stronger by fighting, but since monsters aren't real enemies to them, only humans can fill that role. Still, his decision is a gesture of respect. Li Zhongyuan has one more request. He wants Shrim to teach him level out, the technique Loki used. Shrim is surprised but agrees, though he doubts it's possible. The move draws out latent abilities, but it needs an enormous amount of mana, something only giants can normally handle. But Li Zhongyuan, being the anomaly he is, reveals just how much mana he's been storing. A powerful presence draws Shrim's attention, as well as Sachi's and Inchang's. Demonstrating his abilities, Li Zhongyuan boldly declares he has more mana than Shrim, prompting Shrim to agree to train him. Sometime later, Li Zhongyuan gazes over Utgard from a distance, reflecting on past events. He thinks back to Loki, the reckless king who experimented on his own people to build an army, turning the giants into mindless killers. Yet what puzzles Li Zhongyuan is how Loki managed to control them, something beyond his known capabilities. He suspects someone aided Loki in secret. This theory gains weight when he recalls what the humans of Utgard told him. Some strangers had entered the giant fortress, but left without interfering. Li Zhongyuan believes it could have been the Demon King, or maybe the enigmatic Black Hood. But beyond this, he has no further clues. Just who is this mysterious figure, and what is he planning? As he's lost in thought, a voice calls his name. Turning around, he sees Inchang, who's come to find him. With a cheerful smile, she invites him to a festival. Before he can respond, she grabs his arm and drags him toward Utgard, urging him to hurry as everyone is waiting. They arrive at the seaside, which has been decorated for the celebration. The locals are seen enjoying food and conversation, relieved that their circumstances have improved. Though life remains tough, they're thankful to have survived. Amidst the joy, Li Zhongyuan and Inchang find themselves hopeful for what's ahead. Inspired, he suggests ending the festival with a grand finale. Stepping onto the stage, the crowd recognizes him as Loki, the one who defeated Loki in the ancient tongue. They cheer in anticipation, eager to see what he'll do. Drawing on his mana, Li Zhongyuan amplifies his energy and unveils Level Out, the technique once used by the King of Giants. The power stuns everyone, Yubi's team, Inchang, and even Shrim, who senses the surge from afar. But Li Zhongyuan doesn't stop there. He begins condensing mana to form a core, glowing like a small sun. The sight bewilders the spectators. Thanks to the dragon Bloodstone's influence, this core gives rise to a faint dragon heart. As the festival concludes, Li Zhongyuan later meets privately with Yubi, who asks if he's planning to leave. Li Zhongyuan confirms, explaining that he used Park Jae-yoon's technique to inject heat into the metal structures and sealed it with a barrier using Merlin's necklace. Yubi offers to repay his debt, but Li Zhongyuan simply replies, "We'll meet again." He rejoins his group, including Wenhua, and Inchang teases him about his new title. She too asks if he's really leaving, and he explains the situation. Then, he commands Fenrir to transform and bids farewell to Yubi. The team sets off on their journey once more. That night, they rest. During a quiet moment, Inchang and Li Zhongyuan talk about their travels, and he checks on her progress with mana. She's improving, but he pushes her to speed up. Time is running short. He reflects on the black marble within him, which continues to grow in power. The world is shifting fast. Monsters are evolving, and crises like the one in China are just the beginning. Suddenly, Inchang spots something alarming. Shaken, she points it out. Li Zhongyuan turns and sees Baekdu Mountain engulfed in flames. There, Shunji Chuan is under siege by a swarm of orcs. After setting the mountain ablaze, the orcs launch into a savage attack, while defenseless humans flee in panic. Gao steps in during the chaos, a familiar face crucial to what's unfolding. He quickly takes charge, guiding civilians to safety so the hunters can mount a counterattack. Fighting alongside a comrade, Gao fends off waves of orcs and successfully helps evacuate the people. One of the hunters mentions they might be able to retreat once they descend the mountain, but fate has other plans. Out of nowhere, a mutated giant stomps onto the battlefield, throwing everything into disarray. Despite their confusion, the hunters ready themselves for battle, knowing survival depends on it. Just then, a flash of blue light streaks through the chaos. The giant turns just in time to see Fenrir charging in. With a single powerful strike, Fenrir decapitates the monster. Gao, stunned by what he sees, begins to wonder if this wolf is who he thinks it is. Moments later, Li Zhongyuan, Yin Chang, and Wenhua arrive. Li Zhongyuan checks on the hunters, who thank him, but he's already concerned with something else. He asks about Sagan and the chief, sensing they're missing. The response shocks him. The chief went to Chimimji to seal Sagan. Alarmed, Li Zhongyuan tells Yin Chang and Wenhua to stay and manage things before he rushes off. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sagan is locked in combat with the chief. He's violent and unrecognizable, roaring and lashing out. The chief, who now appears older, takes a defensive stance, trying to reason with him. She pleads for him to stop, admitting through tears that she can't keep doing this. She strikes, but at the final moment hesitates, unable to hurt the protector she sees as a father. Sagan retaliates, sending her flying. Though wounded and coughing blood, she gets back up, explaining that she can't bring herself to kill someone so important to her. But Sagan is no longer himself. Unmoved, he prepares to finish her off. Right before the fatal blow lands, Li Zhongyuan intervenes and saves her. The chief is stunned to see him, but Sagan charges again. Li Zhongyuan carries her to safety and questions her changed appearance. She reveals that a man in black had approached Sagan and caused this tragedy. Li Zhongyuan, clearly disturbed, demands to know where that man went. She says he vanished days ago, but she's certain he's the root cause of Sagan's corruption. Still, their focus must remain on stopping Sagan. Li Zhongyuan prepares to fight, but the chief warns him. They've already tried sealing and removing Sagan's demonic energy. Nothing worked. His power is overwhelming. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Zhongyuan realizes killing Sagan might be their only option, and the chief agrees. He summons his weapon, assures the chief and Mio to rest, and charges into battle, saying he might have another way. The fight is brutal. Li Zhongyuan and Sagan clash again and again, shaking the earth with every blow. Explosions erupt, the land around them crumbles, and Anmio watches in disbelief, shocked by how far Li Zhongyuan has come in such a short time. It feels like he's aged years in just days. Finally, Li Zhongyuan concentrates his power and thrusts his spear into Sagan's chest. The chief screams, thinking the tiger is dead, but Li Zhongyuan tells her not to worry. He didn't intend to kill him. Thanks to the peak of his dragon heart, born from the dragon bloodstone, he can feel the energy of both Sagan and Baekdu Mountain pulsing through him. Li Zhongyuan planned to absorb only the madness afflicting Sagan, but things quickly went off track. The spear, now tainted with demonic energy, began draining Sagan's life force instead. Still, Li Zhongyuan, protected by the ever-reliable force of plot armor, got serious. Determined to restore Sagan's energy, he activated his purification ability to end it all. Slowly, the red madness faded from Sagan's eyes, and he regained consciousness. Li Zhongyuan was relieved, but the moment was short-lived. Sagan collapsed immediately after. The chief rushed over and started healing him, urging him to hang on. Despite her desperate efforts, it wasn't working. Tears streamed down her face as she pushed herself, refusing to give up, but eventually she had to accept that it wasn't enough. Just when all hope seemed lost, Wenhua arrived with Fenrir. "Glad I made it in time," he said, and treatment began right away. Thanks to him, Sagan pulled through. When Sagan opened his eyes, Li Zhongyuan was there, asking if he was finally in control. Sagan confirmed he was, but something still felt off. Though the madness had been absorbed, his condition hadn't improved much. He was still close to dying. Li Zhongyuan asked who the man in black was, the one responsible for Sagan's downfall, and why Sagan would even meet someone so shady. Sagan promised to explain everything, but first asked if Mio was safe. Li Zhongyuan assured him she was, though she'd been deeply worried. A flashback showed Wenhua informing the chief that although Sagan's surface wounds had been treated, the internal damage was severe and would need more attention. This news had shocked Enmio. Back in the present, Sagan confirmed that their promise to get Enmio out of there still stood, and Li Zhongyuan reaffirmed it. Sagan then began recounting what happened. He said the man in black had a strange but familiar power. It wasn't the man who sought him out. Sagan had approached him in Qianji. He saw the man staring at the city and walked toward him. Just as the story was getting tense, Sagan abruptly said he couldn't remember anything beyond that point. Li Zhongyuan was stunned. The one crucial detail, who the man was, remained unknown thanks to Sagan's memory loss. With that, the crisis came to a close. Later, in the village, Yin Chang addressed the people of Qianji Chang and gave them a choice: stay and rebuild their home, or leave with her and Lee Jong-won to Korea, where they'd find shelter once government approval was secured. She told them they had 3 days to decide. Meanwhile, Eunmyo approached Lee Jong-won, worried about Sagan. She asked him to come with her to check on him. They went to Sagan's cave, and what they found left them stunned. Sagan, barely clinging to life. As Sagan's lifeless body lies before them, Eunmyo approaches, trying desperately to heal him. But when her powers have no effect, she's forced to accept the truth. Sagan, like a father to her, is truly gone. Grief overwhelms her as she weeps, calling him her friend, her family, and promising to always remember him. Just as she says her final goodbye, his body begins to shine with a soft glow, turning a serene blue before dissolving into the air. Outside the cave, the villagers silently bow, paying their respects to their fallen protector. Time passes quickly, and within 3 days, the residents choose to leave, hopeful that one day they'll return and rebuild their home. At the departure point, Yin Chang waits with a herd of monster elk, the same creatures used for travel earlier. She warns everyone to dress warmly. Suddenly, her attention shifts. Lee Jong-yuan descends from the sky, holding Eunmyo, who is cradling a small, white tiger in her arms. At first, Yin Chang is confused by the creature, but the village chief excitedly reveals it's actually Sagan. Lee Jong-yuan confirms it, explaining that a mysterious sponsor, referred to as Big Male, resurrected Sagan in avatar form for Eunmyo. However, Sagan wasn't fully revived. He lost many of his memories and much of his strength, meaning the truth about the man in black remains hidden once again. As the Korean hunters prepare to return home, Yin Chang expresses her excitement and asks Lee Jong-yuan about his plans. There's too much on his plate for a simple answer. Then, unexpectedly, he pulls a sword from his inventory. Yin Chang immediately senses the intense mana radiating from it, impressed. Lee Jong-yuan explains it's the same sword he once tossed into the river at Mount Baekdu. He now offers it as a gift. But this strikes a nerve. With a glare, Yin Chang accuses him of handing out secret presents to his many secret women. Though surprised at first, Lee Jong-yuan concedes she might be onto something. He does intend to give the sword to Merman. Yin Chang storms off, visibly annoyed, maybe a little jealous too. Putting the spat behind them, the group resumes their journey and eventually arrives at the barrier. Lee Jong-yuan remembers how Siongu had promised to open it every month until his return, but it's already been more than that. Not wanting to wait any longer, he decides to break through it himself, claiming he's grown much stronger. He powers up, even unleashing the giant's technique level out. Still, it's not enough. He tries again, this time combining it with a monastery ability, but fails. As a last resort, he uses the dragon heart, which had absorbed Sagan's madness. Meanwhile, across the barrier at a northern watchtower, 2 soldiers are keeping watch. They chat about how monster activity has died down ever since Lee Jong-yuan entered the gate. One of them speculates that maybe he cleared the area of threats, though the other finds that hard to believe. Many powerful figures before him had tried and failed. But then, they notice something odd. The barrier starts to glow red. They watch in shock as the color intensifies. Lee Jong-yuan and the others have officially returned. Shortly after, the northern soldiers welcome Lee Jong-yuan, Yin Chang, and the group. Over a cup of coffee, Lee Jong-yuan tells them that the people with him are not only North Korean civilians, they're all hunters too. At the auditorium where the North Korean survivors have gathered, Eunmyo and Gal address the crowd. The chief encourages everyone to remain patient, promising that life will start getting easier. Watching her, Lee Jong-yuan is pleased to see that her curse has finally been lifted, no longer bound to a child's body in exchange for power. After her speech, Lee Jong-yuan approaches her and asks to talk. Eunmyo starts to blush, but he pulls her aside as the crowd cheers them on. Gal watches, baffled by everyone's excitement over their chief being whisked away. Seems jealousy isn't exclusive to Yin Chang. In private, Lee Jong-yuan questions her about the curse. She confirms it's gone, but he's not entirely convinced. Without warning, he grabs her hand and channels his mana into her to inspect her condition. Eunmyo pulls back, understandably upset, but he simply notes, "You've gotten weaker." Shocked, she tests it herself and finds he's right. Lee Jong-yuan suggests her strength may have come from being near Baekdu Mountain, where she was most connected to its energy, hence her child form. The thought makes Eunmyo visibly upset, so he comforts her, promising to help her grow stronger again. Her face flushes, but she presses on, asking if that was all he wanted to say. It wasn't. He warns her that government officials and the association will soon come looking for her, bombarding her with questions about Cheonji-chan. Lee Jong-yuan explains that the North Korean hunters are more powerful than expected, and if they join the association, it could take the organization to new heights. But he also questions the association's trustworthiness. They could be deported or forced into exploitative contracts. Worst-case scenario, Jang Hyojin, known as Odin, head of the association and leader of Asgard, might personally come after Unmiho, craving their power. To prevent this, Lee Zhongyuan has prepared a counteroffer for the Qianji-chan survivors, though it's their choice whether to accept. Later, Lee Zhongyuan meets with his old instructor, Bei Sang-su. The two catch up, and Bei praises him for surviving the mission and bringing back a group of hunters. Still, he questions whether these newcomers can be trusted. He reveals that the association already knows about them and wants them to sign mana contracts, a form of magical agreement that can be used to control people like slaves through strict penalties. But Lee Zhongyuan's already a step ahead. He tells Bei that he made mana contracts with all the North Koreans himself to avoid exactly this kind of manipulation. And since only one mana contract is allowed per person, the association can't bind them again. Surprised, Bei decides to take the issue directly to Odin. As he dials his phone, Lee Zhongyuan waits, eager to see Odin's reaction. Meanwhile, back at the auditorium, the survivors are given clean clothes, warm beds, and hearty food. They marvel at the contrast, having gone from surviving on potatoes in Shinjicheon to enjoying what feels like a feast in paradise. As Lee Zhongyuan and Lee Eunchang eat with them, she comments on how nice it is to relax, but admits her body is already itching for action again. Lee Zhongyuan praises her spirit, but reminds her that they'll soon be back to the brutal training they once endured to take on Hercules. Instantly regretting her words, Eunchang jokingly takes them back. Later, Lee Zhongyuan takes a moment alone to reflect. With a sense of foreboding, he knows the peaceful days won't last. The world is on the brink of chaos. For now, though, he chooses to enjoy what little calm he has left. While Lee Zhongyuan is lost in thought, the former lowly chief, now far from lowly, suddenly appears behind him. Her unexpected arrival startles him, and he immediately questions how she managed to sneak up on him, noting that if she had been an enemy, he might not have survived. She coolly replies that it's thanks to her skill. She then shifts to more serious matters, asking about his plans going forward. The others are uneasy about what comes next after the mana contracts. Lee Zhongyuan assures her there's nothing drastic in store. The hunters only need to fulfill their responsibilities, and since they're contracted with him, someone connected to Asgard, the authorities won't be able to interfere much. Satisfied, she introduces herself as Choi Yun-seo and walks away. Right then, Lee Zhongyuan receives a notification. The weakened dragon heart has stabilized. Curious about his new power, he wonders aloud if he could now defeat Hercules even at his most savage. Convinced, he proclaims his strength has definitely grown. Suddenly, a soldier from the northern front informs him that someone from the organization has arrived. He follows the soldier and reunites with his bald, ever-glowing friend, Siongu. After some friendly banter, they discuss current affairs. Siongu explains that the association is in chaos. Special gates have started appearing globally, unleashing especially dangerous monsters. This development has caused many hunters, including most of Asgard, to return to Korea. Even Odin has called everyone back. Siongu reveals that in a recent meeting, they discussed Lee Zhongyuan's actions. No one expected him to return so soon, let alone with a gold mine of North Korean hunters. To the association, they're immensely valuable. The problem is, they're bound to Lee Zhongyuan. Siongu warns him, mana contracts exist to ensure obedience, and now that he's brought back an army from China, people will see him as a threat. Mana contracts aren't like guilds, they're much more personal and controlling. Still, Lee Zhongyuan is unfazed. He reminds Siongu that he's part of Asgard, and no one would be reckless enough to act against him openly. Their conversation wraps up with a warm hug from Siongu, congratulating Lee Zhongyuan on making it back alive. Together, they head to the auditorium where Lee Zhongyuan announces to the crowd that it's time for one last journey. Though the North Koreans are grateful for the rest they've had, he warns them it's about to get busy again. As they prepare, Siongu notices Yansu and jokingly asks if she's the reason Lee Zhongyuan went to China. Lee Zhongyuan half-jokingly agrees, which stuns Siongu. Suddenly, Incheon appears, denying it and saying he already has plenty of women anyway. But as she hears herself, she falls into a gloomy silence, depressed by how many rivals she might have. Poor Incheon, it just keeps getting worse for her. Eventually, everyone boards the bus and travels to the association headquarters in Seoul. The North Koreans are speechless upon arrival. Towering skyscrapers, crowds of people, and high-tech wonders leave them in awe. Having never seen civilization before, coming from the mountains, it's like entering another world. Li Zhongyun tells Yansu to keep her people in line, but she's just as spellbound as they are. Realizing this, he hands the responsibility over to Incheon, instructing her to follow the association staff. He also tells Fenrir to go with her, though the beast doesn't like the place. Fenrir begins growling and staring at the sky. Li Zhongyuan gently pats his head, explaining that Fenrir senses the immense power of the association's president, Zhang Hyojin. Odin and Li Zhongyuan lock eyes in a tense stare before Li Zhongyuan instructs Fenrir to stop growling. You need to know when to keep your power hidden, he tells his pet, who immediately calms down. With the North Korean situation settled, Li Zhongyuan and Siongu head to President Hujin's office, where they're welcomed warmly. Odin is thrilled by what Li Zhongyuan has returned with, over 100 hunters, 2 of them at hero rank, and 3 peculiar beings. Yansu and Wenhua are the hero rank hunters, while Fenrir and Sangun are 2 of the oddities. As for the third, Odin jokingly claims it's Li Zhongyuan himself, classic Odin, reducing people to things. Before they can delve into Li Zhongyuan's China expedition, something more pressing arises. Odin opens a golden portal and steps through. Xianggu explains this is the day Li Zhongyuan will be introduced to Asgard, where a special conference awaits. All the organization's top heroes have gathered, eager to meet the so-called underdog. Inside, a gleaming golden mansion bustles with chatter, though not all of it friendly. Many are skeptical or dismissive of Li Zhongyuan, but once they sense his presence alongside Xianggu and Heimdall, their attitudes shift. The strongest Korean hunters begin to tremble just from feeling his aura. Then he appears, calm and direct. Nice to meet you all. I'm the underdog, Li Zhongyuan. It's a striking entrance. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the North Koreans are quickly put to work clearing a gate. Under Kim's guidance, they do so efficiently and return safely. The gate closes behind them, and Kim praises the White Tiger Group for their composure and skill. Gao expresses his gratitude, pleased that the citizens can now feel safer. Kim notes their manners and capabilities, while Yun Seo, full of energy, pushes to move to the next gate right away. Kim suggests they could rest a bit, but she insists, charming him into agreeing. Elsewhere, in Chang, Wenhua, and Li Zhongyang are leveling up inside a special gate, joined by Goung and Yeonmu. Together, they dominate the gate. Despite their success, the skies, representing apocalypse, seem displeased with Li Zhongyang's patron. Even so, they emerge victorious. In Chang notes that their sponsors must be taking notice, especially with the stronger enemies, but Li Zhongyang isn't comforted. He warns that the more powerful they become, the more special gates will emerge, flooding the world with magic and accelerating catastrophe. His words unsettle Wenhua and In Chang. Li Zhongyang then praises their progress and says they'll need to push harder. When In Chang presses him on what he means, he admits he's planning a short trip. She's uneasy, but accepts it. Internally, though, he knows he's hiding the real reason, to avoid worrying her. He doesn't mention he's going to meet other women, or more importantly, that he's on a mission to change the future. Leaving Fenrir behind, he urges the others to join White Tiger. It's his burden, as someone from the future, to alter what lies ahead. I have to meet Odin, he says. A few days later, Li Zhongyang borrows the Bifrost from Siongu, who's surprised. Odin never permits that, but Li Zhongyang reveals that Odin had no choice, thanks to a deal they made. After returning from China, he gave Odin secret intel, not just about the survivors, but about a dangerous figure known as the Black-Clothed Man, who's quietly stirring trouble behind the scenes. This is the same man responsible for turning China into a desolate land and even wrecking Baekdu Mountain. The threat he poses is enough to move Odin, who assigns Li Zhongyang to identify the man, pledging Asgard's full and unconditional backing for the mission, a classic manipulation move. Because of this, every member of Asgard is now committed to supporting the underdog. With the help of the Bifrost, Li Zhongyang travels to the Round Table Council's headquarters. Upon arrival, he's welcomed by a man clad in gleaming armor, Lancelot, one of the legendary knights of the Round Table. Surprised to see him, Li Zhongyang acknowledges it openly. The Round Table Council operates from the shadows in Britain, differing from other global factions. While most groups secretly control humanity under the guise of protection, the Council remains detached. They don't interfere, choosing neither side. Despite this neutrality, they're a formidable force, not only because of their leader, Merman, but also because of the exceptional strength of their knights. These knights are stronger than average heroes and always step up during major crises in the UK. Lancelot explains that since Merman has taken an interest in Li Zhongyang, everyone else has too, himself included. But Li Zhongyang quickly notices hostility in Lancelot's eyes. He figures it stems from Lancelot's unrequited love for Merman, a relationship ruined not by betrayal but by Lancelot's intense obsession, bordering on stalker behavior. In fact, it's rumored that most of the Round Table's internal issues are because of him. Li Jongyang realizes he's likely stepped into a complicated situation. Still, he pushes forward and asks to meet Merlin, but Lancelot keeps getting in his way. Eventually, Li Jongyang snaps and calls him out for being disrespectful. When Lancelot asks how, Li responds that a knight too oblivious to his own rudeness isn't worthy of the title. It's a calculated jab. Li Jongyang knows Merlin is watching. Lancelot, a proud warrior, takes the insult personally and steps up to fight. Just as things are about to turn physical, Merlin appears and scolds Lancelot for his behavior. But emotions run high, and Lancelot challenges Li Jongyang to a duel. Though Merlin disapproves, Li agrees, telling him they'll settle it in the tournament hall and predicting Lancelot will be destroyed. Word of the duel spreads quickly. Knights gather to watch, including Gawain and Galahad, the Order's leaders, both highly respected among their peers. As the match starts, Gawain notes that both combatants wield spears, making it a symbolic clash of Eastern and Western technique. Lancelot tries to hype the crowd, only to be mocked by Li Jongyang, who calls him a showman unworthy of knighthood. Li confirms that killing is allowed in this duel. Lancelot claims he would have shown mercy, but Li scoffs, calling him a fake knight. Enraged, Lancelot strikes with intent to kill. Li Jongyang, however, stands his ground. He remembers Lancelot's reputation as the one-shot knight, capable of breaking through anything in one strike. Still, he counters the deadly blow with his spear, completely neutralizing it. The surrounding knights are stunned, and Lancelot finds himself immobilized, overwhelmed by Li Jongyang's control. Before things can go further, Gawain steps in and ends the match, deciding Lancelot has had enough humiliation. Upon hearing Gawain's name, Li Jongyang instantly recognizes him as the infamous Green Knight, known for his brutal gate-clearing days when his body was soaked in the blood of monsters. Respecting Gawain's authority, Li Jongyang eases off, releasing the pressure from Lancelot's weapon. Lancelot collapses in defeat, and Gawain advises him to learn how to properly judge his opponent's strength. Gawain then orders both Galahad and Lancelot to clean up the battlefield, and the two knights comply without hesitation. As all this happens, Li Jongyang realizes that Gawain isn't someone to underestimate. He's been quietly sizing him up the entire time. Likewise, Gawain is clearly impressed, acknowledging that the stories about Li Jongyang defeating Hercules must be true. Well, he says, all it cost was a commander-level knight's honor to find out. After the duel ends, Li Jongyang finally meets Merlin again, but just this once. He admits that he chose to fight Lancelot on his own terms, and he won't do it again. In his view, Merlin has total command over the Round Table Council, including its top knights. If she had wanted, she could have prevented the duel entirely, but she let it happen because she wanted it to. Li Jongyang went along with it to settle a personal debt. Merlin teases him, saying, "Didn't you fight because you wanted to?" But Li Jongyang explains that pride drove him. He was eager to see how much he'd improved since China, and in that sense, he got what he came for. So did Merlin. She knew Lancelot would lose but let the match go on. Lancelot, she explains, may be powerful, but his pride and obsessive nature hold him back. This crushing loss was meant to be a wake-up call, and now she considers her favor repaid. However, there's still one more debt, related to a promise Li Jongyang made. With that, Merlin transforms into the child form of Arthur, who demands Excalibur immediately. Li Jongyang summons a sword he'd left in Yunsu's care on Baekdu Mountain and presents it to Arthur. But Arthur is furious, thinking it's a joke. The sword is flashy and full of magical energy, but clearly fake. Li Jongyang tells Arthur to take it first before getting angry, but Arthur's not buying it. Before Arthur can lash out, Merlin appears behind him. Her presence stops him cold. Now unsure, Arthur starts to believe the sword might actually be Excalibur. Both of them are relieved. The curse that bound them together in one body seems to be broken. Unfortunately, Li Jongyang admits that the sword is a decoy made to fool their sponsor, the Lady of the Lake. Merlin realizes he must know the real Excalibur's nature to have forged such a convincing fake. The real sword, it turns out, has been submerged in a magic-rich lake for centuries, absorbing immense power. Li Jongyang used that knowledge to craft a near-perfect replica, but Merlin warns that once their sponsor figures out it's not the real deal, the curse will return. Arthur is enraged again, but Merlin calms him. Even if it's a counterfeit, the sword should hold up for a while. Li Jongyang adds that unless they leave the Round Table's territory, the sponsor likely won't react. Sponsors, he says, are arrogant. They only see what they want to. So for now, the ruse will hold. With his mission done, Li Zhongyang prepares to leave, but Arthur is still unsatisfied. The curse affected him more than Merlin. He was stuck in a child's body. To make peace, Li Zhongyang offers him something better, the location of the real Excalibur. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, the peaceful landscape is being torn apart by explosions. Hercules is locked in battle, unleashing relentless attacks, but his opponent, a white-haired man, dodges effortlessly, even though Hercules is still in a crazed state. The barrage doesn't let up, but the enemy remains untouched. He mocks Hercules for being slow and then swings his sword. Hercules manages to evade, but in the chaos of the dust cloud, the man sneaks behind and lands a blow on his back. It's not powerful. Pain makes Hercules cry out, and more importantly, the red glow in his eye vanishes. The madness has finally lifted. Hercules, clearly confused, demands to know what's going on with the mysterious sword. His opponent casually replies that he only got the weapon recently. Hercules recalls that the moment the blade touched him, he lost control over his magic and collapsed. Despite this, the man seems pleased with Hercules' improvement and even forgives him for breaking their agreement and acting independently. However, this forgiveness is personal. Others still want him punished, especially Athena, who's been watching everything from the sidelines. Startled to find Athena behind him, completely unnoticed, Hercules is shaken. She explains that she's there to deliver news about Li Zhongyang. That name alone fires Hercules up. Athena says that since returning from China, Li Zhongyang is now in the UK, present at the Round Table Council, although his motives remain unclear. The man, now revealed to be Zeus, orders Athena to continue monitoring Li Zhongyang and reminds Hercules not to slack off in his training. Both follow his commands. Meanwhile, at the Round Table, Li Zhongyang informs Arthur and Merlin that Zeus possesses the real Excalibur. Arthur remains skeptical. He also questions why Li Zhongyang is so informal, only to find that it's because Arthur started it. Arthur then pushes for the next step in their plan, but Li Zhongyang claims his part is done. He found an Excalibur capable of breaking the curse and even revealed the real one's location. Now he says they owe him. Arthur points out that Zeus won't give up Excalibur easily. Li Zhongyang counters that Merlin will figure something out, praising her intellect. Arthur agrees with that at least, then asks what Li Zhongyang wants in return. But before answering, Li Zhongyang wants Merlin to attend her meeting. Eventually, she does, and that's when he finally reveals what he truly wants, for both of them to survive. This unexpected statement stuns the two leaders. Li Zhongyang insists that if they trust and follow him, he'll consider their debt settled. Arthur, not thrilled about being asked two things in return for one, complains. But Li Zhongyang warns that if survival is too much to ask, then they're free to die, though he's genuinely hoping they don't. Merlin accepts, but demands more context. Li Zhongyang explains that something big is coming. Both Merlin and Arthur must have sensed the surge in mana and the strange gates, which led them to recall the knights. Merlin confirms the UK's magical energy has spiked. Li Zhongyang blames the gates and warns that more will appear. But the real threat, he says, comes when those gates vanish. That's what they must prepare for, and the gravity in his tone makes it clear he isn't joking. Later, Arthur brings Li Zhongyang to his personal training ground. Since most of the Round Table don't know about him, Li Zhongyang must remain in the shadows. Arthur, noting his growth, invites him to spar. Li Zhongyang agrees, saying he's changed since their last fight. Before they start, he asks if Arthur's ever fought Zeus. Arthur smirks, saying Li Zhongyang's getting cocky, but admits that he has. This only fires Li Zhongyang up more. Arthur wastes no time, summoning his weapon and launching an attack. But it's too slow for someone of his caliber. He easily counters and forces Li Zhongyang back. Realizing this is more than just a brawl, Li Zhongyang decides to go all in. He taps into his authority over fire and his flame monarch power, drastically boosting his strength. Arthur is impressed, and the two exchange rapid, intense blows. Arthur even lands a ranged strike that sends Li Zhongyang flying. Mocking him again, Arthur asks if that's all he's got. Refusing to back down, Li Zhongyang vows to at least land one hit and begins absorbing the area's mana using his dragon heart. Seeing Li Zhongyang absorb the surrounding magic, Arthur is momentarily stunned. Then, Li Zhongyang launches his ultimate move, unleashing a blast that kicks up a thick cloud of steam. As it clears, Arthur steps out with a shallow cut on his cheek. Curious, he asks what that attack was, and Li Zhongyang names it Sun Flare. Arthur compliments him. The toll of the battle catches up to Li Zhongyang. He suddenly collapses, coughing up blood and engulfed in a blue glow. Arthur apologizes, saying his strength was hard to control since it's been a while. Still, he adds that while Li Zhongyang isn't ready to face Zeus now, he might be able to defeat him someday. Later, at the Round Table Manor, Li Zhongyan wakes up thanks to Merlin's healing. Despite losing, he's thrilled that he managed to land a hit on Arthur and declares that he's truly grown stronger. Just then, there's a knock at his door. Gawain enters, asking for a private conversation. They move to a quieter spot, and Gawain apologizes for Lancelot's earlier disrespect and thanks Li Zhongyan for his sincerity. Li Zhongyan brushes it off, but presses Gawain for his real reason for coming. Gawain admits he knows about the duel with Arthur and confesses that he wants to spar with Li Zhongyan too. Without hesitation, Gawain summons his weapon, radiating power. Li Zhongyan, already expecting this, agrees, saying he's also curious about Gawain's abilities. The fight begins and ends with no details shown. After that, both Gawain and others like Galahad and even Lancelot challenge Li Zhongyan as well. He becomes completely drained from all the non-stop matches. What was supposed to be a simple delivery of a fake Excalibur has turned into a string of battles. Before leaving, Merlin gives Li Zhongyan another necklace to boost his stats, which he accepts gratefully. She also has a request. She wants him to visit the Nile. The reason? Inev, the man who saved him from Athena's attack, had pleaded with her to ask. That name brings back memories for Li Zhongyan. Inev had once snuck in at night to help him and was even punished for intervening during the Great War. Now that Inev's disciplinary period is over, Merlin wants him to be visited. Knowing that the Round Table will warn other organizations of the looming crisis, Li Zhongyan feels his job here is done, but he still has other matters to handle in England. He tells Merlin he'll consider it and leaves. Arthur even sees him off. Li Zhongyan then heads to Park Yujin's shop, only to find she's not there. A blonde woman is running the counter. She eyes him suspiciously, trying to figure out if he's a debt collector or angry customer, eventually assuming he must be a shopper. Li Zhongyan simply asks where Yujin is. The blonde explains she's been left in charge because Yujin had to leave. He then mentions he came because of Jae-yoon, Yujin's brother. Hearing this, the woman realizes who he is. Yujin had spoken of him. She passes on a message. Yujin has joined Olympus. That stuns Li Zhongyan. The timeline's shifted again. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. He's shaken, wondering what could have caused her to leave so soon. Regardless, he makes his way to Egypt. Once there, he contacts Incheon, who's relaxing on a beach. He tells her to come to Egypt, along with everyone except the White Tiger group. She's excited, having been itching to act. He also reaches out to Siongu, informing him of his arrival in Egypt. Siongu is caught off guard. He thought Li Zhongyan was returning right away. Egypt, he warns, is already unstable. Li Zhongyan shouldn't stir things up further, but the underdog is already neck-deep in trouble. Now, in Egypt, unarmed and surrounded by warriors, Li Zhongyan finds himself detained. The Egyptians are unsure of his intentions, but agree they need someone to translate. That's when two men marked with strange symbols on their eyes enter the place. The two marked men declare they're taking Li Zhongyan with them. The Egyptian warriors reveal the newcomers are from the executive branch, meaning the Nile is making its move. After confirming Li Zhongyan is indeed the underdog, they escort him away. He's brought to Yu Jungtae, a member of the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association. Jungtae tells him that headquarters reached out and others will be arriving soon. Li Zhongyan assumes it must be Incheon, and the rest surprised by how fast they've moved. He then asks about the situation in Egypt. Jungtae explains that the Nile has full control over Egypt. It's divided into three factions: Memphis, which handles politics, Hermopolis, which runs commerce, and Heliopolis, which oversees the hunters and associations. These branches are constantly vying for dominance, creating a volatile mess. Heliopolis used to be the most powerful, but the recent Horus incident destabilized it. Li Zhongyan recalls that Inev belonged to Heliopolis and asks what exactly happened with Horus. But even Jungtae has no clear answer. It's so top secret, not even his contacts know the details. What is known is that the crisis began during an assault on a gate. This reminds Li Zhongyan of what Inev told him about the red ore, an ore powerful enough to turn regular ogres into ogre mages. He decides he must meet Inev, the hero hunter, and Jungtae begins making arrangements. Meanwhile, Incheon arrives at the airport with Fenrir, Gongs, and Wanhua. Li Zhongyan is there to greet them, but unexpectedly, someone else has come along. Baldur, one of Asgard's top warriors and Odin's right-hand man. Li Zhongyan is visibly annoyed and demands to know why Baldur is here. Baldur responds with a veiled threat, accusing him of showing his true nature and warning him not to provoke him. This puts everyone on edge. Fenrir, Incheon, and Wanhua get ready for a fight, but Baldur abruptly shifts back to a more diplomatic tone, saying Odin sent him to support Li Zhongyan's expedition. Since all the special gates in Korea have been dealt with, Balder insists there's no problem and adds that he looks forward to working together until they return to Korea. He then addresses Gyeongtae, leaving Lee Jongyan with a sinking feeling. This trip is about to get complicated. The next day, Gyeongtae informs Lee Jongyan that his request to meet Enev has been acknowledged. However, tensions are rising. The Nile is pulling back its hunters from around the world, and Set, the second in command of Heliopolis, has returned. If Horus fails to reclaim his lost prestige, Set will likely take over. Not only that, but Set is currently considered the strongest hunter in the Nile. Lee Jongyan starts thinking about his chances. It took everything he had just to land a hit on Arthur. If Set is as strong or stronger, can he even hope to win? Still, he instructs Gyeongtae to keep pushing for the meeting with Enev. When Gyeongtae asks what he plans to do, Lee Jongyan replies that he'll find another way to meet him. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Odin is seen having a conversation with Siongu atop the association building. Odin admits that until now, he hasn't questioned Siongu about the underdog, but he finally decides to ask. He finds Lee Jongyan intriguing yet frustratingly elusive, and he can't comprehend why Siongu trusts him so blindly, especially since Siongu has never been one to trust easily. Odin finds it suspicious and wants to know what exactly the underdog is after. Siongu replies that Lee Jongyan's goals align with Odin's, echoing what Bae Sang-soo once said, that Lee Jongyan might help Odin achieve his goal eventually. But that may not be the full truth. According to Siongu, Lee Jongyan had already prepped him for this moment, anticipating Odin's curiosity. So, with confidence, Siongu tells him their goal is the same, killing their sponsors. Odin is caught off guard, but Siongu continues, explaining that ever since Lee Jongyan killed Gunther, the hunters sponsored by the ruler of the riverside have been powerless, something that's never happened before. Amused, Odin laughs. He recalls how, back in Egypt, Lee Jongyan had approached Balder and asked which hero of the Nile was connected to Asgard. Balder hesitated, dodging the question, prompting Lee Jongyan to press him on how far Odin had ordered him to support the underdog. Balder admitted he had to help as much as he could, yet still refused to reveal the hero's identity, saying it was a secret. Lee Jongyan accepted this and left. He then reflected on a conversation with Gyeongtae, suspecting that a hero-class hunter must be nearby, which would suffice for now. Later, his team arrives in the city. Incheon complains about the heat, though Wanhwa finds it better than China's cold. As they walk, Wanhwa casually asks about Lee Jongyan's ultimate goal. Incheon joins in, saying she doesn't know either. Wanhwa jokes about world domination, and Lee Jongyan suddenly stops, turning around to say, maybe it is something like world domination. His tone leaves the others unsure if he's serious. Just then, Femur senses a powerful presence. The Nile are approaching. From the group emerges Set, the future leader of Heliopolis. Lee Jongyan compares Set's strength to Arthur's. They exchange polite greetings before Set asks to speak privately. On a rooftop, Set tells him about Egypt's supposed independence, which in truth is still controlled by the Nile dynasty. Lee Jongyan asks if Set plans to inherit that rule, and Set confirms, complimenting him and inviting him to guess why he wants to succeed Osiris. He even asks what Lee Jongyan thinks he'll do once in power. Lee Jongyan admits he thought Set caused the Horus incident to claim the throne. But if not for power, then why? He questions Set's real motivation. Does he truly want to be a king? After their talk, Lee Jongyan returns to his team. Inchang asks how it went, and he replies that Set wanted him to guess his ambition, but he couldn't. Set isn't just power-hungry. He's dangerous, but not evil, neither black nor white, just gray. Still, Lee Jongyan keeps it simple for Inchang and says he couldn't answer. Suddenly, they hear footsteps. It's Balder. He asks where Lee Jongyan went, irritating Inchang, who snaps at him for stealing her time with Lee Jongyan. Balder has his own concerns. He finds it odd that Lee Jongyan's entire team is made up of hero-class hunters, yet none are affiliated with Asgard, even though they know Asgardian secrets. Inchang grows angrier and prepares to fight, but Lee Jongyan diffuses the tension and reminds Balder to answer the question from earlier. Balder repeats that he's supposed to help to the best of his ability and finally begins to reveal which hunter is tied to Asgard. Before he can finish, both Balder and Lee Jongyan sense a threat. A blue light suddenly bursts in the city center. A special gate has just opened, right in the heart of the city. The moment the gate appears, its magical energy begins to swell rapidly. Inchang panics, fearing that if nothing is done, many innocent lives will be lost. She urges Lee Jongyan to act fast before the gate collapses, but he remains calm, telling her to settle down. That only frustrates her more. How can he stay so relaxed when lives are at risk? Lee Jongyan simply replies that this isn't Korea. but Inchang refuses to stand by. Regardless of the location, she feels a duty to protect the weak and prepares to enter the gate by herself. Her concern turns out to be unnecessary. Looking up, she spots the Nile hunters, including Set, speeding toward the gate. Li Zhongyan reminds her again, this is Nile territory, and they handle things their own way. Inchang reluctantly accepts this, though she's surprised to see Set enter the gate himself. Soon after, the Nile hunters secure the gate. With Set involved, the situation was never truly dangerous. Feeling a little embarrassed, Inchang asks Li Zhongyan not to mock her, but he doesn't see anything wrong with her reaction. She was simply worried about people getting hurt. Just as things seem to settle, a loud noise draws their attention. Inchang investigates and finds a group of hunters assaulting a civilian. Outraged, she demands to know what they're doing, but the language barrier makes it difficult. Luckily, Li Zhongyan arrives and uses Merlin's necklace to speak Arabic, demanding an explanation. He threatens to report them to the association. But this isn't Korea. The local hunter responds that in Egypt, hunters can punish civilians at will. The group laughs cruelly until their leader's arm is sliced clean off. Set appears, declaring that while civilians have no rights, Egypt's laws allow Nile hunters to punish rogue hunters. In seconds, the situation turns bloody. The rogue hunters lie dead, their blood soaking the earth. Watching this, Inchang asks if Set is truly a good person. Sure, he saved the civilian, but wasn't that response too brutal? Li Zhongyan reflects that he had planned to stop the hunters himself, even if it meant clashing with the Nile. But Set, knowing this, still chose to kill those men. Inchang asks again if Set is good, but Li Zhongyan admits he doesn't know. Later, they return to their lodging. The next day, Li Zhongyan is granted a meeting with Iniv. Both parties are accompanied, Iniv with Lamia and Ely, Bastet, and Li Zhongyan with Balder. As both Nile and Asgard keep a close watch, Li Zhongyan claims he just wants a chat. But the truth is different. Using magic, he forms a secret mental link with Iniv. They agree. A positive reply means yes, and a negative one means no. Through the link, Li Zhongyan asks if the incident is connected to the Red Core and Hercules' power. Iniv confirms. He then asks if the Horus incident is also linked to the Red Ore. Again, yes. Li Zhongyan presses further. Was Horus affected the same way Hercules was? Iniv confirms once more. Finally, Li Zhongyan asks if Set is the one behind it. This time, Iniv's answer is unclear, suggesting he doesn't know either. They agree to meet again in private to discuss more. After the meeting, Balder vents his frustration. He accuses Li Zhongyan of misusing Asgard's support and wasting his time. Li Zhongyan reassures him that Odin will be satisfied in the end. Balder isn't convinced and demands results. Li Zhongyan simply tells him to be ready. They're leaving in 3 days. He jokes about wanting more time for sightseeing, which only irritates Balder further. Before leaving, Li Zhongyan asks about the person who infiltrated the Nile. Balder dodges the question, saying Li Zhongyan already met them. This piques his interest, but he doesn't push. That night, Li Zhongyan stands by the sea, staring at the waves. Iniv arrives, apologizing for being late. There are too many eyes on both of them. He suggests relocating, but Li Zhongyan assures him that he's already placed a barrier to block surveillance. Impressed, Iniv still warns that there's nowhere the Osiris Eye can't see. Even Li Zhongyan wonders if Merlin's necklace can block something like that. Getting to the point, he asks why Iniv wanted him in Nile. Iniv explains that Horus is unconscious due to the Red Ore. It all began when Set brought it back. Li Zhongyan is stunned. Has the Red Ore already been found? He realizes once again, the past really has changed.